Good. All right. Some of you guys know me. Some of you are my body bees. Some of you have had me in class before. The way we'll do for the first few weeks is, because even those of you that I've had before, I've had you where this half of your face is missing, and I don't know if you guys have done the same thing, but like I picture your lower half of your face sometimes not looking like it does. Sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm not. And so I'll do this. You will sign in on those sheets. That will be what I use to determine your attendance, because there is a penalty for exceeding the attendance policy. Okay, which I will enforce this semester outside of potential COVID. So let me do this first, and then we'll chit chat some more. So even if I've had you, here's what I want you to do. You can say here. You can raise your hand. I want to know where you're at, because you'll probably sit in the same places, which helps me know where you're at. And then tell us which major you're in, because we've got a variety of them in class. And one fun thing you did this summer. What was supposed to be the non-COVID summer. But Amber. Okay.
Oh wait, sorry.
What major are you in? And what was one fun thing you did this summer?
I'm a sports studies major.
Okay.
And one thing I did this summer is I went kayaking.
Ooh, that's fun. Sam.
So I'm a health science major, and something fun I did was go to the state fair.
That's good. How was it?
It was good.
I almost went to the county fair, but I was only going to go there to like eat fair food. And I'm like, I seriously, that was the whole reason I was going. But they wanted $12 at the gate, and I'm like, I'm not paying you $12 to eat this fair food.
For $12 more.
What's that?
For $12 more.
Yeah, exactly. And like everything I wanted to do this summer revolved around food. So I was going to go to the Taste of LA, but they didn't have hardly any vendors. So I went to the Taste of Ellicottville, and I got my tickets, and I was very excited about eating lots of food. And then I got stung by this yellow jacket. So
No.
day my arm hurt, but I still ate while I was there. Andrew Campbell.
I'm health science,
Mhm.
and I went to the St. Lawrence River and kayaked a lot.
Which river?
St. Lawrence.
Okay. Okay. Brooke.
I'm a health science major, and I visited friends in Rochester.
And you
I visited friends in Rochester.
Oh, okay. That's fun. Claire. You went where? Finger Lakes? Okay. All right. Alexander. Oh, by the way, if you go by a different name when I go through this, please tell me now and I can correct it on these things. Like, you know, if you shorten your name or you like the whole name or you have a nickname you prefer, that's fine. Alexander.
If you want it shorter, Lexi.
No, if you want me to call you Lexi, then that's what we'll do.
Okay.
Is that what you want?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. Yes. Eliana.
Gotcha.
I'm a bio major, and something fun I did this summer was cliff jumping.
Ooh,
What do you do?
Cliff jumping.
Oh, okay.
fun. Brett.
I'm a sports studies major. Something I did this summer was coach and play lacrosse. So you
Coach where?
coach and play lacrosse.
Okay, cool. Who? What kind of age range did you coach?
High school all the way down to kind of middle school.
Mary.
Hi,
5. Okay.
I'm a biology major, and I didn't really do something fun. I was supposed to go to Oxford, but it's canceled.
Oh, right.
So I worked 3 jobs and did my EMT course.
Oh, you did an ENT course. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
it was
interesting.
fun.
Yeah. Laura.
I'm a health science major, and I went to the Outer Banks this summer.
Oh, that's nice. Dr. Watson went there too.
Yeah.
I don't spur of the middle of the show. We're in.
So I'm a health science major, and I visited
You went where? Vermont. Oh, how nice. They have great food in Vermont. Elizabeth.
I'm a public health major, and I spent a lot of time at
Undo what?
Canada.
Okay. Oh, by the way, if you guys, I'll tell you about me in a minute, but I'm not from the East Coast. I'm not from New York. So when you say some of these things that I look at you funny, it's because I have no idea what you're talking about. All right. Jess.
Hey, I'm a health science
It's so
major.
strange to me to see you without a mask on.
Do I look like what you thought?
Well, yeah, your hair color's darker than mine.
Oh yeah, I dyed my hair.
That was my fun activity.
Oh, Chloe.
I didn't do anything fun, I just worked.
Did you?
Yeah. And school.
And school? That is not fun either.
You never stop.
All right, so where's Andrew? Oh, there you are. Okay. I should know it because you have a mask on and I do know your eyes, so.
I'm a health science major and I got to play some lacrosse this summer. Should've do last summer either, so.
Oh, really? Okay. Hold on here. What did I send to myself? Okay, I'll show you guys this in a minute. Thank you. Did everybody get signed in that needs to sign in? No, Michaela? Okay. I will do this much to make sure that you guys do get signed in. I'm not trying to hurt your grade. All right, Matthew Hillary.
I am a health science major.
Do you go by Matthew?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm a health science major and I went to Utah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have family in Utah actually. Where?
Salt Lake City. And
My family is from Layton, which I guess is outside of there. I've never been. But... Okay, Michaela, tell us about you.
I'm a health science major. Something fun I did. I mean, I went hiking a lot, but I was.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, it's beautiful. Awesome. That's fun. At least better than last year. Wait, tell us about it.
Health science major, and I went to Florida this summer.
Where? Florida.
Florida. Yeah.
I'm surprised you survived.
Yeah.
All right. Hannah.
I'm a public health major. And the fun thing I did, I went to Cape Cod.
Are you graduating this semester? Say it.
Oh, hi, I'm a sports studies major
Okay.
and I went to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Myrtle Beach is nice too. Olivia.
I'm a health science major and I went to Disney 3 times.
Marley.
Hi, I'm a health and society major and I went to New York City.
You went where?
New York City.
Oh, cool. Haley.
Oh,
Wait, hang on. Haley Smith. Okay.
hi.
Oh, yeah, I do. Go ahead.
I'm a health science major and I also went to Outer Banks this summer.
You went where again?
Outer Banks.
Oh, very nice. That seems like a popular spot. Abigail.
Abby.
Go ahead, Ab.
I'm also a health science major. Okay, I went to
You went camping? You know, I have never been camping that I remember in my entire life.
No, you have to.
That's the truth. All right, Haley.
I'm a health science major and I also went to the Outer Banks.
Oh my God. It would be funnier if you guys were all there at the same time and did not realize you were all
I
there
went
at the same time.
I went in July too. I went like around
Did
the
you
4th.
really?
I went like around the 4th of July.
I went the last week.
Oh.
I think Dr. Watson went in July.
Oh, so they were there at the same time.
Kelsey.
Jackson.
So did I.
Really
Yeah.
nice. So one of the last one I have.
I'm a health science major and I went to Key West.
Okay. Olivia Whitecard.
It's Whitaker, but I'm.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
No, you know what? I'm going to write this phonetically for myself.
It's okay. I'm a health science major and I went to the Smoky Mountains.
Oh, those are nice too. Okay, Danielle.
I'm a health science major and I went on a road trip with Maine.
Ooh, that's a road trip, but Melissa.
I'm a health science major and I went to Turner Falls in Oklahoma,
Wow, that's a ride. Where are you from?
Texas.
Okay, not so bad then. Allison.
I go by Allie.
Okay.
And,
How do you spell that?
A-L-L-I.
Okay.
And I'm a health science major. Something I did this summer was
That was fun? Oh. What kind of work? Oh, yeah, that's okay. That's not this year. It wasn't fun. Okay, so those of you that don't know me, my name is Dr. Allen, and that is what I prefer. So, you know, Professor in a pinch, never Mr. Allen, and certainly never Mr. Jeffrey, which I go by my full name as well. I came to Bonus last year. This is my 9th year teaching at the college level. This is my 2nd year at Bonus. I came here with 3 weeks notice because Bonus was on a hiring freeze last year. So I didn't have in July I was being hired. And then I had 3 weeks to get here. Got to front on a house that I was trying to rent because I have pets. Saw bears for the first time in my life because it was right outside my back door.
I can't really hear you.
What?
I can't
You
hear
can't hear me?
Yeah.
It's these fans.
I'm
No, that's okay because I'm recording right now too for some independent study students who had a conflict with physics because physics is at the exact same time, both sections, and they need both of them to graduate. So I will be recording every class. And so I came here, and then I had a few weeks. So I did find a rental house, thank God. But it was a weird, challenging time to come here. I couldn't fly here to look at it. So anyway, so it was kind of an interesting year. And this summer, my fun thing, for those of you that do know, I bought a house here. So obviously, they decided I could stay. And so a lot of that has just been fixing the house up. So I'll show you a couple of pictures. Because it's a rough housing market anyway. And matter of fact, after this, I have to go home and have the overhead door guy come in so that he can take a look. Let me see how this looks. So can you see? Let me see. Let me get my face out of here. Come on. Let me see if this blows up better. Let's do this. Oops, here I am again. So this is the weirdness of what this house looked like when I bought it. Let me show the light off so you can see. You see all this, it's just weeds and mess and filth and, and this awful color, and because it's a really cute house. And this is what it looked like. Mind you, this was in June. And this is what it looks like today.
Oh my God, it's so nice.
Quite a difference, right?
So much nicer.
Yep. There's my little garage where the garage door is sticking for some reason. I had all the hardwoods. This house had hardwoods and they kept hiding it under carpet and laminate and stuff. And I was like, no. So this fakey wainscoting stuff and the staircase are being done this fall while I'm in class. I've replaced those exterior doors that were from like the 1930s. This house was built in 1900. So that was kind of my thing this summer. So now you know. Okay. We're going to go today. All we're going to do is we're going to talk a little bit. We're going to go through the syllabus. We're going to talk about some assignments, okay, that are in the syllabus so you kind of understand what I'm going to do. So a couple of things we are going to do, and those of you that have had me for a regular didactic course have done this before. Learning objectives, you got all this stuff. You guys had access to all this, right? Right? You looked through it. Do you, first of all, have any questions before I even say anything? So far? Okay. All right. So I have actually pared this down from what it was last year. So I kind of took some of what Dr. Watson had, and she had taught this class previously, and then rolled with that, and it just seemed like too much stuff. You may see me pare some of this down even as we go through if I think it's a little much, right? So we'll run through this, but all right. Couple of housekeeping things. I don't take late work unless you arrange it with me ahead of time and I find your reason to be plausible. Okay? So none of the, like, I waited till the last minute sort of thing. Because I won't buy that. I also don't buy tech products. All of your, everything is available to you now, so you can actually work ahead. So that's why I don't buy it, right? It's all posted. If you choose to wait till the last minute and you run into a tech problem, that's on you. Okay? Unless it is an actual Moodle problem that the university sends out and says, hey, here's a problem. Or you get it validated by tech services. But if you are going to, if you find that you're in an occasion where you need to talk to me about it first. As soon as you know that there's a problem, right? That problem could be that you have contracted coding. Anybody have a class yet where they've asked you to wear a mask? Okay. Oh, you didn't hand it to which class? It's what, mental health thing? Where?
My Spanish class,
Really? Okay.
and it's on third class and for 3 hours.
Well, here's what I will tell you. So most of us, first of all, I believe in science, right? could we have breakthrough transmission in this classroom? Absolutely, right? It's all depending on who you interact with outside of class. But you would likely have either an asymptomatic case or a mild case. I'm not as concerned about it as some other faculty, and some of them have their reasons, right? They have kids at home that are too young to be vaccinated. Others have immunocompromised family members, and they're just too concerned about maybe they don't become sick because they're vaccinated, but they can carry it home, right? And that must have been my email. And so that's why most of them are doing it. We will, as far as I'm concerned, we will remain maskless unless we are mandated with them on. Okay. So I will fight until the last dog is dead. It was bad for you. Try teaching the whole day long with one of those things on your face. It was not a very pleasant thing at all. Okay. I will explain a little bit of the way I do things with due dates is typical Bana weeks run from like Sunday, Monday to Sunday, right? That's what the calendar says for each week, right? So any work from that week, rather than having you turn it in on a weekend or something like that, I just give you until the next Monday morning at 9 o'clock. So that way, if you have a bunch of stuff that's due on a Sunday, you can kind of shelve that if you need to. But if you run out of time, it's still on you, right? But so like for this week, what is, let me see, I think Monday is the 6th next week. So anything for this week would be due, the week would end on Sunday the 5th, but your work isn't technically due until 9 a.m. on the 6th.
Is it all like online?
Yes.
Submitting it?
Yep. Everything will be online. I don't do paper at all because we have to keep those for like 5 years and I'm not having drawers full of stuff. So at least on Moodle, it's all memorialized and I don't have to worry about it, okay? So let me run through and make sure everything needs to be in APA. I do have a link in there to the Purdue OWL page for APA, which will give you any of those highlights. And as we go through the assignments, you'll kind of see why. We have to, 12:20. So what you're going to see is the basic way that I lay this out. I try to make this as crystal clear as possible. If you get confused by it, please let me know, okay? Is I have the week in here, and there may be date problems. If you run into any of that, just roll with it and then let me know. Tell you what chapters that we're covering, and they say assigned readings, which means you should really be reading this before you come to class. And at the end of the semester, on your course eval, when it says, did the instructor assign readings? Yes, I did. I had students last year who put like, well, sometimes, and I'm like, it literally says assigned readings. What more do you want, right? Over here, it'll tell you that your assignment's due by the 9th. I even put the correct date on there for you to try and make this as simple as possible. It'll tell you what you have to do each time, okay? You'll see it should match up against your Moodle. Yep, everything's in there. All right. Again, if you run into something where you think like, oh, that's strange, I don't know what's going on there. Okay, you will have 3 forums during the semester, which is half as many as they had last time. The way I run these is I will give you like directions for the forum, okay? And I'll show you on Google how this kind of works. You're going to write, I think it's a 250-word initial post. And for every initial post, you have to include an original reference, okay? So let me look at the first one here. So, hold on. I was in Moodle, now I'm out. Where are we at? There we go. Okay, so you can pull the first one here, and it'll tell you, hold on, shut up. This is gonna make me crazy. There are a number of fad diets to help you lose weight and some suggested supplements to cure COVID-19 out there that can be detrimental to your health. Your challenge for this discussion is to either find a fad diet or a miracle COVID dietary cure. Summarize your understanding about how the diet supplement are designed to improve your health, yada, 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 right? So your real reference here is something you pull on either the diet or the miracle cure. What's the miracle cure that people are buying like wild right now? Ivermectin.
And it's funny because I didn't know that until like a couple weeks ago, and where I work, we sell that, and it literally has a sign that says not for personal intake.
There's one place I saw on Twitter that they said that you have to have a picture of yourself with your horse to buy it. Because it's a horse dewormer, and like one tube is for like 1,000-pound horse to deworm them. And so you've got all these people who are saying, oh, I can't take the COVID vaccine because I don't know what's in it. Who will then buy a horse dewormer, right? So if you wrote about that, I am fine with that, okay? But you kind of work through it and then follow the rest of the directions, right? I think I have 200 words in here, but whatever. All right, then you do that the first week. Go ahead.
Do the, just going back to like the post that you have to, I already read it, sorry. But when you like reply to someone, do that
Should be
also have to be 200 words or is it?
No. Matter of fact, I have to edit this. This should be 250. And you'll find, here's the thing, when you go through and write these, more often than not, 250 isn't hard to write. And if you're writing about something like this, it'll be easy. What you have to do to your classmates is you write a 25-word post, I believe. Hang on, let me double check your syllabus here. Yeah, 25-word post. The only thing I ask you not to do in that is just go, yeah, good point. I really like that. Oh yeah, that was really smart. Find something creative to say for those. All right, these are kind of meant to be easy point giveaways. I do a lot of that stuff in class. I also do extra credit in class on purpose. It's kind of the way that I run things is a little more open. I'm more interested in whether you learn than whether you got it. I don't want to say a great grade because generally in my classes, unless you just don't submit things, I don't have people get less than 8 units, right? That's by design because I would rather you had a safety net so that if you make mistakes, rather than trying to come to me and go argue over a point or something, I'm like, you have extra credit. Don't worry about it, right? Especially if it's a point. I don't like getting all that stuff. And with these forums, what it is it gives me an opportunity to see how you guys write and whether you do the APA and stuff like that. So your first one is pretty much, unless you just don't follow the directions, a giveaway. Because then I can make corrections on it that I want to see you improve the next time. And then the next time, if you don't make those improvements, it works against your grade, right? That's the primary reason I put it in there is to kind of tune up your writing and see where you're at. All right. Back to this. Quizzes. You will have quizzes every single week, but you will do these on your own time. They are all online. There is no timer with them, so you don't even have to sit down and do them all at one time. You can like log out of it, log back into it or whatever, as long as you make sure that there are only 10 questions on it. You can use your book. You can use your resources. I do not care. Right? The whole point of taking a quiz or an exam is reinforcement. And what's the difference if I let you look in your book or if I give you a study guide that's really exact and leads you right to what you need to know? Right? But it also avoids if any of you have the occasion where you had something in a study guide, but you studied all the wrong stuff around it when it came to answering the question. Okay, this avoids that too. So that's how your quiz is for. Your exams, which right now you have 2. However, you might only have 1 because I'm in a bargain. Your exam will be from those quiz questions, and I will give you a full week to study for it ahead of time, where you can actually see your answer and the correct answer. Okay? We're not doing a good print out because we are going to take the exams in class. So at that point, you'll bring your laptop in or a tablet, and we're going to do it that way in class. I'm not dealing with paper. We're not going to do that, right? The only thing I'm going to ask from you at that point is you don't open any other windows, and you're going to look around. So while we're talking about that, let me mention a bit about academic honesty. One of that, I think you guys know, is you don't cheat in a class, okay? The other is plagiarism, and sometimes not everybody knows what that really means. We consider anything, and I do this too, so most of your bigger assignments will go through SafeAssign. SafeAssign, sorry, turn it in. SafeAssign's a pretty good thing. Turn it in, and your score should be 30% or below, right? That means that 30% of what you submit can be unoriginal, right? That's when you do things like you add quotes and add attribution. I would suggest you paraphrase more often. Then you can just avoid that completely, and that plays for all your classes. Because the shorter your assignment, the more likely you are to have a high score if you start quoting. And you should paraphrase anything you put in your own words. Most anything you can paraphrase. But you still need to provide an in-text citation because you're paraphrasing someone else's writing. Okay? Even even though you put in your work, it's the original thought was someone else's, right? Do not submit any of your work twice. So if you've submitted something in another class, when you go to submit it in this class, that would buy you a 0 in a conversation. Or anyone else's. So, and I will let you know that once that happens, and it's happened this year, actually. That somebody submitted a paper, 70% of the paper that was actually something submitted in a different class. I had at Purdue one time, somebody that submitted 100%, which I almost fell over. And so, then it gets documented, and then from there, you have the right to appeal that to the dean. If the dean says, no, I stand behind the decision, you then have the right to appeal it to the academic honesty board for consideration. I am on the academic honesty board, so if it happens in my class, everyone have my vote.
So why isn't you trying to work in, like, if you did already wrote something that could be used for 2 classes, why is it if you already wrote it yourself, why is it considered?
It was original in that class. Okay, so it's no longer in your original work, and so then you're gonna be submitting something. It doesn't mean you couldn't use part of it, but if I were you, I'd still paraphrase it. Because that's what you'll find.
Paraphrase yourself.
Except when you paraphrase yourself, unless you are published, you do not put your name in a citation. Just paraphrase what you have, because it has to be your original work, right? So, and don't get yourself into a position where you like cut and paste 30% of your own in a class, right? I would have a conversation with you, but you may have other people that referred it further than that. So don't just try to avoid. It's more often than not, I will talk to you about it. It'll hurt your grade, but I don't generally refer it any further. It would have to be really egregious for me to do. Because, believe me, there are faculty that do. So, and I'm not one of them. But I try to make it pretty clear that this is the way it's going to go. Okay, all right. Nutrient analysis. This is pretty straightforward. We'll cover a little bit more. Yes, ma'am, Mary.
So like if you see something that's like 31%.
If it's 31%, don't flip out necessarily. Especially if you're counting your references, because you will get your Turnitin score back when you submit an assignment. You have 3 times to submit it to get it right, okay? But if it comes back and you see that maybe you got 32, 33%, and you got a number of references there, don't worry about it, because when I see those things, I just unclick, check the references. I can't do that ahead of time, but I can afterward, and then I rerun it, and it's always fine, right? Because if you properly format your references, obviously those will look unoriginal because other people have done the same thing. Okay, so you don't have to worry about that. First week, this is what I want you guys to do, and we'll talk about this on Wednesday a little bit more. You're going to write down you keep it on a spreadsheet, you can write it down, do whatever you want. All your foods and beverages, including your serving size, consumed over the first week of class. So from here forward, write this stuff down for yourself, okay? Once you figure this out, you're going to conduct an analysis of your diet. Basically, what you're going to do is we're going to figure out kilocalories, which we'll talk about, right, this week. That's it. So you're going to look at the number of kilocalories and percentages that you're getting from fats, carbohydrates, and proteins. That's it, okay? But what I'm going to have you do that is after you've done it, you're going to analyze it against the dietary recommendations for Americans. Okay, so you'll have those couple of sources in there. I just basically want you to look at where are you at, what could you improve to come in line with dietary recommendations, and if yours is different for a reason, let's say you're in athletics or you are a bodybuilder and there's a reason that you alter your diet, put it in your paper for me, right? That's fine. I just want you thinking about this stuff while you're working through it. We will have a couple of classroom activities. I've kind of thrown those in as a TBA. One of them we do for sure as a group. You guys are already assigned groups. I don't know if you've seen that or not. I'm going to show you how to pull that up. Because your final, and we'll talk about this in a second. So if you go onto your Moodle and hit participants, if you go over here, you can select groups and then type and select. Should show you the group numbers, but let's see here. Hold on. I think for you guys, I did A's. I see more than you do, so. All right, and then you gotta apply the filters. Yours should tell you where you're at.
Like the letter.
Okay, good. Yours should, like that's group A right there. Kelsey, Haley, Marley, and Michaela. And I will tell you why in a second here. All right, article reviews, you'll do 2 of these. We'll get to it as we get closer to it. One will be from a peer reviewed journal and one will be from mass media. Something related to nutrition. Midterm final exam we just talked about. However, we're going to talk a little more about the final exam in a second for a reason. And then we have hot topics, which are kind of giveaway points. Hannah, what are hot topics? Absolutely correct.
I have no idea what she's
Yeah, I
You
can't.
Yeah, it's okay. All right. What Hannah said is you guys are going to find something that's relevant to class and healthcare in some capacity. That's like a current event. Do not go looking for. Sam was in my research methods class, and everybody went to peer-reviewed articles. Use whatever's out there right now. Come to class. You do not have to have anything written. You do not have to do a presentation in front of the class. All I ask you to do is from your seat, you're going to kind of lead us off with like, okay, I'll tell you who has a hot topic today. Don't make me open up the list, which I always end up opening up anyway. And then you'll lead us off. And this is after attendance. So you're basically going to have the same thing. You walk in, I say hello, we do attendance, you run the sheet around, then we go to hot topic so that I can do a couple of things. One, they're easy points. You come in, you do it, you get 25 points. Right? 2, it's a great way to start yakking in the class and getting to know each other. 3, it's interesting, and I can tell you that current events are going to affect the patients that you deal with. I don't care if you are a nurse, PA, PT, OT, you work in public health, or you work in any sports-related discipline. Every one of those is going to require that you talk to patients. Not only you talk to them about their nutrition, but that you can disabuse them of any notions they got from popular media, right? If someone comes to you and you start talking to them about the COVID vaccine and they say, I don't need it, I'm taking ivermectin. What do you do with that? By the way, those who have not had me, this is one of my favorite parts of the class. Am I wrong, Hannah? Yep, and then I'll keep, even once that person has finished up what they need to do, I will say, what else is going on? The whole point is like, let's talk about this. You guys need to pay attention, right? So don't think you can come in and just say, this is what I saw, and then sit there. No, you need to tell us, okay, what's interesting about it? Why is it related to nutrition? What do you do with it? And then we have a chance to banter a little bit, right? Part of the reason I like to do this too is if I say something to you, it's not that I'm trying to get after you, or I want you to think of this as a near real world experience where somebody might push back on you in the field. How are you going to respond to that? I mean, you're in a safe space here, right? So, but what are you going to do out in the field? We did a lot of that last year when it came to COVID vaccines and, vaccine hesitancy, and now you're seeing a lot of different media figures who are dying from the coronavirus who were anti-vaxxers because they didn't get the vax. Other people who didn't get vaccinated who said, I wish I had done that, who end up dead and leave behind their children. Dead much younger than I am. So, this has got the wrong thing in there. Well, you can ignore it anyway, yeah. So that is, let's talk about hot topics right now. What is happening in New Orleans? Hurricane Ida and all around New Orleans. How on earth is that related to nutrition?
You have to go to the store and get stuff early, but obviously everybody's going to the store, so the things that they might be going for, they might not have. So
Right,
they
the
might
only
have
thing
to
you
get
can still find on the store shelves is Dasani.
I saw that.
All right, Melissa and then Laura.
Oh, I was gonna say pretty much the same thing, like decreased resources so enough food.
Laura.
We ship a lot of our food from other places, so it can be hard for them to get like fruits, vegetables, or
Good, yeah, there were some barges that cut loose. Okay, what else happened as a result of the hurricane down there?
Loss of power.
Loss of power. Do you think New Orleans is a place with high income? Nope. What's gonna happen to that food?
It's going to go bad.
Yep. Yep. because it's gonna be days, weeks before they have power again, right? Now, so if you've already got people that are low income, you may also rely on, say, SNAP benefits and things like that. How do they replenish that food? How then does that affect their nutrition? Are you following what I'm saying? Right? So it's related. It's a climate emergency, but this is how it relates to nutrition. I did not even think about these things when I first moved here. Power went out 2 times, because I was living on Rock City Hill, 2 times in 3 weeks. Once for 7 hours and once for 13. And I was like, oh man, I got it. And my thinking is, I just don't want to go to the store and have to replace this stuff, right? I'll just go to the store. I didn't realize I had neighbors around me who couldn't afford to do it. They were talking about that, and they're like, oh, you don't have to worry about it. Well, no, I don't, right? But I still don't want to throw it away. I mean, I'm very funny about food waste, but all right, let's do another one. Like, this is all you have to do. You do not need to bring me an article. You do not have to get it approved by me ahead of time. You don't write anything. You don't present. You just sit at your chair, and this is what we do, and we all kind of chat about it, okay? And it's great freebie points. What about last week, the Supreme Court blocked the extension of the federal eviction moratorium? Well, now what? What happens to people's nutrition then? Think there are any choices they might have to make about how to spend money? Right? Now you've either got to try and catch up to rent. It's unfortunate. A lot of people that believe that for some reason that because of the eviction moratorium, like they were never going to owe the money, except that is not true, right? And so now they're finding out the hard way that yes, you should have made efforts to make payments on it, and they may be able to try to do that, but now you've taken money away from what you could have fed everybody with. Okay. And I think the last thing in here, oh yeah, by the way, I'm perfectly fine, as you can tell, with having electronic devices and phones in here. Just, don't abuse it. I can read your faces. We did academic honesty. Oh, the attendance policy. I'll get this first. You will get 2 pass days in this class. Pass days for me are freebie days for whatever you need. All right. But I would say, be very careful about how you do this, because if you use them to like go to a concert or go to an interview, or because you felt like sleeping in or whatever, it can affect you later, because every absence after that, unless it's clear through me, because it's excused, like you break your leg and you end up with OGH or whatever, you can track COVID. But other than that, it's a 5% deduction of your total credit. Okay. But you get 2 freebies. All you have to do with me is you shoot me an email when you do these, either 24 hours before or after, up to 20. You can do it 3 days ahead if you want, and just say, I'd like to use one of my pass days. I keep them all and I keep track of them. Okay. That's it. You do not have to tell me why. I don't care. I mean, I do care if you're having a fun time. I do, and I hate to say if you're not, but that's it. So you don't have to give me the, I woke up and I have 104 feet. No, you just say, I'm going to use my pass day.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be 24 hours in advance? You can do it?
No, because it can be afterward. Let's say you wake up and you're throwing up all morning, right? I'm not going to be mad. Just try and get it to me within the next day. Shoot it to me off your phone. It's fine, right? That's all you have to do. Did you guys all catch that? I know that this room has got weird acoustics. Okay, and your final project is going to be, we did this last semester, but we did it a little differently because of COVID. So we did more video and we had a lot of fun with it. Hannah did it. No. You did it in a program, right? You were in nutrition last year. Yeah. That's why I pointed you. I said, Hannah did it, but no, you didn't. None of you did. So last semester I had them they could do YouTube videos, pick things up, they could do TikTok. I did that with almost every class. I think that's what Hannah's referring to. And so I had some of them that really had fun with their final paper. Final project, you are going to select a health, either a disease process or a health issue, right? And a diet or dietary change that is meant to ameliorate some of the effects, right? Or have the potential to reduce, like in the case of a diabetic diet, maybe reduce hemoglobin A1C, celiac disease, right? Things like that. So you're going to write about it. I have the full instructions at home. And actually, it's on your, it should be on your Moodle. I've got written instructions for the paper piece of it. So what we're gonna do for your final presentation is we are having an all-campus cook-off. So you guys will all in your groups be looking for a recipe that's related to your either disease process or health outcome, right? And I have a Dropbox there. It's the same week as your midterm exam. And so you will not only tell me what your disease process or health issue is, you'll also tell me, attach the recipe, right? That's part of the diet. And it could be a dietary change, that's fine too, right? It could be, depending on the condition, it might be going to a meatless diet, let's say, or whatever. You know, that's fine. So you're gonna upload this to me so I can look through them. We are then, as a group, you guys are gonna figure out how you want to run the code. We'll talk more about this as it gets closer. This is the only time we're gonna talk about it. And we will then, you'll each have your own station, and there'll be a table between you in the Doyle conference rooms, the new Doyle conference rooms, where we will have food that's already cooked you can do before. And this is the catch. Tuesday evening before that, this is December 8th, so I picked a date that was late enough in the semester, we shouldn't have like a lot of sports conflicts or things like that, but you may have class stuff. So that evening, because we will spend an hour or an hour and a half doing this, because they have to be simple recipes, not very expensive, not very complicated, not very time consuming, and not very expensive, right? Because you will never move patients to new diets if it's expensive, hard to fix, any of that stuff. So we'll probably do more camp stoves, little easy ovenable stuff, or Instant Pot stuff, right? So we'll, on Tuesday night, here's the deal. In lieu of an actual final exam, that will suffice for your final exam, is if you all come in your groups. So I'll have to split you in half, because there's a full kitchen off the door conference room. Aramark is gonna be there as well. They're gonna come into class, like our last kind of sort of week of class. We talk about sanitation and food technologies. They're gonna come in and do a whole sanitation piece, talk about food technologies, and they're gonna be in there that evening. They will be pre-cutting some things for us, so I can avoid any issues with anybody getting injured. You know, like produce and chicken and things, so it'll be a little easier for you guys. So we're actually gonna pay them out of this to do it. And then the whole campus will be coming on the 8th, which will be during class time. And you guys you'll need to select one person to do the speaking. And you'll have one person probably cooking, and the one person, what I would have them doing is actually portioning. Because what we're gonna do is I'm gonna have 2 ounce hot cold portion cups. We're only gonna fill about half full, so that they're with tasting spoons, so they're just already ready for everybody. That's why we're doing it Tuesday night. All right, because we'll then be able to cool it, and then Wednesday morning, I'm gonna go over and go ahead and put it in the ovens. I worked in hospitality for 20 years, so I know what I'm doing. And then, when you guys get over, you're gonna make one recipe's worth of the dish live. The whole thing is going to be live streamed, primarily so that we can just put it up on the screen, but you can also, if you let your parents see it, you're welcome to send them the link. We're not gonna make that big of a live. Because it's meant to be something that's kind of fun. Everybody from campus can come, eat. It's during lunchtime anyway when we have class. Because I will eliminate the final exam, provided everyone makes it on Tuesday, and I'll split into groups. Because otherwise, the final exam will be one that I write, not for the quizzes. But you shouldn't be there that long. I am going to be there the whole night anyway. More cash. I would love to be able to bring pizzas in, but the only way I can do that on campus is if I buy them from Aramark. I'm already spending money out of the budget so that we can do this kind of a deal. I can tell you already, Dr. Zimmer, who is the acting president, is going to be one of the judges. And Rob DeFazio with Student Life. And I got one more to put in there, so they're going to be, and we haven't decided what the prizes are going to be because there's more to it than just your grade. Those of you that know me know pretty well, as long as you don't like stick your head in the food or spill it on somebody, that provided you do a halfway decent job, you should get all of the points. And it has, I believe, the highest point value of the entire stuff. It's also meant to reward you for doing that kind of work more than anything else. And then there will also be a people's choice. So I would invite your friends and have them vote for you. There will be a student from Jandoli that will be running the camera, right? And there'll be another one who's gonna play interview. So one of you that are doing the speaking, you're gonna talk about the dish you're making and why you're doing it, how these changes affect diet, blah, 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 blah. We'll talk more when we get a little closer to that. Because I also want you to include things about like diverse communities. A lot of our patients that we're gonna see, especially the sickest ones, and definitely anybody with PT, OT, generally, you're gonna find, they have some income issues where this is important that you make the dish the way you do. Okay? The only things I would caution you to avoid when you guys go look for these recipes is pork right now, because it's terrifically expensive, and a lot of beef. I kind of stick if you're gonna use a meat, so like chicken, turkey, you know, maybe some fish.
The price of chicken also went up like significantly.
Well, it went up, but it's a whole lot cheaper than the others. So, and it may change between now and December too. So, do not get excited. It's not 12:20. All right, go ahead, Melissa.
Does it have to be like something you find online, or can it be like this creation of your own recipe?
I would prefer it's something that's tested already. Plus, it'll give you guys information about already about calories and that sort of a thing. Is my preference. If you want to alter it for any reason, you just talk to me ahead of time because I may do some alterations of your recipes anyway. Simply because of the size product that Aramark is in to make sure that we are getting our money's worth and using it all. Okay, now you can go. See you Wednesday. How many of you guys have a late class tonight? I know some of you. Are you in internship? I know you are. Are you in internship too? You do? Okay. All right. Oh, you are too? See you then.
See you.
Bye, bye. Thank you. See ya. Thank you. Bye, guys.
See ya.
See ya. Bye. See you in a while. Bye. See you. See you. Remember to share my screen, which will. Yeah, don't do anything awful. Yeah, and after I met with the 3 independent study students, 2 of them ended up switching sections, so they were able to come to class, except we actually have a seat there and a seat there. Except that you're already pretty cramped. Because 2 of them don't have a conference, we were one. And they all, when I was gonna have them do something different for their final presentation, but when I said you guys were doing the cook-off, they were like, oh, we wanna do that, because it'll be fun. Because 2 of the 3 have had me before and have been involved in some of this stuff, so they know it'll be fun. Who still needs a nutrition book or something? Okay, when are you expecting to see your nutrition book? Where'd you order it from?
I won't lie to you, I did not order it yet.
Okay, they're in the bookstore too,
Yeah, but I was,
and they're rentable, I believe.
yeah. I think I'm gonna get it on Amazon, so it should come quickly.
Who else?
I just haven't ordered it yet.
Okay, you guys need it for your quiz.
I'm gonna get it today.
Well, no, because I found already actually have to use the library now.
Alright. You guys are killing me. You got yours, good. Now, I have 1 copy of the book. So I can either put it in the library reserve, or you guys can maybe share, so you can get your quiz done. If you can use it, if I put it in library reserves, you can use it for 2 hours, which is plenty of time to do your quiz, but you have to use it in the library. If I have to go to the library. I just did that for biostats yesterday. Okay, what questions do you have already about your syllabus, anything we discussed the other day, we kind of, went over. One thing I neglected actually to mention to you is when you take your quizzes, although I think I have most of the bugs worked out from last year when I put the quizzes together. Thank you.
was he texting me?
All right, Mark. No. Olivia Moon.
Yep.
Okay, I knew you were in the neighborhood there. Is when you take the quiz, let's say that you answer the quiz and you're like, but I think the answer that the quiz says is right is wrong, right? If your answer is right, here's how you need to handle that. You can review your quiz at the end. Take a screenshot of the question, okay? Can you hear me all right? Okay. Take a screenshot of the question and then give me a page number in your book where you believe you found the correct answer and the quiz is wrong, okay? And give me your explanation as to why. The reason I have you do a screenshot is that every time one of you takes the quiz, all the questions and their answers shuffle. So you can't just email me and say, for question 7, I answered A and the quiz said it's B, but I think it's A because I'm gonna go like, I don't know, I'm not looking your quiz up. You want the point? Do the extra work. It's just do a quick screenshot. You can send it to me because your question 7, Morgan, might be a little bit different than Michaela's question 7, right? Well, and your answers will be in a different order too. So that's not very helpful. Okay. Plus, I want to know, aside from, well, I think it's right, or and if while the quiz is open, if you ask me to explain something to you about why your answer is wrong, I probably will not, because then I'm giving you'll have seen the right answer, but I don't want you giving it away to anybody else. I let you guys use your books anyway, and that's the whole reason why I have them questions shuffled. I don't want this to be a case where everybody just goes, well, this is a blow off. I don't have to look at the book. I can just work with one of my friends. Because you won't have the same. And that doesn't tell me you can't work together to figure out an answer. But I'm not going to kill you over that as long. But in the end, you still have to be the one that takes exams, which are from your quiz questions. When you get to the short answer questions, do not copy your book. I want you to put it in your own words for 2 reasons. 1, that demonstrates to me that you have an understanding of what the concepts are. 2, when you go to take the exam, you will have those same short answers, and unless you somehow magically memorize exactly the book and language, you need to use your own verbiage anyway, right? Okay, so we did attendance, so you guys can get accustomed to this. And everybody's here. All right, so what's going on in the world? This is when you would do hot topics time normally, right? All right, so let's look at this. Here is your schedule. It starts next Monday. Next Monday, Amber is first up. Okay. So you need to bring something that's going on and try to find a way to relate it to nutrition. And if you can't, that's okay too. Especially if it's like some COVID thing, because that's hot. I mean, we need to know what's happening. And maybe I'll help find a way to relate it to nutrition. But still bring it with you. You guys are going to lead off the class. So, what I have in my phone, I put a couple things in my phone. All right. Louisiana hurricane that we talked about the other day. I thought of this after we got done with class. Not only do you not have any refrigeration anywhere, so that's the thing. You can't start shipping food back to grocery stores right now because the entire electrical grid is a disaster, right? Well, because I get a CSA share every week from Catskill Farms. Even when you're looking at farms, all of that product was just destroyed by those heavy winds. Because it was, they were saying, the strongest hurricane because it remained a hurricane over land, when normally hurricanes, once they make landfall, quickly become a tropical depression. So they don't have those heavy winds. This one remained a Cat 3 for hours and just kind of hung overhead, right? Plus you had 20 inches of rain. And right now, their emergency chief is telling folks from Louisiana, a very poor state, that they really should be traveling out of state to find a place to live for at least a month, because they are going to have no electricity. Like, right? Wildfires, yeah, go ahead.
So I have like my neighbor's son lives in Louisiana, and they just got powered for a little bit yesterday. So like, they are like restoring it, but it's not very fast.
Yeah, there was something they were going to try
They
and
live in
makeshift
Baton
it.
Rouge, though.
Well, Baton Rouge got hit pretty
Yeah.
well too. But they were saying in New Orleans they were looking to kind of makeshift these power lines to have some kind of electricity. Right now they're using buses and that they keep leaving, they just are letting them run. So there's some air conditioning because it's ungodly hot down there. Melissa.
I saw like a tweet that said that the Hurricane Ida made the Mississippi River flow backwards.
No
It
kidding.
stopped it and then they flowed back.
It was so strong. Wow. That's something. Any of you guys been to Louisiana? Who is hot most of the year? And it's got ungodly humidity. So when you go to New Orleans, you know, it sounds like a great time, but it is hot. So I can only imagine how hot it is right now, right? It's really hot here in a place that's normally cool, like today. Wildfires in California. Does California produce any food that all of us eat? You like avocados, citrus fruit, right? Grapes. I mean, all that's in California. Then you also have another health issue with wildfires. What is a byproduct of a fire that you can visibly see in the
Smoke.
smoke? Right. And ash. So what happens to that ash?
Falls to the ground.
Falls to the ground, right? So you can also change the composition of the ground soil. We talked about this in nutrition actually last year as well. And it can cause respiratory illness at a time when we have COVID rates, right? California is a heavily vaccinated state actually, as is New York. But the same things that you find in California, you would find in New York. The areas that are unvaccinated tend to be more rural, which is where a lot of these wildfires are happening, right? So you're adding that element to it. Same with Louisiana. Now you have folks without homes and they're relying on shelters or buses with other people at a time when their COVID cases are out of control. Georgia is too. I lived in Atlanta for a long time, so I was the front page of the AJC, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, says, get vaccinated, save lives. For them to put that on top of everything else is a huge surprise. But they're at 95% capacity in their ICUs. Right? This is all you need to do with this assignment. And you are going to find it if you just sort of pay attention. You don't get too crazy. You can follow things on social media, local papers, stuff from home. You can tell me about something's happening at home. That's fine. More than likely, if it's happening in your home, it's happening somewhere else, right? We had last year, Hannah, what was it last year with the water? Fredonia.
The water system was really coming out as clear because it was really dirty.
And it was on like a boil water for a little long time. See, that's the kind of stuff that you guys can bring, because that was local, right, for folks from Fredonia, but it has larger impacts on folks. So that's all you really need to do with that. Kabish? Okay. So we don't start till Monday, but be prepared because that'll come right after attendance. Okay, I gotta remember to share the screen today. Let's get rolling. Give me a hot minute to share my screen. There we go. So how is the first couple of days going? Yeah? I don't know about you, I'm kind of worn out already. Out of practice. I was like, gee, it's only Wednesday today. All right. Okay, so nutrition, talk about the amount of foods that we eat, the types of foods that we eat, which components in our foods are helpful or harmful, whether they can improve our health, reduce our risk of disease, or increase longevity. Any of you guys eat like Knorr side dishes, like those like dry packet that you can get at the store? Oh, come on, I'm sure you all have. I have too. You know, the dry like Knorr pasta sides or rice sides. You know, like in a package and you know, I mean, you're like, what? What are those magical things? Right? Can you tell me what's in those? Can you pronounce some of the stuff that's in those? Do you think that means it's good for you? No, right. So we learn things along the way. So what you eat can absolutely have a detrimental effect on your chance of disease. What should, for example, diabetics avoid? Sugar, good, right? Which is a carb. And that's why you avoid other carbs. Okay? So if you're eating a lot of noodles or rice or pasta or breads, sugary candy, cookies, these are all things that I love, and all things that I'm not supposed to eat. I am diabetic. So you gotta make these changes, but I did not know that I was diabetic. That's the catch until 2019. Okay.
I watched like this documentary about it was saying that like people in Italy how like their lifestyle, like they make pasta and like they like live the longest, and the person who has lived the longest, like they interviewed her and she said that like she mostly eats pasta.
That's true. Good for her. Which means that, obviously she's not diabetic. Bless her heart.
But then we say like carbs, like an excessive amount of carbs is not good.
Not at all. Especially sugar. Because that hits your blood sugar much faster, right? And what you'll learn, we'll actually talk about diabetics. Hold on. Just making sure we only had one chapter done. We will absolutely talk about diabetics at one point where we'll discuss high glycemic foods and low glycemic foods, right? Low glycemic foods simply means that it's gonna take longer for them to increase your glucose levels. And high glycemic foods are gonna spike your glucose levels, right? So there is something to that with what you eat. But first, you have to know that it's even an issue, okay? All right, so why do people eat the way that they do? You have certain personal preferences, right? Because you want to eat it, right? Man, why don't you guys eat what you eat? What'd you have for breakfast today?
Yogurt.
Okay, plain?
Yes.
You ate plain yogurt?
Yeah, like it's disgusting. It's like vegan yogurt with 2 grams of sugar, and I just put cinnamon in it, and I hate it.
So why do you eat it?
Because if I eat regular yogurt, I will feel really sick.
Oh, okay. What are the breakfasts you eat this morning? Oatmeal? Why do you eat oatmeal? Okay, you like oatmeal, right? You enjoy it. Okay. Morning. Eggs with hot sauce. Good choice. What'd you have? Matthew.
Cereal bar.
Okay. Melissa. Okay. Is there a reason you ate what you ate? Okay. What'd you have, Wade?
I haven't eaten that.
You haven't eaten yet?
Yeah,
That is also not good for you.
so I do fasting now.
Okay. Brett, what'd you have? Okay. Okay. How many calories were in your smoothie this morning? Is there a reason that you were eating? You wanted to eat
Yeah, I
that?
try to eat a little more usually after practice.
Okay. So you have a reason why you're doing it?
Yeah.
Okay. Sam.
I had eggs and French toast.
Eggs and French toast. Olivia Moon.
Scrambled eggs and hash browns. Like,
Scrambled eggs and hash browns. That actually sounds good.
it was.
It does. It sounds delicious. All right. Let's see, this morning I had 2 eggs, 2 slices of whole wheat toast, and 3 slices of turkey. I hate turkey. I would much rather eat the real deal because I should, and that is almost exclusively the only carbs that I will have today are those 2 slices of toast because I'm diabetic, right? And I need more protein in my diet because you don't feel quite as satiated without the carbs. And I felt that the last couple of days because it burns more energy to be in the classroom and talk all day too. And then like by afternoon, I'm like, I am starving at this feasible. You know, I do have, however, an emergency stash of chocolate candy in my office right above, but it's in a locked door, so I have to go one extra step to get it out, so that I won't do it. Right? You don't want to do that. Nourishment. So that's how we eat. I'll tell you. And sometimes, do you guys ever eat anything that's like a comfort food for you, or avoid something because you absolutely hate it, it makes you sick, whatever, right? What do you avoid? You avoid red meat. I don't eat red meat either. I don't like the smell. What do the rest of you guys avoid? Donuts? Okay. I avoid carrots if I can. I just, I should say I avoid raw carrots. I don't mind cooked carrots, but only
I'm the
cooked carrots in like
opposite.
soup, you know?
Actually, I like that way, so.
Oh, do you? Okay. Do you guys ever eat anything that reminds you of being a kid?
Mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese? My mom was an awful cook. Right? Terrible. Like to the point that you go to sit at dinner, and I can still remember this today. She knows now. She knows she's a terrible cook. Because I looked at dinner one night and I was like, what am I supposed to do with this? Right? She was just cutting the black off. So as a result, and it was funny because my grandmother, my aunts, and everybody cooks. My mother was just terrible because she didn't like to do. And so I made a point of, and I spent a couple decades working in food, but I made a point of being able to cook so that I can enjoy it. But the only time we ever found that there was any real enjoyment is if my mom bought something that was a boxed product and followed, because she'll follow the directions literally, right? So she would get this Chef Boyardee spaghetti box. And the only reason I enjoyed it was one, it had flavor, because my mom thinks exotic spices are like salt and pepper. And then she would follow the directions for al dente pasta, so it actually tasted good. It wasn't this hammered stuff like the other she. And it's weird, and of course you can't find it. You know, now I look at the store because I seriously would make it, even though I make sauces from scratch. But no, but I would still eat it. That is about it. It's that, and yeah, from my childhood, yes. But there are things that remind me of Atlanta. And when I worked in food service, I love soul food. It reminds me of that whole time because I have a lot of good friends there. All of which is terrible for you. Sometimes you eat something for texture, taste, and smell, right? That's why people love fried chicken or burgers or donuts, right? Because most of what they're doing with the taste is you've got sugar, salts, and fats. It's all the things that attract you to eat more food. You're going to find in processed foods in this country that that's one of the selling points of some of those cheaper foods that are calorie dense. You see like the dollar store, right? Certain tastes that you really enjoy. Anybody like sweets? Right on, right? How about salt? I love salt. I think it's awesome. Yeah. That doesn't bother me. And sweets, I'm not supposed to have. As a result of my diabetes, and this is something we'll get into when we talk about electrolytes too. When you hear that diabetics, some of the symptoms are that diabetics have a thirst right off. It's generally your body's reaction to excess glucose, and your body's trying to return you to homeostasis by having you swallow more liquid so that you will actually urinate that excess glucose out rather than having it overload your system. So as a result, you're also flushing electrolytes out, particularly sodium and potassium. So those are two things that I have to watch regularly, and I take supplements for too. So I don't ever have to worry about salt food. I can have as much salt food as I want to have, right? Emotional influences. Anybody an emotional eater? Or I should say, an emotional non-eater. Do you get yourself mad enough sometimes where you aren't hungry because you're on this adrenaline rush? Yeah. Like stress.
Like upset, I like don't.
Yeah. And then for other people, that might be more comforting to actually eat. You know, to give yourself a sense of comfort, right? Same with stress. So all that stuff is relatively normal. We also eat with when it comes to food ads. What is the difference between oh, I should probably say this to you once you know the relatively travel, but you would not see the kind of food ads like we have on television if you were in another country. Right? So let me see, what are some of the ones? Because we get kind of inundated on television locally with like Applebee's ads because it's, you know, right down the street. Well, what do you see when you see an Applebee's ad? You see food, right? Help me out here. Does it look like a go ahead.
I was just like, you know, with my family or friends, we just sitting down there and stuff, but really food with and stuff like that.
Uh-huh. Okay, Andrew, and does it look like a normal amount of food that you would eat for two people? Generally not, right? They're usually huge portion sizes. So what happens when you normalize huge portions? People think that's normal, and they continue to eat huge portions. One of the best ways to lose weight is to change the size of your plate, right? And to change your mind. So do any of you guys, because you guys eat mostly at the table, right? But let's say at home, or somewhere on campus. Do you use circular plates or do you use square plates? Like, you know, the kind of the circular? Are they large circular plates or are they relative? Do they have a rim on them?
Yes.
Okay. That's a great way to control your portions, right? So if you fill over the rim, you run the chance of having it all over your table, or if you're eating in your lap, like I like to do, it's all over your, you know, your pants and your chair. Well, it is a huge difference because I have both circular plates with a rim, and then I have bigger square plates. And you can fit a whole lot more food on those square plates, right? Now, and I can pack that food away and burn it right back off. Well, for now. That has something to do with it too. We also sell plates in those sizes routinely, right? So people buy them, they look nice, they fit in the cabinets well, but you can also just load that up with food, right? We're also a country that encourages second helpings, right? Buffets and holiday eating, right? Like Thanksgiving, yeah. Where you just like, holy moly, you know? And then make yourself sick for days eating food, and a lot of times people will keep that food too long because there was so much of it, and you run a chance of foodborne illness. But more often than not, when you look at food ads, they're encouraging you to not only eat more, but to eat poorly. How often do you see an ad for fresh produce? Right.
Unless you're really looking.
Yeah, unless you're looking for it, or if you're using social media, and then later you go to YouTube or Google, those might be the ads that populate on for you because you were looking for something, right? That's why I'm telling you, when you start looking around for things for Hot Topics, you're going to find that you'll suddenly get a lot. If you do a couple of simple Google searches, next thing you know, you're going to be getting news about that. You're going to be getting ads about that. Well, same thing if you're looking for something kind of fattening. Are there any Popeyes where you guys live? Okay, there was where I'm from. Are there any in the state? I have no idea if there's one around here. Oh, go all over the Buffalo. So, like when and I have no idea how many calories. Actually, one of you with a laptop open, how many calories are in the Popeyes chicken sandwich?
Hold on.
What you saw for a while, this social media fight between Wendy's, go ahead.
690.
690, 690. And they are so good. But there was like a Twitter rivalry between Wendy's about their chicken sandwich and Popeyes, and that's when everybody started going to eat the Popeyes chicken sandwich, and they ran out like last year. Was that what it was? But it was some kind of chicken thing, right? Well, but you had everybody going to try Popeyes chicken, and then they ran out for a while, for months. Right? That is a really heavy sandwich. And after you eat one, I'm telling you, you kind of want to go for two. Right? But those are heavy, fatty things. You saw that up a little bit, but
No, but I can pull it real quick.
how many grams of fat is that?
42.
42 grams of fat, right? So this is what you'll be doing when you guys do your nutrient analysis, is you'll look at that and go, okay, 42 grams of fat is 9 kilocalories. This is what we're gonna do, is figure out kilocalories in your nutrient analysis, which is in chapter 2, and that's why you don't have this due until the 13th. So we can go through and do that calculation in chapter 2. Food and diet trends, what's hot right now? Okay, that's mostly meat, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is having a mostly meat diet necessarily good for you?
Doesn't it cause a lot of like heart?
I would assume that you probably have a cholesterol that accompanies that. That's what, yeah, it's ketoacidosis,
Yeah.
is what that can lead to. What else is kind of a dietary trend? Yeah.
On the carnivore diet, like kind of like keto, but it's all it's just meat and no raw. I don't know if that's like.
Yeah, a lot of
I
people
know
do
that's
it.
really worked out pretty well for them.
But you've heard of it, but you haven't done it. Okay, good.
I've done something similar to keto.
Alright. Intermittent fasting,
That's what I'm doing
is it?
right now.
How do you feel?
It's just helped me lose weight.
But when you're fasting, don't you just feel exhausted?
A little bit. It's
Uh,
not terrible.
Yeah. It took me a while, I will tell you, when I had to restrict all my carbs for my body to adjust to all that sugar restriction. Because it was nothing for me. The coffee with full sugar, eat plenty of cookies, which I still love, and ice cream. Because I never worried about it. I was like, oh, it'll burn right off, Well, but I was feeling all that sugar up there. I got to the point when I finally had my A1C tested, that I was diabetes is like an A1C of 7 or above. Right? I was at a 9.3, and if you get to 10, you are a medical emergency, like flashing red light. I was seeing double because of that. This is when we were testing me to find out if in fact I was at that. But diet trends. What's a hot food item? A food trend.
Like avocado toast.
Okay. Yeah,
Air
so
fryer.
there's a lot of fat into that. Well, that's good because that's eating healthier than if you want to make a transition. No. I'm saying that fits in with this. We're not looking for all bad. There's good in it too, but that's good.
You know, like keto, the thing everybody was like making like cheese waffles and like cheese pizza crust. Using cheese.
So they were using cheese and they had waffles.
No, like you put cheese in like a waffle jar and make like a cheese waffle. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, let's talk about the two things that we're going to focus on with our patients, right, or community members, or athletes that you have in the program. Social factors, right? Often when we refer to social factors, as they're putting it in here, are social determinants of health. You guys heard that? Health disparities. All right. Social determinants of health are things like whether you have access to clean drinking water. You have grocery stores, full service grocery stores with where meats and proteins, right? Whether or not you have adequate education nearby you or adequate infrastructure, right? Or have substandard housing. All these things can affect your health long term, right? Well, a lot of people eat the way they do based on their ability to, let's say, pay for food, right? So if you have someone who I mean, this last year has been a little better for food insecurity simply because there are enhanced unemployment benefits and enhanced SNAP benefits, right? But often, SNAP benefits, for example, are based on income. They're all means tested. So if your income increases, let's say you have a single mother, a couple of children, she gets a job, right? Well, now with that job, and we want to encourage somebody to get a job. Now you've got childcare expense, and as soon as your income grows, her SNAP benefit allotment declines. So now you've got to be able to also make up that amount, right? That can affect the choices you make in your food. You want to be able to feed everybody, including yourself, so you're satiated, and that's how you end up with mac and cheese, chicken mac and cheese, ramen noodles, stuff like that, right? You may also be visit a local food pantry. Food pantries run with a couple of different types of donations. Well, I'm trying to keep my voice up enough for that mess. You either get monetary donations, and then the folks who run the food pantry usually have a deal for kind of day-old stuff, you know, from grocery stores. You get donations from grocery stores, or you get donations from the local public for non-perishable goods, right? Well, then you're at the mercy of whatever is donated to you and whatever you can afford to spend for the food pantry. So then the folks who already are on a pretty tight feeding budget, they're going to eat whatever you give to them. So if we're looking at a lot of processed or fatty foods, but you feel satiated and your kids aren't starving before they go to bed, my goodness, you know, what else are you going to do? If you guys happen to see the commercial that's the mother who comes home from work and all she can make is like broth for her kids. You know, and it's meant to get you, and it does, because I'm like, oh my God, because she's trying to do the right thing. And they're saying, this is the face of hunger, right? Which is very true. The face of hunger isn't what you think it is. There's a lot more hunger on college campuses too, right? Because of the expense, because a lot of states in particular will not allow college students to qualify for SNAP benefits. I'm not sure about New York, but I can tell you Indiana does, where I'm from. And so we had when I was in Purdue, we had a food pantry for 12 or 15 years. It was started by one of the faculty members, and it's still going today on both their campuses. You know, because we saw a need for this with the folks that we had there. Knowledge of health and nutrition that drive your choices. Who are generally the healthiest people? Do you think they're folks with more education or less? More, right? Why do you think that's the case? And this means folks outside of our programs. I'm not talking about health science and public health. It applies across the board. The more educated you are, the longer you live, the better health care is.
Because they're able to like pay attention to those kinds of things and like pay for like, the things that they are like passionate in. So stuff they're able to because likely have higher education than others.
And yes,
They can afford it because they have that higher education, so they're able to get a better job, which is able to.
you do have higher lifetime earnings. That is a fact. With a bachelor's degree alone, you have higher lifetime earnings, and then it grows from there. The other thing is, you have learned how to use your critical thinking skills. You should have by the time you finish at least your bachelor's degree to say, is this good for me or not, right? So it's a different kind of way of thinking. So you're going to question more things, and you should, really, right? Plus, it's going to be easier for you to understand if you have a doctor talk to you about a health condition, particularly you guys, that you're going to be able to follow along. You have A&P, you have maybe organic chem, so you're going to have an idea of what your doctor's talking about. So you can feel comfortable. It happens to me all the time when I go to the doctor. I tell them, you know, you can still simplify it, but here's what I know. Here's how educated I am. You know, you don't have to talk to me like I'm 4, because I can follow you for a long way. And then if I don't understand you, I will absolutely tell you I don't understand. You know, we break that down. They kind of save them sometimes too. Yeah. Environmental influence. Has this whole COVID experience been economically beneficial to the average person? Not at all. It has been an absolute joke, right? That, just like we were talking about, has lots to do with it. Food availability. Would you say that there is broad food availability in the city of Olean, New York? Nope. I would say no.
And then like another big thing that was happening was like a lot of people that were collecting unemployment, like they didn't want to go back to work, so there was like a shortage of a lot of items and food items, especially because there was no one to like bring them into anywhere. No one was working in the factories.
Nobody was what?
Nobody like wanted to work, like bringing like transporting items like from one place to another because they were collecting unemployment.
Well, I know there were a lot of people that were realized that if they held out, they could earn higher wages. And that's why you're starting to see $15 at Tim Hortons, $15 at McDonald's, right? 18 something to do overnight stock at Walmart. So that makes sense because long term, would you want to make $7.25 an hour or $18.50 an hour, right? The other thing with food availability is, and this was actually in my notes for today as one of the hot topics, is I just saw the other day that these pandemic shortages may be here to stay for a while. Why is that?
We're consuming more than we can like process, like grow and process.
True. Okay. Yeah. Especially with people staying home more because it's different processing for a restaurant than it is for what's it?
Number one, people are they're dying, so we have less people that are like kind of I guess help.
They're not just dying. That's part of it. They're also in the hospital. We're at the higher hospitalization right now than we were last winter during the surge. Now, granted, it's in certain pockets of the country or worse than others. They happen to be pockets of the country that are involved in food production, that have meat plants, right? So we may see more of this. So that's where that's going to be a food availability issue and an economic issue because one, there's just not enough of it to go around right now, right? Two, it's going to be higher price as a result. It's also a shortage of truck drivers to transport things across country, right? I mean, it was crazy. Many of you been in the dollar store in Allegheny? Well, they remodeled it, right? And I went in there the other day just to find a couple of things, and like they had nothing on the shelves. I'm like, are you kidding me? You know, comparatively. They're like, oh, we're waiting on deliveries, yada, 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 because they did remodel the store, but it still seemed like it was kind of light. A lot of times, if you go to the Walmart here, you'll also see that they are out of tons of items. You know, and a lot of that is based on availability, right? Cultural influences as to the way that you eat. Who do you think eats a more healthy diet? Urban dwellers or rural residents? Do you know? Why do you say that?
Because they are more likely to eat, so like if they live on a farm, they're more likely to eat what they produce, which they know what's going into.
Rural doesn't mean you own a farm, though.
But like if they do, they know what's going into their products or like their animals. So
If you have a farm.
yes, if you have a farm, but I feel like if you live in a rural area and don't live on a farm, you're more likely to go to like little stands that are like on the side of the road where there's people who are selling like what they grow and stuff.
Haley, you go ahead.
But then you're also living in a rural area. And a lot of times the farms in a rural area are a lot more expensive than if you were to go to Tops to buy chicken compared to $30 chicken you buy.
And a lot of the farms actually are owned by Big Ag that are in these rural areas. That's what happened to the area I'm from.
Or they have a contract.
I'd say the urban areas better because you have more access to healthy foods. And then rural areas, I feel like they'd be more subject to being food deserts.
That's the key in those areas is because you're also not talking about farming all year long, right? In a rural area, you are more likely to see that there are populated by like dollar stores or a real discount supermarket vendor because there just aren't enough people around to support a larger store, right? Now you can find that in urban areas too, where you may have to travel across town. I've got a whole thing on Washington D.C. with this lady who had retired from a school, and she had to go all over D.C. when she got SNAP benefits and use coupons, you know, riding a bus just to be able to make her food money stretch, but still to eat decently, right? But you can also be in a rural area and not have the ability to get to a full service grocery store because it might be a 30-minute drive and you don't have you either don't have transportation or don't have reliable enough transportation to do this a lot. I know in this area, and this was new to me, is there are a lot of lower income folks in town that just have no vehicles too. So then you basically have to purchase whatever's within walking distance, right? So I live on West Henley and I see it all the time. I see folks who are coming from some other neighborhood. What? Without there. And I see people all the time pushing a grocery cart like down the street because they obviously don't have transportation, right? Cabs are kind of non-existent. All of that stuff fits into it. All right. So, oh, by the way, and I missed something I just said, don't be packing all your stuff up and making a big noise a few minutes before we leave. But if we get to 12:20 and I'm still running my mouth, it's okay to go like this. I don't be mad about that. Because I try to make sure you guys do get out on time. I don't want to keep that. And sometimes this class last semester it was an hour and 15 minutes. So I'm calibrating more to that time frame, so it's going to take me a minute to do this. We'll cover this in more detail Friday, but the basics of the social ecological model is that your behaviors are influenced by everything around you, which sort of makes sense, right? All the things we were talking about, what kind of food service is available, things about your age, socioeconomic status, disability, belief systems, and this can come even from your own family, the way that they think about food, right? Like old school, like we get together for a family reunion with my mom's side, because they're like old farm school, and they make these really wonderful, very fatty foods that are fantastic at a family reunion, but the kind of thing you would never eat like regularly. And the systems around you when it comes to, like I was just using the example of SNAP benefits. Like if you start working and earning money, you see your food allotment get shrunk, you start to shrink, right? That's a governmental thing, which is not beneficial to you in the end. But now you've got to make choices that are even worse for your health, right? Do you guys know, can you buy candy with an EBT card with food stamps?
No.
Yes,
Okay.
you can. How about soda? You sure can. Potato chips. Yep. Cookies. Yep. All of those things. Do you have any idea why you can buy those? They are cheap. This was a lobbying effort by corn farmers because they wanted to be able to do a few things, and potato farmers. They wanted to be able to do two things: use a product that has potatoes in it to help supplement their own incomes, and produce the high fructose corn syrup, bless you, that used to be in a lot of sodas and candies, right? And you can still find it in some of this stuff, especially low rap. So that is also working against folks. So what we're saying is, if you're at an income level where you can be awarded SNAP benefits, we're going to make sure that you eat very poorly. Does that make sense as a country? We're done. I'll see you Friday.
I wanted to mention that that's part of my mom's job is like, figuring out like if people like kind of.
Oh, was it?
It is, yes.
Well, mention it on Friday because we're going to still pick up right at that slide. We're going to talk about that a little bit more. But I want to keep you guys in 50 minutes because you got to have it.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So about my email. So you were saying.
That we're going to talk about it in class today so that we can understand.
Well, no, I understand it. So like I know, like I got 99 kilocalories, but then you said it was asking for in calories. You said you would divide, but you said.
Well, no, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. You also wouldn't multiply because the calorie they're using is a food calorie, which is the equivalent measure of energy that you can.
So it's the same thing.
And that's what we're going to talk about tonight.
But
There's a big C calorie Even though kilocalories is 1,000 calories,
Yeah.
that's a small seed calorie. So I'm gonna explain in class. A big seed calorie, a food
Because
calorie,
I
and a
saw that, so I
kilocalorie.
saw both of them, I thought it could be like either, but it wasn't like clear.
And your book will tell you, because did you use my copy?
Yeah.
Okay. Your book actually tells you that they'll use kilocalorie and calorie interchangeably, and they mean food calorie. But I don't have my book, so I couldn't find you a page number. So, but
Because I
it's,
found both pages where it said both things.
they use it interchangeably, and that's part of today's discussion.
Yeah.
anyway.
Okay.
Okay, all right. I guess it's showtime. Let me, hang on. Am I recording? I am recording. Okay. All right. Amber. Yes, no. Okay, no. Sam is here, Andrew Campbell. Gotcha. See, I'm sorry, I'm getting there. Brooke, got you. Claire is out for a Lexi. Yes, good. Lexi, Brett is up there. Mary, I just talked to. Laura's up there. Morgan is here. Elizabeth is here. Jess is here. Andrew Percy is here. Matthew Hickory is here. Michaela is here. Wakey's here. Anna is here. Tatum. Okay, thank you. I told you it's gonna take, it takes me a week or two. Does it not, Hannah? Takes me a minute to get you, but then I get you. Olivia Moon. Yes. Morley. I said Marley. I just said it weirdly, Morley.
Yeah.
All right. Haley Smith is out. Haley Strang is here. Abby, reset. Thank you. And you're right next to Kelsey. So good. Olivia Whitaker. Daniel. And Melissa's here. Allie's here. Yes. Allie. Yes. Jake is here. Okay. Have any of you guys besides Mary started your quiz? Okay. Good, because I'm going to cover something that might confuse you on a quiz question with Mary, and you'll see why in a minute. Okay. As you can see, I am not requiring you guys still to wear masks. Even though I'm going to stand here and do the university line that it's strongly recommended. So please, if you feel like you would like to do that, please do. I'm not going to do it. I told you the very first day that unless it's actually mandated by the university, I am not doing it. So, because it runs counter to the data. We used that day. I already had marked in my, I already had bookmarked a study from Duke. Duke has a 98% vaccination rate on the first week of classes. 304 undergraduate students, 45 grad students, and 15 faculty tested positive for COVID. Duke flipped out, locked the whole place down, right? Of those over 400 cases, 0 had a severe infection, 0 were hospitalized, 0 died. The lion's share of them were asymptomatic, and the ones that were symptomatic had mild cold or flu-like symptoms, which would suggest what to you. There.
The vaccine reduces symptoms regardless.
Right, the vaccines are working as intended. Right, my mom texted me last night. My sister and brother-in-law have both contracted COVID and are both vaccinated. And she said they thought it was just a sinus infection or whatever. And then finally went to the doctor, and then he tested her for COVID. And I said, well, if the worst symptom she's feeling is something like a sinus infection, she's doing all right. Because it's my older sister, so she's considerably older. And I said, they'll be fine, right? So our data also isn't very revealing. I get it. The university wants to do the right thing. How many of you have heard about what's happening with Amherst College?
That's in Massachusetts.
I have no idea if it's Massachusetts or not. I think it's New York, but they aren't even letting students leave campus. Nothing. I agree.
Yeah, like it can't go on for, like this is gonna be endemic like the flu.
Yes,
We're
it
gonna
is.
get shots and like it just can't
You
We
cannot
can't continue to live like that.
No,
Because
agree.
how long are we gonna do it? The rest of our lives, because that's how long COVID is gonna be around.
And right now, the vaccines are working. Are we going to have I mean, it's pie in the sky kind of thinking that like maybe we might have one case upon us once a month. Like, what was it?
Well, for the cases that we got, in the summer and then we brought it to.
Yeah, that's the other thing is it could actually absolutely have come here because you're only talking about a few days as students were here who may not have even known they had COVID because they're requiring you guys to get different testing and stuff and
But it's also like if like the vaccine is reducing it to like flu-like symptoms or like a sinus infection, like we never flipped out about the flu like this before. We never shut down a university for this or the economy for this. So like just get vaccinated and
Well, it's kind of the same freak out over, Dr. Watson and I were talking about this yesterday, I think. With people freaking out about pediatric ICU beds, they're all full.
yeah.
There are so few pediatric ICU beds in any hospital, and some have none, that what does that really mean, right? And believe me, I'm not trying to downplay the effects on children because they're not old enough to safely be able to receive the vaccine, and I get it, right? And children are dying from receiving that. I'm not trying to say that at all. But you hear statistics like that, and you're like, or some state, you're like 140% in Massachusetts or Vermont or whatever. But what 140% of what? Did you have 4 cases last month and now you're up to 6 or 7, right? Nope. But what you see in the headline is, oh my God, the sky is falling. So I'm not doing that. So how about those floods? You guys see that too?
Oh my God, yeah, my cousin is like living through that.
Oh my God, I couldn't believe it. So there's plenty of nutrition and health related business going on there, right? Sewers have overflowed in New York. I mean, there's none of the drainage. I can't even imagine when I saw that water like poured in on the subway.
I saw that this morning.
Yeah, what a mess. And Philadelphia, especially, was in some of the areas that don't have a whole lot of money, right? There is already a housing shortage. What if you can't clean those places up, right? And they end up with black mold or whatever from all this water. So, all right, let's get into this business. Let me share the screen here for our friends that don't come to class. Maybe. Hold on. What are we doing? Oh my God, already. Oh, here I am. Hold on. Oh, here we are. God, you see how out of practice I am with Zoom? All right, so how healthy is the American diet? Nope, it's terrible, right? The American diet, too few nutrient-dense foods. Too much of foods that are awful. Remember we were talking the other day about like Nord pasta side dishes and rice, those things you get in a bag for like $1. That you don't know what's in it, right? Number one, but half the time you get it because it's convenient, mostly, without ever really bothering to read the food label. Okay. All right. And too many fats, sugars, and salts, because why would all these foods be laden with fat, sugar, and salt? Go ahead. They taste good. Exactly. So if you are trying to sell your food, you want them to taste good and for people to crave the taste. When we were talking about craving things the other day, right? My cat loves potato chips because they're fatty and salty, right? Like literally, she gets very excited when she hears the potato chip bag. All right, nutrients. Obviously, for nutrients, you need all of these in order for your cells and tissues to be nourished so that you have normal growth and regulate body processes. What happens when you have a deficit of nutrients? Malnourishment, right, which can affect bone growth, for example. Or even, like when you talk about some of the macros, what happens if you have a deficit of citrus in your diet? Which used to happen to sailors all the time. Andrew. You can get rickets from it, which is another bone deformity, just from not having citrus, which they discovered on ships during the 18th century, right? It still took 100 years though before anybody would believe the guy after his research, before they started making sure that citrus was on these ships to prevent them from all having brains. All right, nutrients, you got 6 different classes: carbs, fats, proteins, vitamins, minerals, water. What is the nutritive value of water? Okay, good, but does it, what else, does it do anything else for you at all? Regulate some body processes, but other than that, go ahead, Mary.
Your cells need water
They
to
do.
function.
Otherwise, it really has no benefit. What were you gonna say? You can find minerals in water, that is true, particularly if you have well water, you're gonna more commonly see minerals in it, right, like magnesium, a lot of times you'll see. You were gonna say? Okay. All right, you guys understand carbs, what are carbs? What kind of foods are carbs? That's better. Bread is a carb. Pasta. Sugar, right? All right. Fats you get, and there are a variety of different types of fats, and you will see in your book, and you will see on the slides, and I will go, you never need to know this if it's on here, right? They're gonna give us a whole chain of like hydrogens and carbons and differences between polyunsaturated fats and mono. I don't care that you know anything about the chemistry of them, right? Just have an idea why they're different, what's worse for you, and what's better for you. Because that's what you'll do with patients. You aren't gonna go, let me show you some organic chemistry. All right. Okay, so obviously, if you have a lack of them, you'll have a change in health. You need to put chemicals back into your diet to reverse the change in health, and you will need phytochemicals and antioxidants to help you out with that. And if you happen to see, by the way, if you didn't read my email, a question that asks you in a pluralized form, that means your answer needs to be in a pluralized form, right? Because if you answer in the singular, I'm going to go, okay, which one? All right. Okay. Micronutrients. Here are the only reasons we call them macro and micro is you are going to need these in large amounts. You are going to need these in small amounts, right? You don't need nearly as many of vitamins and minerals as you do carbs, lipids, and proteins for your body to operate properly. And inorganic stuff is minerals and water. Everything else is organic, right? Okay, now this is what you are going to do for your nutrient analysis. All right. What you will do for your nutrient analysis, we're going to go through the kilocalorie theorem, why they're different, and what means what, is you are going to first figure out how many ounces or fluid ounces that you're using, right? You'll have to convert that to grams, which is simple. Go to Google and tell them you want whatever, an ounce to gram, convert, right? You just plug it in. Then you'll multiply it times the number of kilocalories per gram to get your total, okay? And I will tell you that first, a large seed calorie, a food calorie, and a kilocalorie all mean the same thing. All right, a small seed calorie, even though your book kind of uses this interchangeably, a small seed calorie is typically the smallest unit of measure because all of them are represent energy. It's the amount of energy necessary to heat 1 gram of water 1 degree Celsius. All right, now, because a kilocalorie and a food calorie are the same thing, your book will use them interchangeably, and it is in your chapter, right? So you'll start seeing your book just use calorie rather than kilocalorie a lot, except for calculations. So what you see on the back of a food package, they're actually kilocalories. They're a measure of energy, right? So your diet is based on the energy the average person needs in a day. Wait while you have your computer open. How many calories per day does a man need? The average man. Look it up.
It's like
Well, please look it up. And Olivia, would you do that for one?
Yeah.
And while they're looking for it, a carbohydrate has 4 kilocalories per gram, right? Sugars, starches, it's an energy source. You'll find it in grains, vegetables, legumes, fruits, and dairy products, okay? Because most dairy products actually have sugar in them. Does anybody drink skim milk besides me? Do you?
Well, or I used to, but we're like almond milk. That's
Okay. Do you drink like a sugar-free almond milk or, oh, do you? God love you, I couldn't do it. I tried that. Because milk, even skim milk, has sugar in it. So, and because I'm diabetic, I tried to shift myself over to like almond milk and then some soys, and they were without sugar, and then they were all awful.
I honestly think they taste really good. Like I love them.
You and I are never having a meal together. Not if you're picking, that's for sure. All right, so for anything that is a carb, and this is where you have to identify. And yes, I know that a lot of you are going to try and pull food labels to work through your diet. And that is okay because calories are kilocalories. However, a few cautions. One, you need to make sure if you're looking at a food label, it matches what you're eating, right? 2, it's never that simple. Let's say you did a Western omelet for breakfast one day. Well, you might be able to go somewhere and try and find a basic layout of what a Western omelet is. But if you go to like a Perkins or a Denny's and look at their menu, because they'll have calorie counts on there, it's going to be different than if you made it at home and maybe you use fewer vegetables and not as much cheese and things like that, right? So I want you to represent your own diet. The other is if you go to find food labels to try and help you out with this, you have to pay attention to serving sizes. So I want you to put your when you put this together, the majority of what you're putting together for me is a table. So it should contain, here's the amount I ate of what, here's what I ate, here's the amount, here's the kilocalories, and here's the total kilocalories, which is the same thing as what? The kilocalorie is the same as, yes, a big C calorie or a food calorie. Okay, so you'll see your butch is shorthanded this calorie.
Wait, can you repeat the table we did?
The what?
No. Can you repeat the table that we have to have?
Just basically what you ate, right? And then the amount that you ate. And then you're going to multiply it by either a 4, or a 9. And I'll show you in a minute. Then we just done the first one. Carbs is 4 kilocalories, and it's in your book. And we have a calculation in here too. Because we're going to do somebody's breakfast this morning. Not yours. Not the almond milk. Or Wakes if he's still fasting. All right. So you got this one. Okay. Fats. Fats are 9 kilocalories per gram. So more than double the grams that you would find in carbs. Well, if that's the case, and I'll show you here too, proteins are 4 kilocalories, right? Fats are 9, carbs are 4. So carbs and proteins are both 4. Are they both equally good for you?
They do different functions.
Mm-hmm. What do you think people eat more of? Mm-hmm. Right? Carbs. So they only are going to help you out to a certain degree, right? Because you're still getting this adequate protein in your diet, for one, and the unnecessary carbs that your body doesn't need, where would that be stored? What happens if you eat more than you need?
That or glycogen.
Right. As excess fat to burn off later. So as it converts to fat, it's producing actually more kilocalories, right? But you've got to be able to use it, right? That's where you get into this weight gain, depending if you don't balance your diet well. All right. Fats. Are all fats the same? No. Right? Triglycerides, cholesterol, and phosphate Phospholipids. Obviously, it's an energy source. I mean, they all are. Fats are often stored as an energy source. It's also for regulation. You need fats for certain processes in your body, certainly, and definitely you're going to need fats if you need a fat-soluble vitamin, which is what we're also going to get to here. So obvious food sources are fats, oils, meats, some dairy products, and some plant sources that have additional fat in it. Who eats either like Beyond Meat or Impossible Meat? Okay, I do too. That has as much fat as a ground beef burger. You ever read the label? Yeah. I do it because of its environmental impact, plus it tastes pretty good, right? But it truly does. And it also has the same protein as that, so you're at least safe in that direction. Have any of you guys had your cholesterol tested? So you see in your cholesterol that there are you've got high density lipoproteins, and then you've got low density, and you've also got a triglyceride, right? So it's a balance of what kind of fats that you put into your diet, right? So if you eat bacon every day, and I love bacon, and I can't eat anymore. Plus, right now there's a shortage apparently. It's always empty when I go to the grocery store. So I've been eating turkey bacon as less than or turkey sausage, which has less fat, but has fat nonetheless, but it's a little better for you. It certainly has less saturated fats, which is something that you want to avoid. All right, so that's 9. Proteins, 4 kilocalories per gram, made of amino acids. And those amino acids are going to be necessary as we move forward in the book to do some replacement inside your body when it's necessary, right? Again, energy source, you can get it meats, dairies, grains, legumes. You can also get it obviously through artificial sources. What is something you want to avoid though with like a lot of protein drinks?
They're not like regulated by like the FDA, so like some of the like advertising or whatever can be like misleading. Like a lot of protein like.
Okay, we have food labels in this chapter too.
Yeah.
Melissa, what were you gonna say?
A lot of it has sugar
Yes.
and some of the like marketing, they'll market it as like high protein, but actually not really high protein.
Yeah, higher than 1, right? What were you gonna say?
Oh, no. I want too much can be rough on your kidneys. So,
Okay.
yeah. But protein, like supplement companies will put fillers in the powder, so
Of
that
course.
it's not like really what you're getting.
Yeah, and even then, if you want to know how much, like if you're advertising is so deceiving. We'll see this in the food label in a minute, but because if you look at like a protein mix, say you just go to at GNC or anywhere else, and they'll say like 60 grams of protein. Well, it's not until you read the back of the label that you realize you got to use 2 or 3 scoops, yeah, right? And otherwise, the average person may not read that far into it that needs to get some protein. Like, let's say you came out of a hospital, and I'm going to use myself from when I had sepsis, and you lost 38 pounds in 10 days, and you needed to gain it back, so you needed to add a lot of protein to try and really start putting this back on, right? Well, that's when you got to be really careful about reading those labels and not overdoing it and things like that. Vitamins, 13 of them. Obviously, they regulate body processes, and they do play a role in extracting energy. Fat solubles, again, this is why you need some fats in your diet. A, D, E, and K. Water soluble, the B vitamins, vitamin C, right? And you can get them from all food sources, but it is important that you have the fat because the vitamin will not effectively be put to use in your body if you don't have fat, right? So you need to have fats in your diet simply so that you can absorb these fat soluble vitamins. You need a minimum of 10% fat in your body for basic body processes, right? You don't need 30. Does anybody do carb counting? Okay. You can? Like, all right, what percentage of carbs do you shoot for?
I mean, I just count the.
Oh, you just count them. You aren't really like setting up a restriction of some kind and overdo it.
I did over the summer.
How do you go?
It was really hard. It was really hard because I was eating what my mom made, so like it wasn't what I wanted to eat, so it was really hard because she wasn't really adapting to how I was wanting to eat, so it was really hard.
But
It's hard even if you're in control of it.
yeah, but sorry. So like I had like so I did mine versus like grams of like how much I want to eat. I could eat 166 carbs.
Grams.
Yeah.
It was hard for me because as a substitute for carbs, I had to add increased protein. And so it was weird to try and balance that out during a day, and I kept using it, and I finally kind of gave up, really. I'm just trying to be aware of it without actually calculating it, because I just found it more disappointing to not reach my goal than I did if I just paid better attention to what I was eating all the time, right? Because I like carbs, and I just am not supposed to have them. Water, obviously the most important nutrient, but it doesn't do much for you besides lubricate your joints, temp control, transportation of nutrients and waste, obviously, because otherwise you get to a level of toxicity, you could end up with sepsis yourself. How does your body regulate temperature when it comes to water?
Can you repeat the question?
How does your body regulate temperature by using water? Give me one example.
Well, like sweating, homeostasis.
Right, sweating, right? The easiest one to think of. You're trying to transport that heat out with the sweat to cool your body down. Oh, yeah, and I want to make sure, and I talked about this the other day, but if you have too much water, that's when you can get into an electrolyte balance. Because if you have too much water, obviously you're going to urinate more often. As you do that, you are going to flush out sodium and potassium, right? What do you need sodium and potassium for? This is an A&P question, Andrew.
Like your nervous system or
That's part of it. What else does the sodium potassium pump do? Yeah.
your muscles.
Yes, exactly, muscle contraction, right? And if you, and I hope you never do, but if you have never experienced chronic electrolyte imbalance, which is what I did when I was hospitalized, that's when you realize that your muscles aren't contracting well. And when it becomes a medical emergency, because what's the muscle you want to keep contracted? The heart, right? So it is important that you consider these things, right? I had this whole conversation with a doctor yesterday, for a doctor appointment I had, about making sure I had enough water, and I'm like, but I can't have too much water at the same time. And we went through the whole spiel. I'm like, you have access to my records now, but they didn't have it in front of them because I'm from out of state. So I said, yeah, it's a real trip, but I can walk you through it. All right. Okay. Energy is the capacity to do work. You have 3 solid energy sources in everyone's diets. Carbs, lipids, and proteins. You can't get away from one. Go ahead, Olivia.
I was going back to the water, sorry.
Oh, did you guys ever give me the
2,500.
2,500 for men?
And it was 2,000 for women.
Really? Okay. Now, what were you gonna say?
Going back to like the electrolyte imbalance, how do you know like when you go into it? Like, would you feel it or like?
Yeah, I would, because now I know what it is, which I hadn't been tested for. One is your urine itself should actually still be an amber color, like a light amber color by the end of the day. If you get to the end of the day and your urine is clear, you are suffering from an electrolyte imbalance, right? Your sodium at the very least is off. So at that point, the easiest way to deal with it is simply to start restricting your liquid intake, because you're going to get a lot of sodium from your food. I have to take sodium supplements, and I also have to watch my water intake, because I've just had a chronically low level for years. And it's worse than if my glucose is high, because my body has a thirst to help me flush out the glucose, and then everything goes with it. Okay, here's where we were. Small c calorie is a unit of energy, and 1,000 of those is a kilocalorie, obviously, right? A kilocalorie, a food calorie, and a large C calorie are all the same thing. It simply means this is 1 kilocalorie is enough energy to raise 1 gram of water, 1 degree Celsius. That's it. We just measured energy that way, okay? So don't get too confused. You have a question that'll ask you about calories. Have you calculated for so many grams of food on your quiz? And then ask you about kilocalories. It's all the same thing. Just do the math. Do not multiply it times 1,000. I'll give you that much, and you'll have your answer. But it can be confusing because the book uses kilocalorie and calorie interchangeably. They do tell you it's in your first chapter that they'll use it interchangeably, but a food calorie, which is what they refer to as calorie, and a kilocalorie are the same things. Okay. But a base calorie is nothing more than a unit of measure, but a food calorie is the same as this. Okay. What is a kilocalorie calorie? So here you see big C calorie, general term for energy in food, which is the food calorie.
So when do we want to use the small c calorie? Like I don't.
You can just use it. You just use it as small c for food
No, but
calorie.
like, what's
So when you write your nutrient analysis, use kcal, right? Even though it's the same thing.
like what's the point of?
Well, to
using-
tell you the long and the short of it is, the reason that you see a food calorie, a kilocalorie is in the metric system. Yes. Yes.
Yes, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking about the small c calorie.
Well, that's what I'm getting to.
Okay.
Is the reason that most of the time we just shorthand it as calorie
Okay.
is because the United States does not use the metric system. Okay? So that's the long and the short of it. And because we were like the leading democracy, everyone's kind of adopted doing the same thing instead of calling it a kilocalorie and getting folks confused, especially here, because we don't use the metric system. It is shorthanded as calorie. Okay? So when you see calorie in your book, that is a food calorie, that is a kilocalorie. That is the same thing. Okay? Technically, it is a kilocalorie. It's shorthanded because of us not using the metric system. All right, so here's what you're going to do. You, for your deal, are going to, and you can put it just in a simple table. You don't have to, I don't want you doing this kind of calculation. So you got to figure out how many grams of each you had. Whose breakfast are we going to talk about today? Jake, what do you have for breakfast today? Jake is new. It's his first day in class.
Just so you know, I knew you were gonna call on me, but
Write
I had a bowl of oatmeal.
it down.
I was writing it down. Am I
Yep.
saying it out loud too?
Yes, you're going to write it down because we're going to do some work.
I had a bowl of oatmeal.
What brand?
Whole Foods.
Okay. Okay.
I had some peanut butter in it,
And how much peanut butter?
like a spoonful,
How much is a spoonful?
tablespoon,
How much is a tablespoon worth?
just like a little scoop. This is my first day. You're gonna have to give me.
I am giving you a little break here.
Um.
I'm not going to make you calculate your own food. I'm going to make everybody else.
Okay. And then,
Separately, though, we're going to put it together.
and then I had some honey in it.
Okay. All right.
Kind of.
Define honey. Define some honey. Rather.
Like I just like took it and I just like squeezed it a little bit and drizzled it. And then
All right. So you're following what I'm saying? Actually, try and consider a measurement when you guys do this stuff.
like a tablespoon.
Oatmeal.
So I had like
Alright.
I would say like 1/3 cup of oatmeal, and then I poured some water in it. Probably like
Water we're not counting. So.
okay, not water. So then I had a tablespoon of peanut butter,
DVD. You had
probably like a tablespoon of honey,
that much?
maybe like
That's not a little
maybe like a
Probably like
teaspoon.
a
A teaspoon.
Alright.
I can't bake either, so I don't know.
Alright. Teaspoon of honey and what else?
And then I had like frozen berries. I just probably like a 1/4 cup, thank you. Berries,
Alright.
frozen berries.
What brand? Why would I care what brand it is?
Just
guys?
like Aldi's.
Okay.
And then I had an everything bagel. I was hungry this morning. people.
Alright. Did you put things on your bagel? Please don't eat it.
Yeah, I did. I put garlic and herb goat cheese on it.
We're not putting all that stuff.
Okay.
Alright, so
Here's some really.
this
Yeah,
size,
summer.
you guys get these two, look it up. needs converted to grams. I'm not gonna point to individual people, I expect this side to do it. You guys get these two. You guys get the everything bagel.
But don't we need a brand for everything?
Ah, you're right. What brand?
Dunkin' Donuts.
What are the brands of bagels? Like,
Well, you're the one
Where did
bought
you get
them.
I just
Yeah,
ate
where
it.
did
I don't know. I just
Where'd you
made
get
it.
Jake, where'd you get it?
You're killing me.
I got it from Tops.
Okay, so it's Tots.
Oh, jeez.
Which should still be anything.
Yeah.
Thomas.
All right,
Thomas.
look-
I was gonna say Thomas.
Okay, Thomas, go with that. That's fine. Look up the brand.
That's like the most common.
All right, Thomas, and you guys are also gonna get 1 tablespoon of goat cheese. Now, here's what you have to do first. One, you need to look up, in this case, you need to know what's in it, so you're gonna have to look up the label. To separate out grams, carbs, to separate out protein, carbs, and fats. Okay? You gotta know what's in there. And the label will actually tell you calories. But here's the thing, you gotta watch the serving size. Because if the serving size is a teaspoon of goat cheese, but Jake had a tablespoon, which is what I'm guessing, you gotta multiply that as calories times 3. Why is the brand important?
Well, for the berries, it's like 18 different mixes of berries.
All these berries aren't sugar, but some are.
Let's have a peanut butter. Chip.
Yeah, throw something out, that's fine. Was it natural or no?
I don't think so.
Cheers, food.
That's another good question.
Do you like want to come over for breakfast? It was smooth.
All right, smooth, so we don't have any extra peanuts. So we added smooth,
So is one bagel considered like the top and the bottom?
yes.
So just to clarify.
It should.
Is it natural creamy or is it creamy?
It's creamy. No, it's not natural, he did not get
It's
natural.
not natural?
What is it, Chichi?
So for each ingredient, and you can pull that, you can pull them out, but I want you to separate them out so I know which calories are for what.
It's 80 chips.
80 calories, but how many calories of fat, how many calories of carbohydrates? And what am I missing? Protein. if any. So write it all down.
So we would take like the carbohydrates times 4.
Because we're gonna add up Jake's breakfast this morning.
So we would take the carbohydrates times 4, and that would be the amount.
Not if you pull a food label.
Oh, what?
If you just do a gram weight, which you can do, but you have, like for you,
We're doing the bagel.
for your bagel, you can pull the calorie list on the back of the bagel, but you have to separate it by carbs,
Right,
proteins.
so we would take the carbohydrates times 4. Grams times 4. Or no,
I don't
Alright.
think we're following you.
Okay. If you do not have a food label in front of you, right? Which is hard to do. You guys are gonna almost need a food label because peanut butter, for example, has fat in it, has carbs in it from the nuts, right? And protein. So you have to first go look up a nutrition label or you will not know.
So I'm
But you do not have to multiply it again. Because remember, kilocalorie, they've already done the math for you.
No, but I'm saying for like the carbohydrate, like you get the amount of calories that is in that carbohydrate.
Oh, you will, yeah, if they don't have it on here, yeah.
Okay.
But you've got to make sure if you're doing that off a food label and they only show percentage and they don't tell you how much of it, first thing you have to do is figure out what the percentage is. Let me see your, let me
You
see
can
this.
check the percentage, so that's what, what's the percentage?
Hold on.
If
We'll
it's
do it here.
212, like,
Oh,
like I did
you have it
the
here. What are you looking at?
53 times 4.
53 grams.
But,
Yeah.
so that would be 212 calories, but like, that's not, that doesn't match the percentage, that's like.
That's 19% of your kilos. The whole day, we're at 2,500 calories. Why this is my base of 2,000. Nope. That's just a little bit.
Oh, so just like minus the percentage.
What do you mean?
Like, ignore how much that's in
Oh, yeah, but that's daily value. That's out of a total day. So this isn't going to put anything. But you guys will be here 3 times back, so it should equal up to your 2. Okay, so if you look at a food label, which one are you looking at, Mary?
The bagel.
All right, hold on. So we're gonna do, and again, this is not due till the 13th, so it's not the end of the world if we aren't, you know, it's gonna take a minute. We are looking up a Thomas everything bagel. Okay, so here's the base label, right? Lord. Here's your base label, right? This is already converted into grams for you. See here for the bagel, you've got total fat, so you multiply that, those grams, in one bagel times 9, which is 9 kilocalories. Come up with kilocalories or base calories and
Would you just use the calories it says and then just go off that? Or
well, that's not going to give you each one. I'm asking you for carbohydrates, right? Protein and fat
oh, okay.
to separate.
Oh, do you want to do that in the table? Oh.
Closest. Because you're going to find some of those are likely rounded up anyway, so they're not going to be exact. That's the thing too. If you don't come up with a perfect score, like the same exact calories that they do, but you're in the ballpark, don't worry too much because for the most part, these are all rounded up.
What if you have things that, like, what if you eat something that's like homemade or something that like doesn't have a food?
But if you make something that's homemade, then you have to track each ingredient.
No, like not that. Okay, so like I eat peanut butter that is like from home that is like organic and homemade, but there's no label on it. It's just like in a.
You're gonna have to find something close,
Okay.
some kind of a natural. All right. The whole point is, and we're not gonna go through the numbers. I'm just messing around with you. We're not gonna go through all the numbers. But are you following kind of what the basic process? You can take a food label, right? You're only interested in the 3 macros: fats, carbs, protein. Okay. You will multiply the grams, which are on the food label, times either 4, 4, or 9. Okay. And that should give you a total kilocalories. And if it isn't the same but in the neighborhood, don't worry about it because, again, all this stuff gets rounded up on these food labels. And over here where you see this percent, do not let that confuse you. That is a percent of your daily recommended allowance.
And then you have to remember also to go by the serving size.
Yes.
So then I did his honey, but then it was wrong because the serving size was different than how much.
Mhm. So you also have to do the serving size. So what was the serving size on the number? Do you remember?
It said tablespoon. Yeah, it said you had a.
Yeah, and I put a teaspoon, so then you would divide it by 3. Right?
Yeah, me too.
Okay. Same thing here. You've got a 1/4 cup of frozen mixed berries, right? What's the serving size? Anybody look that up? Jess, you were looking at that. What was the serving size on it?
I think it's a cup.
Yeah, I think it probably is. So in that case, if it was a cup, you have to divide. You can still calculate off the number and then divide it by 4, right? If you divide by 4 first, it's going to confuse you when you do all the grams. Come up with a number, but make sure that you divide it by 4. I do actually look at them because some of it's going to stand out and go, what? You know, so if you have a number where that kind of throws you, then probably you just made a miscalculation, right? Easy enough to do. We will cover this again on Monday. Yes.
What are we putting in the paper?
Which is also what we'll be covering for your paper next week. Because we've got in here, and I've got it for you. You also have, hang on, let me get Zan and friends back in here.
Zan.
Zan, yes. Do you know Zan?
Yeah, Zan's on the team.
Okay.
What? This is girl, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is what you will be doing, and you'll see it here, and that's why I've got it in next week, because it's not due till the 13th, because we're going to talk about the dietary guidelines, as well as HB 2030. So when you write the paper, you're going to just simply tell me where you deviate from the dietary guidelines, and Jake, for your benefit, because you weren't here earlier, if you deviate from the guidelines, is there a reason, right? Are you in athletics? Are you intermittently fasting? Kind of thing. You know, easy enough. Just explain to me why you were different, right? Like say you have a really high protein intake, or you, for some reason you have a high fat intake. All right. So and this is, if you don't want to have to look through the book or you don't have it yet, it's also in your PowerPoint. Come up with this. You can pull it from a nutrition bible.
What if there was like no reason why we were different from like
Then you just say you were on the money.
no, but like if we are different from what it should be, but there's no reason, do we just say like
Then you look at it and go, how could I plan to come in line with that? Right? All right. Because you may be getting too many carbs, which for you guys now it is not a problem because you're all young. But believe me, you get to be in your advanced years and it becomes a problem, right? All right, so there you go again. How can we calculate the energy from food? You've got it all here and you figure it out for the day. All right, the percentage of kilocalories from nutrients. I am not asking you to do this, okay? But you do grams of carbs and you got kilocalories divided by total kilocalories times 100. It's nothing. You guys know how to figure out a percentage for that. Yes, ma'am.
So just making sure this is clear. So the calculating the energy from the food available, that's for like the day, right?
What are you talking
Like what we just did, like for the
about?
breakfast.
That is for a meal.
Right,
Yes.
but like we do it for like all 3 meals.
Yes.
what if we eat like the same thing for like breakfast every day? We would just say like
You would put the same thing, but write it out. You can copy and paste it.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're not handing it in on pencil, you know, paper. Yeah, you gotta upload it. But you can just copy it over into your deal. I eat the same thing for breakfast every day, so that's not an unusual thing to happen. Okay. All right. Be smart. Calculate the percentages of calories in your food. If you need to consume 2,000 kilocalories as a daily.
I was just gonna say, are we keeping track of like all the drinks, everything?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Are there fattened drinks?
Yeah.
Sugar? Right? Carbs? Sure. Even if you especially if you drink a flavored water, most times those have a lot of sugar in it. Okay. So if you wanted to calculate the percentages of your calories in your food, right? So you have a 2,000 kilocalorie diet daily, which is what we figured for women, with 35% of your calories coming from fat. How many grams of fat do you consume in each day? Well, obviously 2,000 times 35 will tell you what 35% of those calories are, right? So that's 700 kilocalories. And since fat is 9 kilocalories, you're just doing the division to bring you back to you need for a total day 77.8 grams of fat. Brett was counting carbs. So if he had set a percentage limit for himself, this is what he would have done to try and figure out a percentage limit. He was saying for that, and yes, we all have apps to do this one, so it's a little bit easier. But you could easily say, I want to restrict my carbs to 30%, no more than 30%, which is likely for a diabetic about where you want to be. You want to be absolutely no higher than that. And that's even sort of at the high end. That's what you would do with that and figure out your car. Now it's a lot of trouble. It's easier now that we can all use apps on our phones. Or if you've got a Fitbit, you can set it up as well. Okay, so that's where we're at. We will pick this up Monday since we're here 3 times a week. We'll be fine, so you guys are have a good weekend. I didn't have to worry about them not seeing anybody. Darn it. It's important to know why, like, let's say, for example, that, because we'll zip through this bit and get into chapter 2 in a second, but, shoot. Oh, like if you had a day where maybe you had a club meeting, or an athletics meeting, or you had something going on, and you go, oh my God, my heart was really high this day. Well, at least you can identify maybe why, right? And then later, when we get into the book and we talk about low glycemic, high glycemic carbs, you'll have a better understanding of why that distinction is important. Because if you work with patients, and believe me, if you are PT, OT, PA, or if you work in public health, in any of those capacities, you are going to deal with patients or community groups where you're going to have diabetics you're dealing with. You're going to have to know how to work through it with them. If you work in public health, you may become an educator who gets out in the field and it's having a diabetic education meeting where you're doing recipes and things like that. So you kind of need to know where they're at and get a baseline beforehand. Okay, so let's zip through a couple of these. Hang on, let's see. What do I want to get out of here? All right. Some of this stuff you guys have been through before. Blah, blah, blah. Is there anything important in here? No. Yeah. Okay, you guys have been through this. All right, fine. All right, I will cover this just because I think that this, with as much disinformation as there is online, I do think that this is important. Whenever you look something up, and especially if you work on a paper for me and you use something as a source, please consider that source. See if you can find that same or similar information at another source. Because often you are going to find folks who manipulate information in any way to garner clicks, because most of the time you're paid on how many people actually click on your article, right? Same applies to nutrition. Let me think. There was something that was going around on Twitter this weekend with this guy who put breaking, right? And he's not even like a reporter, and there's no link to any story, trying to say that Oklahoma hospitals were overwhelmed with people who were overdosing on ivermectin, which is the horse dewormer, right? And so finally everybody calls it out like, well, where's your source? Where do you get this information from, right? It's kind of nonsense. There was the state of Indiana that would applied for a what's referred to as a Social Security Section 1115 demonstration waiver. What that is any state can apply using a waiver to manipulate like Medicare or Medicaid for a particular pilot program or to make an alteration in it that's state specific. What Indiana did, and at the time when Indiana did their own version of Medicaid expansion. And so I read through it because it was open for comment. This is way back when I was in grad school. And so I read through the whole thing, and some of the information they used in their application did not sound correct to me. So they cited it properly in text citation. So I went to their source only to find out they had manipulated the information and twisted it in such a way so that it would fit their argument, even though that was never the author's intent, right? So it is something to be aware of. You guys are far enough along that you should be able to look at information and go, something about that just doesn't sound right. And take it the extra step. Okay. All right, that's the end of that one. Now let's go on to chapter 2. Click to exit, thank you. Chapter 2. Okay. All right. Let me pull this up. If you guys did not see some of this, because I have some of it pulled out for you, there are a few things. Okay, that's not what I wanted, but fine. Here are, when you guys go through it, and this is available to you for your assignment, These are the dietary guidelines for Americans, so you can have an idea of comparing your own diet. And again, when you write your paper up, make sure that you are writing it in a way that makes sense to me. It's like, okay, this is why I deviate because of athletics or this or that. At club meetings, I know what went on right now. That's fine. You're gonna have. It's not as if you're gonna always shoot it to meet these dietary guidelines. There are gonna be reasons you don't. Okay, right? I had a meltdown after a test, and I ate 3, containers of chocolate chip cookies, which would be something I would absolutely do. Okay, fine, put it in there. I mean, that's part of working with patients is getting them to also be honest with you. And the only way that they'll be honest with you is if they feel like they're in a non-judgmental space, right? So never make those assumptions. Or give anybody any reason to believe that you are shaming them. Okie doke. All right. So, and this was from the chapter 1, but we'll talk about it anyway. So, how would you guys actually define health? How would you define it, let's say, for yourself if you feel like you're feeling healthy today? Good, Erin.
Balance.
What do you mean?
Health is like balance between like exercise, diet, sleep, like mental health and physical health.
Okay. Mental health, right? So, all right, with your definition, like, and using the Texas abortion case, you don't think that would play a certain role in the mental health of women in the state of Texas, right? Where you're always going to be looking over your shoulder. I wouldn't want to live in that kind of a sort of police state, for sure, right? Well, how else would you define health? How many of you today feel healthy today, as you would define it? Why?
Exercise is fun.
Okay, good. Andrew?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
I don't. So I didn't sleep well last night. Right?
And feel tired after.
Exactly. So it's kind of, oh, well, here I am. Sorry, guys, I did that to you again. Okay. Right? So you don't feel healthy all day. Does that mean you aren't necessarily? Well, no. But you might make poorer choices when you are not getting enough sleep. You might drink more caffeinated beverages. You might eat more or less. Right? Literal WHO definition is an absence from disease. But we really don't define it that way, do we? We define health almost in a more holistic way, general, right? So does the rest of the population. They don't necessarily say that they're healthy just because they don't have a disease, right? The evidence of disease, by the time you have evidence of disease, how far along are you? Let's say by the time you have evidence that you have stage 4 cancer, how far along are you really? By the time something physically manifests in you, you're pretty far along, right? So you might still think you're healthy when you aren't the whole time. If you have an underlying condition you don't know about. I didn't know until 2019 when I ended up hospitalized that I was diabetic, but I had been the whole time. Right. Okay. So, nutrition problems. Now, throughout the world itself suffers from undernutrition overall, right? When you're undernourished, and this is more to Amber's point, so I'm going to use your name until I get it right, that if you don't have the proper nutrition, you may not develop well enough, right? How many times have you seen like children in villages in Africa that have a larger stomach, even though they're really undernourished, right? Well, when you're undernourished, and you have a depletion of nutrients, which can lead to a lot of issues, particularly with bone development, heart development, lung development. So what do you substitute in these times of undernutrition? You're still going to eat something, or your liver is going to starve to death. But what kind of foods, when you're not well nourished, would you think folks would substitute? Let's use this country. Bless you. Yeah, a lot of carbs for sure, right? Yeah, that's it.
Just like empty calories.
Empty calories, right? So they're all calories and they're doing you no benefit. Lots of rice, lots of pasta, mac and cheese, ramen noodles, right? So in a sense, and I won't use nutrition because literally over nutrition, you're just getting too many of the things you need. Like maybe you have a diet that's way too heavy in protein, which can also be detrimental. Particularly if you aren't somehow working that protein off. But what it can lead into is being overweight, which has its own host of problems, simply because you're undernourished. I'm grabbing the wrong thing to turn flip a slide. All right. Adequacy. So you need a balance in your diet. But how do you know what parts of your diet are adequate enough for you? Well, one of the ways you could look is you can use we got dietary guidelines for Americans. I'm saying you could use that, right? Because you are going to work with patients. Do you think patients are going to read that? No, absolutely not. However, and this is why I put this in here. Hold on, let me pull this up for you. That's why I pulled this up. But do you think Americans could understand this? Here are the portions of each you need in a regular plate to give you at least a dimension of what you need in the way of protein, grains, fruits, and vegetables. And there are definitions of that with this as well. But it's simple. It's only a few pages, easier for people to identify. And that's why during the Obama administration, we moved away from sort of the food pyramid, which was what was typically used before that, to this, so you could visualize it, right? How many of you are visual learners? Right? That's the whole point behind this, is that the majority of the country are visual and auditory learners. They don't function as well necessarily by reading and being able to envision something as they do if you were actually going to write this out for them. So, I'll just do this all by itself. But adequate also means that you absolutely have enough to support growth. This is particularly important in children's stuff. A lot of what we saw in childhood obesity was related to undernutrition and food insecurity. So then you had substitute foods. How do you define food insecurity? I'm not asking you for a literal definition. Go ahead, Morgan. Okay, access to healthy foods. Okay, Melissa.
I would say be more of not knowing like what's healthy, what's not.
Good. Not knowing what?
Like what's healthy, what's not.
Okay. What? You're gonna say something. Not knowing where your next meal's coming from. Good. Who else? Well, I will tell you it's all of those things. And that's half the problem. I've been working through a lot of food insecurity research and its relationship with obesity. Part of the issue with food insecurity is that it's not well defined. So when you find data, you have to know what questions were asked to begin with. One of which is, do you have access to healthy foods? Access to healthy foods, what does that mean?
Money. And
Money? Okay.
like
Sheer access is having it available to you. Money is having the ability to purchase it, right? But no, the two are linked. I mean, you can have it because you can both have something available to you and not be able to actually afford it with whatever your food funding you have, right? Well, I'll give you an example that's perfect for this area. So a lot of people here who live and don't have a whole lot of money tend to find apartments that are close to a grocery store, so it's walkable because there are also no vehicles. I only know that because I live locally. Well, then you have a couple of choices. You have a park and shop on State, that little thing that looks like it used to be a bank, just like literally up the street from my house. Or a lot of other folks move over by Reed's. Have any of you guys ever been to Reed's to buy anything? Okay, is Reed's an inexpensive place for those of you who have been there? Did you pay attention or you just have to pick something up?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think it'd be.
It is not inexpensive at all, right? So you still have folks who can't afford to buy the things that are available to them. It's overpriced because it's kind of its own deal. It's not like it's part of a chain. Tops is relatively expensive for what they have. If I was gonna do that, I would just go to Jamestown once every couple of weeks to go to Wegmans, right? Than bother with this because of its price. But I have the privilege to be able to do that other people cannot do. So having it available and being able to purchase it is certainly two different things. Not knowing where your next meal is coming from, right? Are there times during the month when you do not have enough to eat? Are there times during the month when you cannot afford to eat? These are questions that are actually asked on federal surveys, right? They mean different things. Times during the month you don't have enough to eat. That makes sense. Times during the month you can't afford, or during a month you have periods where you can't afford to eat. Well, what does afford mean? And the reason I'm saying this to you is this is how you look through data and research. Afford means a lot of things, different things to different people. Afford may not actually be the cash in your bank account. Afford may be, well, I get a certain amount of SNAP benefits. I have a part-time job, so I've got money from that, right, or whatever, or I earn some cash on the side. And I may benefit from the food pantry. So all in all, I can afford to eat, but is it the right stuff? Same with, let's say you have a meal every day. Is it the proper meal for your own development? Or is this working against you, right? So what I'm working on right now is making an argument for regularly enhanced feeding resources in the social safety net, because the cost of adding that is far less than the cost of obesity in the country over the course of a year. So, but these are the things you need to think through when you talk to patients. It's very easy, or you get in a community group, it is very easy to get in front of a group and prescribe something for them. Well, you need to do X, Y, and Z. But if you don't know what their ability is to meet that prescription, right, you may have to change your approach. It's easy to say best case scenario, because I mean, a lot of things can be confusing, particularly when you visit a doctor's office. They sometimes take liberties when they're trying to tell you something, and will use prescribe when they mean over the counter, or that sort of thing. Okay, balance. That also comes from the MyPlate. Balancing item is a better way to go about it. Unless you have a particular reason, like some of you guys might, to have a bit of imbalance in your diet temporarily, most of the time you want to get enough of a balance to maintain all your systems, right? So you can remain in homeostasis. Calorie control. We define calorie as what? Since we just went through this last week, Melissa.
The amount of energy to produce 1 degree Celsius.
For 1 kilogram of water, good. But basically, you didn't even have to, that's the definition, but you don't have to go quite that far if you just remember that it's an amount of energy, right? So you need a diet that will balance the energy you eat with the energy your body uses. So there's a difference. Do any of you guys have a Fitbit? Or something, some kind of device, Apple Watch? Okay. Do you track your steps? Okay. So do you also track your diet against days? It's such junk mail. Let me see what mine was yesterday. And I did not, I told you I stopped tracking all my macros on this thing. I do check my sleep on this, but it tends to be off. So, okay, so yesterday I only had 5,000 steps. And I will guarantee you that yesterday I ate more than 2,600 calories, which is a number, right? Because normally I eat usually about 31, 32. But I'm also burning a whole lot of it. Like today, I will log just in the classroom 12 to 13,000 steps, for example, right? And then on Saturdays when I'm doing a lot of stuff, I'm moving around, I'm doing things. You can also log your workouts, and like the Fitbit is where I would log mine, and all of that counts toward your calorie burn for the day. The only nice thing about it is it just at least gives you an idea if you're at least burning, if you want to lose weight, burning more than you're eating. But then when you get into it, which I didn't like to do, because I can tell you that I would have been at sort of a carb overload yesterday because I kept eating handfuls of cookies, which was a real deal, and I had some tortellini pasta for lunch. Also carbs, right? You need to know what kind of, how many of you guys, go ahead, Olivia.
Okay, I just have a question.
Yeah.
So, because I just looked at mine when you looked at yours.
Okay.
So, like Saturday, for instance, like we had softball all morning, and it's my Apple Watch said that I burned 1,300 like active calories. So, how would you like? Like, how would you eat enough when you literally burned a whole day's worth of food already that you have?
1,300 calories?
I'm like burn half.
Well, see, but the difference is you need more than the recommended daily allowance.
Right, but I'm
Yeah.
saying like how, so like after that when I saw that I was like, okay, well I need to eat a lot, so I didn't eat like the best food. I ate what to give me more calories because I knew I needed to fulfill it. But like when you're burning that much, or like for swimmers for example, they burn a lot of calories in the pool. Like how would you feel that?
Yes, and Michael Phelps ate seemingly anything that wasn't nailed down with his diet because it was kind of ridiculous of the amount of,
Yeah, but like
not
how,
just the amount, but what he was eating, but yeah.
but like how would you feel that when you're because like you have to eat like 4,000 calories. How do you feel
When you
that
have a
healthfully?
heavy calorie burn, I will tell you, most of the time it sort of doesn't matter what you eat because you really are burning that stuff off, right? So if you get a few thousand decent calories, you make sure you're meeting minimums for basic vitamins, minerals. You know, I'm assuming the whole day wasn't junk food.
No.
Well, okay.
What I ate and vitamins. Are we supposed to check those too?
No.
Oh, okay.
You're just doing macros on this.
Okay.
Okay, so carbs, fats, proteins. No, not vitamins. This is good. Vitamins would take you forever, but if you at least have a decent balance of vitamins and minerals in your diet, you can have room for a lot of this. I'm just trying to find a way to see this thing. I'll shut my lights off. So you can absolutely do that, right? I normally have such a heavy calorie burn anyway, because either when you have a high metabolism or you regularly exercise, you are going to, and those of you that are athletes, you are going to continue burning calories beyond when you guys have practiced or games or whatever, right? Your body is accustomed, or you, when you're lifting, your bodies are accustomed to burning a lot more calories on a regular basis. So you have a little more freedom doing some of that stuff. You also have more freedom because you're young. You get older and the rest of your body starts to betray you. So bear that in mind. You lose 1% of your body's function every year after the age of 30. So you see me fade away over here, right? Okay. All right, nutrient density. This is also important when you actually think about food. So just getting weight or getting product that you think is similar is not always the case based on the nutrients, right? There's a perfect example in your book, right? Here you go. Both of these are about 200 calories. French fries or a potato. The potato has more potassium and more fiber, and it also has more vitamin C and more fiber. What did we discuss last week? What do you need potassium for? Sodium and potassium. Andrew. Yeah, absolutely. You need it for muscle contraction. So you're going to get more potassium in a potato. Frankly, I'm actually surprised there's that much fiber in French fries. But you're also going to need fiber. What do you guys know about why you need fiber? What's the point of a high fiber diet? Andrew, go ahead.
Isn't it good for your digestive tract?
Your what?
Digestive.
Yes, it is. It sure is. Go ahead, Morgan. What were you going to say?
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Same thing. Okay. Absolutely. One, because it'll make a firmer stool, if you will. But the whole point of that is so that any potential bacteria, any excess waste is evacuated from your system. Okay? Because if you are not careful about that, for one, you too can end up hospitalized with sepsis. What also happens if your stool is not firm enough necessarily, because your body's still going to want to excrete that waste. Mary.
Dehydration.
Dehydration, you're saying by adding enough water that maybe you have diarrhea. Is that where you were headed? Okay. Follow me through it there. Yes. Correct. So in that case, your body's going to demand more water from your systems to excrete that waste, and that's when you'll see that people have loose stools, diarrhea, that sort of thing. For those of you in sports studies, get used to talking about this in these classes, because we love to talk about the shits, but it's the truth. It's gonna, your body will demand that much more water to evacuate it, but you're also losing additional electrolytes in those cases, right? And you become dehydrated. That's why it was, whenever you're sick and you have the runs, one of the reasons you need to be replenishing your electrolytes and getting more fluids in there is that you guys can easily become dehydrated. Your body does not have enough water in the system to regulate your process. So, I know this is probably a non-choice, but ideally, yes, it would be better if you got a baked potato, which I think you can get those at Wendy's still, can't you? All right, even if you have a quick service option, you can still get a baked potato at Wendy's. Or you can get a French fry at McDonald's. If it were me, I would probably go for the Wendy's bit because it's easier. I would never do it at home, simply for the extra fiber and potassium. Because I know for myself that I have already suffered from electrolyte imbalance and I have to manage that, right? You're gonna have patients who do the same thing. Believe me when I tell you, it doesn't matter if you're PA, PT, OT, or public health. All those cases, you will deal with diabetics. That's a huge issue for all of them, always, right? PT, OT in particular, because you'll often find that your patients like OT, your patients are actually going to be folks who may have had a stroke that was associated with their diabetes, okay? You're going to help them regain their ability to engage in the activities that they learn. Those of you in PT, these may be the same folks that you find who are overweight, older, and have a hip replacement, who have a really lengthy recovery. The heavier you are, the longer it takes you to recover from that sort of a surgery, the more likely you are to suffer from a secondary infection, especially if you end up hospitalized because you are never released from the hospital until you can ambulate fully. I learned this from having my hips replaced. And I will tell you, they're both titanium, and the only time I have ever had to set off a metal alarm, or what are those things called? Is that what they're called? Metal detector, that's what it is. The only time I've ever set one off is here at the DMV. Never in an airport, and I always tell everybody, I was like, listen, you're gonna have to wand me because, you know, X, Y, Z. And I never have it happen, so I don't think about it because they've been there for so long, right? I even had to carry cards in my wallet to prove that, no, I do not have an explosive device. But yeah, I went to get my New York driver's license, and it kept going off. They wanted me, and they're like, yeah, I'm telling you, it's coming from right here, right here, right here. And it took me a minute to realize it nicely. So I started laughing, and I said, I have a metal hip. And they were like, oh my God. Yeah, so that was something. But that was just an extra story for I don't know what reason, but there you go.
You were lying?
Oh, that's why I know it was.
They thought you were lying?
No, not at all. They were laughing at the same time. They said, oh, you know, because I had a good sense of humor about it. I said, I don't even think about this stuff. I said, I can show you this card if you want proof. You know. Today, I have it in my wallet. So when I went through those surgeries, and it was from a car accident I had when I was a teenager. Just over the years, my hips, I must have had hairline fractures in both. My hips calcified over the years and became arthritic to the point that they were so painful we weren't left with much choice besides to replace them. So they kind of looked like a garden stake the way it felt, especially at the joint, the acetabulum. It hurts by the end of the day, like a long day of walking. But you are going to have patients that have these things happen too, particularly in PT. And when you do, and any of you that end up interning with orthopedists, you may see this stuff too. I will tell you, I woke up in the middle of having my first one replaced. Because at that point they use a nerve block rather than a general anesthetic.
Oh my God.
And so here, and I had no idea because we did this so fast. I mean, they were in that bad a shape that because I worked I had a full-time gig at Purdue and I saw there was no time for me to actually go over it for this preparatory lesson or something. And so I woke up in the middle of this. And I couldn't feel anything kind of from the neck down because it was a different anesthetic. But then my spine was, of course, anesthetized. And I was basically secured to this stand-up rack. Have you guys ever, any of you had a surgery where you actually had to go to an operating room? Okay, you know how small the actual operating beds are, right? Yeah. And so I was now turned up on this that I had been catheterized at this point. I also had no idea that was going to happen. But I woke up and at first I could hear hammering and some sawing and music, really loud music. And I looked over and I could see that my whole hip was open. And I looked at my orthopedist, my orthopedic surgeon. I didn't blood all over the face shield. And he goes, oh, I said, he's like, you're awake. And I go, yeah. He goes, are you doing all right? And he says, do you feel anything? I'm like, no. He says, okay. He says, you want to watch the rest? Because he knew I was fascinated by this stuff. And I was like, I'm good. You can put me right back out, right? But what he talked about later is, even though I had trouble with the first one because I had ended up with bursitis, the second one, I was up in a couple days. I mean, I was gone out of the hospital within a few hours because I knew how to ambulate after having been through it before. But had I been someone who was overweight or obese or older than I was, which is the average patient for a hip replacement, that I would have had a much more delayed recovery. These are folks that you will be dealing with, where you are going to talk to them about their diet for a reason. And if you have to appeal to them, because believe me, they are going to get frustrated. I think I'm clicking this. They're going to get frustrated that they're not healing as quickly because it's painful to have something like that done. At least the first week or so. But then I can't even imagine. I thought about that with the pain that I felt with the first one. I can't imagine if I had excess weight pressing on that same joint, right? I have to go back every year and be x-rayed just to make sure they haven't come out of alignment. But you will deal with that. You will have patients who, OT, you're going to deal with people who have generally more strokes. PT, when you're dealing with folks who are overweight as a result of their own nutrition, you will deal with things like joint replacement. Knee replacements will be another one. And that's again when you're going to see the heavier patients have a much, much harder time recovering from this. Okay. And you may need to talk to them about making some changes in their diet to assist them in recovery. Cool. Okay. And that's okay to do. All right. So, can you have too much of certain nutrients? Yes, you can. You can have too much of certain vitamins, right? You certainly have too much water. Do you know what happens if you have too much salt? Your body needs sodium chloride, right? We just established that to contract your muscles, including your heart. What do you suppose happens if you have too much? There are a few things that can happen. First of all, what typically, you guys know what disease process is most commonly associated with high level of sodium? Andrew? Yeah, hypertension, high blood pressure. Correct. What else can happen if they get too high? Do you have any idea? You guys may not. You can start seizing and end up in a coma. I never knew that until my levels were too low, because they put you on a hypertonic solution and have to gradually step you back up. Because it's not like you can say, oh, your sodium level's low. Why don't you just keep drinking salt water, right? Because if it's either too fast or in too large a quantity, you will seize. If your sodium levels get too low, you will also start seizing and could end up in a coma. So there's more to it than saying we need a balanced diet because X, Y, and Z. There are more severe things that can happen to you than hypertension, right? High blood pressure. What is high blood? Go ahead, Andrew.
I was going to say, if you had like a diet that was high in sodium, could you offset like the effects by drinking more water, or is that just
yes, you can. Mm-hmm. You can. But that would presume that you intentionally have a high sodium diet.
Right. Well, like I'm just saying, like if you're someone who like cooks, like and you use a lot of like salts and stuff, like can you?
Well, here's what I will tell you: the amount of salt that you flush through your kidneys is hard on your kidneys. for example, so I have to, for two different reasons, have my kidneys tested every year. One is diabetes, because the same applies to when you flush that excess glucose out. And the other is sodium, because I do supplement with sodium tablets and I have a higher sodium diet to offset the natural thirst and water consumption that I have. Plus, you need a certain amount of water anyway, to reduce my glucose levels, right? I'm a more challenging patient, even though I don't look like I am, because there are a lot of things that are happening all at one time, and I have that family history of a whole lot of other stuff. You will have patients like me too, and your first guess is going to be, well, they look like they're in pretty good health, right? Was that what you would think if you did not know that I had all this stuff going on? I'm guessing you probably would, right? And that's why, as a matter of fact, I just started seeing in the fall, Dr. Wolozian, who is in the medical arts building over here. And I think that's what it's called. Sorry, guys, I know I keep knocking this thing over. Well, that was what he went through. He goes, oh, it looks like you're a pretty healthy guy. And I'm like, have you read my medical records? And he goes, no. I said, let me help you out with that. He goes, oh, you know. So don't make those assumptions when you're in practice, right? Variety, why do you care there's a lot of different foods in your diet? Why do you need a lot of variety? Okay, good. What else might you want some variety? Listen.
Like, doesn't your body over time like adapt to kind of what you're eating? So you kind of get used to it, and then you might get undernourished or.
Right, because you're eating the same thing seemingly all the time, and you know you're like, oh God, I don't want to eat this anymore. You don't eat as much as you should. Yeah, even if you have a balanced diet, for sure. That's why you'll see in a lot of dietary guidelines they really try to bury this up, so you still know this is from Japan. So you still know how many you need. They're trying to give you sort of some, in this case, pictures, just so it looks like you could have a few more things than you think you can when you want to mix it up some, right? How many of you tend to eat a lot of the same things and do exactly what Melissa was saying? Like, oh, God, I need to eat something else. Mary.
Yeah. Well, like that's also because like
I am terribly sorry about that.
it's also because like when I get like other things, there are some things I can't eat or that make me feel sick. So like if I know the things that don't or make me feel less sick, I just like stick to that. Because I have a lot of like stomach problems.
Olivia.
I usually do the same thing because I know it makes me feel like healthy and like makes me feel good about myself.
Okay, that's good. But do you get to, who has the sign-in sheet? Did you guys, oh, Mary's got it. Well, but do you ever do the thing where you get in and you're like, it's kind of late anyway, and you're always eating the same thing, and you go, you know, I think I'm just gonna order pizza. I mean, be real, we all do it, I do it too, right? And that's why not having enough variety in your diet can lead you to make poorer choices. Same thing happens to your patients, particularly if they are on a restricted income. You still have to make choices that fit your income, but there may be those times you go, we're gonna splurge, I am sick to death of looking at this, because we eat this all the time. My mom used to do that because they would eat like mush for breakfast, and then you did like this fried mush. Because that side of the family is weird, but they were always very poor, but somehow still produced two highly educated college professors for this little small rural thing. But that's what they would eat, right? My grandmother would catch rabbits, or they had to raise chickens, and she'd actually kill them herself and do it for dinner. And oh yeah, I am from a very rural country.
I have a
kind of-
rabbit.
I have never even had rabbits.
No, I have a bunny.
Oh, you have
I
one?
a pet bunny. So,
Yeah.
like,
Do any of you guys watch The Walking Dead at all?
Yeah.
Did you happen to see last night's episode?
No, I'm not like.
Oh, okay, so nobody did, which is good.
They
They finally had to make a decision and ate one of their horses. And I'm telling you, I was watching that and I was like, I can't. I gotta draw the line. Okay, we're good. I'll see you Wednesday.
Bye.
I'll see some of you later. Bye. See you.
Bye, people.
Eat a nice lunch.
I probably
Why?
Why?
Oh, you guys got Dr. Watson? Bye. See ya. Bye. Okay.
I tried the library, yeah, and the library computer's not compatible, so I'm literally going to beg my.
Thank you, young man. Bye.
Have a good day.
Bye, everybody.
These are kind of scared me.
I'm just so annoyed. Then the 25.
Yeah, 'cause you're getting off
That ends up
Morning. All right, let's go through the spiel. Amber, Samuel, Andrew, Brooke, Claire, Lexi's here, Brett's there, Mary, Laura, I write Jake on here. Jake is here. Morgan, Elizabeth, Jeff.
Thank you. What? I know I love it. Yeah.
Yes, Andrew, Matthew, Kayla, Wake, Hannah, Tatum, Olivia Moon, Marley, Haley, Abby, Haley, Kelsey, Olivia, Melissa, Allie. Yay, you guys are all here. Awesome. So what's shaking today? What's shaking today?
Oh,
we're tired.
Ah, yeah. All right. What is it? You today, Melissa?
yes, it
Okay.
is. So I kind of have two things.
Give Melissa your attention, please.
So the first thing is that her name is Amy Klobuchar.
Amy Klobuchar? Yeah.
Yes.
The senator? Yes.
Yeah, she ran for president
Yes.
in the last election. She was diagnosed with stage-1 breast cancer and she was like treated for it. And that like kind of affected her. She was like she and herself probably most likely should at least change the way she's eating. Because a lot of like foods like I know like red meat, I think it was like carcinogen and then like some other stuff. It was like if it was estrogen related, then she might have to change like the type of cheese too.
And with some meats, it depends on how you prepare it as well. So if you add that, if you put it on a grill, it becomes even more dangerous for you. Yeah. So that's interesting. So when you guys are looking at figuring out a health issue that you want to use for that final project, then you can't look at cancer because a lot of things in your diet can certainly make it worse, but other things can hopefully stave off some of the worst effects of it. What else is happening in the news? Anna,
No, I had a question actually.
go for it.
Could you just like go through again with what you put in our analysis paper?
The only thing I really want you to do, so you've been keeping track, right?
Right.
Okay, so keep track on a daily basis because I will look at those at the end, and I'm not really checking your math.
So do you want to say the attach, like what we talked about?
Yeah, I mean, if you can put it all in one document, it would be fine, but you can do more than one attachment, right? So if you want to attach it separately, that's okay. Because I'm gonna kind of just glance through them. So kind of how I want you to approach it is, first I want you to just tell me about your diet, right? What did you find? You know, this is how many carbs maybe I did over a week, and here was a day when I was kind of heavy, and this was what was going on, right? So the whole point is that you're not just tracking your diet. This is what you would do as a patient, or if you were out in the community and you were trying to make a change, right? Is not only do you want to track what you're eating, but you want to know why maybe there's a deviation in it. For example, let's say you have one day, like for me, when I knowingly ate more ice cream than I'm supposed to because I'm diabetic, and I try to counter the effect of that sort of thing. You may find that at the end of the week, you were perfectly in line, but you had a couple of heavy days and you had to counter the next day, which is okay. That's just a smart way to manage your diet. With patients, on the other hand, and community members, they may not do that same thing, right? So your whole goal here is just to understand, and that's what I'm doing with you guys. Yes, you are keeping track of exact kilocalories, and that's basically to help you learn what was in that chapter and what you would do with a patient to say, hey, you're getting this many calories a day. You might have them calorie track, which is probably not a bad idea for you. And then you can take a look at their food. In this case, the best way for you to get used to that is to analyze your own diet. So all I really want you to do is tell me what you found with your diet first, and then how it deviated from the recommended daily allowances found in the dietary guidelines. Okay? And if it aligns with Healthy People 2030, any of the goals that you may set. Now, you do not have to look at this when you write the final piece of it, which is going to be where you make recommendations for dietary change. Try to see it not so much as your own diet, which will make it easier to write this paper. Think of it as a patient. You have a patient or community member who comes to you and they bring you this diet. You've gotten familiar enough with the recommended dietary allowances that you want to help make a plan for them. So approach it that way, right? Go ahead, Anna.
So then you have to figure out obviously the amount of details for each thing that we gave. Do you just want the total for the day, or do you want?
I want you to separate the whole thing.
Okay.
I want you to analyze the whole shooting match.
And then so this is important. I bulleted with everything. So can I just
As long as, no, that's fine. As long as you have, that's fine. You don't have to do a spreadsheet. Hannah did it more on a Word doc, but had everything for the day, but bullet pointed what it was and did the math on there. I'm sorry.
So I could hand the bullets in and then break the rest underneath.
Sure. Yeah. I don't care which order it's in, whether the paper comes first or whether your dietary thing comes first. Whatever makes it easier for you to send me the whole thing is fine. Amber, we're gonna have some. Oh, sorry.
For the calculations, so the only thing that we really need is the amount of calories.
Yes. Using that K-calorie, so you've got to break down whatever's carbs, proteins, and fats. That's all I'm looking for you to do. You don't have to give me vitamin A, sodium, that kind of thing. You don't have to do for this one. Pretty much, if you do it right, you're probably looking at up to, I'd say, 2 pages of written stuff. I've had students take longer, and that's okay because they got into it, right? Managing your own diet, that's fine. And then you're going to attach however you use spreadsheets, or you do a Word doc where you itemize your foods. I don't care what that is. So in the end, you're probably looking at maybe 6 pages. It just depends on how tight your dietary tracking is. That's how many pages that is. But really, your written narrative piece, I would say, within 2 pages is probably good. Right? I don't make a hard and fast thing. I'm not going to say, hey, write 3 pages. I'd rather you write a couple of really good, concise pages. Like, here's what I found. Here's what the differences were. If you intentionally deviate from the dietary norms, like I discussed with you guys, if you're an athlete and there's a reason you do it, you lift and there's a reason you do it. You had to make changes because of a medical condition of some kind. Okay, just this is why I do what I do, right? Because these are questions you would be asking people that you work with, right? So if you have a patient or you're out in the community, here's what I will tell you: if you ever work in the community, and any of you that are thinking down the road of maybe having your own practice, like the PT facilities in town are all independent. So is the OT. A lot of PAs have their own practices, right, where they do regular office hours. If you want to do anything like that, you will work in the community, and you may have somebody come to you. What will happen to you likely is you will come, you'll get in front of them. This is what happens to me sometimes with class. And the next thing you know, you'll ask people if they have questions. No. And then you have a string of people that are waiting to talk to you as soon as the whole event's over, right? I just had that in the internship class on Monday. I said, come on, somebody's gonna have the question. No, everybody's fine. And then I had this line of people, and I was like, but that's gonna happen, you just do it. So you're gonna wanna ask pointed questions. So basically, I want you to analyze your own diet for the week. Just kind of go, here's where I'm at, here's what I had total. I had a couple of days where I was a little high here or there, and I went to a meeting and we had pizza was dinner, kind of thing. Or I had a rough day and I decided to hold my ice cream. Seriously, right? I'm not asking you to do this like crazy, just because that was me. I just was in one of those. It was, I think after my Mondays are long teaching days, so it was after a Monday. I was like, I just want some chocolate and stuff, and I ended up buying ice cream, which I should never do, and regretted it for a couple of days. But so you want to put that kind of stuff in there. However you deviate from the dietary guidelines for Americans, and use your own diet as a gauge. Like if you were working with a patient, right? I'm not asking you to write this and then tell me, well, this is my new plan moving forward. You don't need to do that, right? But if you had a patient, how would you advise them? What kind of changes maybe to bring them in better alignment? Okay? Because your average patient is going to be older than you are. So, and they have a number of conditions already, underlying conditions. So it's important for them to be able to modify their diets. Lexi.
And then how would we do like an in-text citation for say the USDA dietary guidelines?
Normally you would use for the author, the USDA, but you would spell it out, right? Whatever. So for an author and APA for a reference, it's generally either an author or like an organization if there's no author listed. And then the title of what it is, which is then the year, then the title of whatever it is, which is the dietary guidelines for America.
That's all in parentheses after
For an in-text, no, you could do USDA.
Okay.
Okay. When you do an in-text and you're using an acronym, the very first time this applies to both in your written work and an in-text citation, you should spell the whole thing out first, put an acronym in parentheses behind it, and then subsequent uses, of course, you can then just use the acronym. Okay. All right. Any other questions about that for Monday? Good? Okay. Still make a point of trying to at least touch base with your group and set up a way that you guys want to communicate, whether you want to text, you want to use, because you can email through Moodle within your group. Just come up with your health issue, and then you're going to have to figure out some kind of a recipe and a diet related to it. So Melissa's example with Amy Klobuchar is if you wanted to talk about dietary alterations for breast cancer, which would be perfectly fine to do. That's what you write your paper on. You look for a recipe that is suggested. It's easy to find on Google, right? You don't have to go through a whole lot of effort to do this, but it has to be simple, not very time consuming, and inexpensive. When you read them, the 3 keys, you'll never ever get anybody to modify their diet when it's too complicated, takes too long, when they can just go through quick service, or it's too expensive. Why do people not work out in this country?
They don't have time.
Okay, sure, that's how they choose to use their time. Okay,
Wait, why do people not work out?
yeah,
We don't find interest in it.
okay.
They're lazy.
Takes too long to see results.
Takes too long to see results, good. Go ahead, Kelsey. Yeah. Cost, Andrew.
Some people are kind of self-conscious, if they're calling on convenience restaurants, people that are working out or discussing it, been running for years, whatever, they don't want to see what they need to.
Okay. Jay?
Some people might not know how to work out.
Okay, good. And all of the things that you just listed are the exact same reasons people are going to tell you they can't change their diet. They're not comfortable with it. They don't know how to do it. It's too expensive in some cases, right? They don't have an interest. You're going to find those two are really well linked when you look at somebody changing diet and physical activity. That's why the other day when we talked about moderating, I shouldn't say moderating, your book uses moderation, suggesting alternatives for foods, so that you can over time help somebody transition their diet. so it's not as noticeable. Have any of you made a distinct change in your diet, but you did it sort of incrementally? Bless.
I don't eat red meat anymore,
Okay.
but at first, I first started off with not eating it at all, but then I realized that was kind of unsustainable, so that I just cut out red meat, but slowly did it.
I was saying that
Okay, good. Mary.
I'm not vegan anymore, but like when I went vegan, it took me like a year and a half to reach that point. So I first like
Sorry, Jess.
I cut out certain meats, and then I cut out all meats, and then I cut out certain dairy products, and then I cut out all dairy products, and then I was vegan. So it took a while.
So that's a very complicated thing to do.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
not vegan anymore just because it was really complicated, but I was for about a year.
Anybody else? I did, I will tell you myself, I transitioned, and then some of this was like decades ago, to like, the only time I'll drink milk is if it's a skim milk, and I guess try it as we discussed, like soy and almond and stuff. And then moving from white bread into whole grains, whole wheats sort of thing. I ate multi-grain, like an oat bread that I had this morning with breakfast. And the worst part of it was I got one of those pieces of oats stuck to the roof of my mouth and I couldn't get it loose. This is right before I was walking out the door. I took a toothbrush, but it was all the way in the back of my mouth. So I was trying to do the thing where you don't gag, so you throw out, just to get that. It was making me crazy because you could feel it stuff. And then, of course, when I transitioned away from the heavy sugar that I had, and the same with caffeine. I typically have like 2 cups of coffee in the morning, and that's the extent of caffeine for me. But yeah, so I mean, it can be difficult, and you're going to find that people you work with need a lot of support. They also need some good, solid suggestions to slowly transition themselves. So, and this is why for you guys, this is going to be hopefully a little easier. The same time isn't spent a lot of times with MDs who just know that you need to transition something. And so that's typically, here's the guidance that you get, right? I got some guidance from the specialist that I went to see because we're looking at non-surgical alternatives. And so I get a list and I was like, oh my God. So I've got all these different things to do. It also means I've got to buy this, I got to buy this, I got to buy this, I got to buy this, right? Of course I'm doing it and can afford to do it. But there are other patients who would not, or wouldn't be able to keep up with the schedule. You see what I'm saying? It's the same thing when you work with people with their eating or physical activity. Nutrition and physical activity are 2 of the things you will focus on, I swear, with every patient. It seems to always get back to that, right? All right, we're gonna probably skip Canada. This is pretty similar. Hang on, click this thing for it to move. Oh, ever since I sent that sailing across the room the other day, it is not cooperating. Either that or my battery is dead. Okay, it's not dead. Ah, I'm not plugged in. There we go. Okay, so we looked at MyPlate. All right. So MyPlate, one of the things that's nice about using MyPlate is that it makes a distinction here for how many kilocalories you're shooting for in your diet, right? So previously to that, you had pretty much a standard. What did we say the other day? It was like 2,000 calories for a woman and or with men. Remember? 25. Okay. But let's say you intentionally, or you burn enough calories that you need a higher diet, right? How many calories do you need?
I mean,
Do you know, or would you give me your
I got 35 probably.
Okay, Andrew. Olivia,
I'm looking.
there's a reason, and I'm hitting the folks that work out or are one of these athletes on purpose.
Like 3
How many?
$2,500.
Okay.
Mine's about the same size.
I'm not sure.
It's just, is there a snack machine with Rice Krispie treats?
And hot fries.
Oh, God. Okay, so, I mean, it would make it relatively even simpler for you guys if you were trying to decide what kind of breakdown I needed using the same thing. You just have to adjust it for what you normally are eating, right? To make sure that you have enough balance in that 3,500 calories or 2,500 calories, right, a day. The same for me, because pretty much, and the only nice thing about Fitbit is I at least know how many calories I'm genuinely burning every day based on my heart rate. So roughly I'm at about 28, and I likely eat about somewhere between that and 3,000 a day. But it gives you an idea of what you're working with. Like if you're going to do grains, 5 ounce equivalents, it gives you cups, does this sort of thing. Does that sound like it would probably be an issue for a patient to read this? And say, okay, it's 5 ounces of this, a cup and a half of that, a cup and a half of fruits, 2 cups of milk, blah, 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 right? Especially when you've got to break it down and decide what times of day you're going to eat these things. So what My Plate does is it gives you a better visualization that you can use, and there's a lot of materials for My Plate that you can make available to patients free of charge. They have a whole toolkit where you can show them this is roughly what you're looking at, right? You're not looking at, and this, to me, this makes sense because most people are visual learners. Instead of saying it's 5 ounces of this, it's 5 ounces of that, well, can you visualize a golf ball? Can you visualize a baseball, right? A teaspoon, right, is like 1 die out of a set of dice. Tablespoon of salad dressing, a ball from playing jacks, playing cards, you know, gives you that kind of approximation. So at least if somebody's looking at it, because they're not going to measure it, unless you have a food scale, which I happen to have for different reasons, but I mean, unless you have, and even then, are you going to go through the struggle of measuring your food out? Well, of course you're not. But at least if you are in the neighborhood of visualizing this, you can maintain both a balanced diet and one where you're not consuming too many calories, right? And it's going to be a transition for definitely for a patient. So a few places you can start is a visualization like that. The other place you can start is talk to them about their plate sizes. That is huge in this country because we sell a lot of plates that are just far too large. And so it's just human nature. You need to fill that plate, right? You're not getting enough to eat if you have enough space out there. I think some plate manufacturers are working with food manufacturers. So this gives you a basic idea of a sample 2,000 calorie diet, right? Like at which points you should be eating this food, right? Okay, so this is more of what we see in this country, right? You have a perception that a large portion size is appropriate, okay? Yes, you have plenty of balance or energy balance, but it leads you to weight gain over time. What are some things in this country that we do, and we'll focus on this one because that's where we're at right now, that encourage people to eat larger portions? Right. You do what?
It costs less to get more sometimes to get combo.
Oh, okay, right.
That's good.
Right. What usually comes with the combo?
Right.
But aren't they larger fries? Yeah. Or soda?
At restaurants, they do bigger plates.
They do, sure. How about free refills? Let's see, Laura, look up the sugar in Coca-Cola.
44 grams.
44 grams?
One medium, 21 ounces.
Right. So you get 2 more refills, right? Exactly, you're more than shot for the day with just 1. But it's true, because even here, does this really look like a ton of coffee to you? No, because of this, how cylindrical it is, it doesn't look that much bigger than a regular cup of coffee, right? And there are some places that when they give you a cup of coffee, but they offer free refills, will give you a bigger cup so they don't have to stop at the table as often, sort of thing, right? You're not going to drink as much or waste as much. But at the same time, if you put like sugar and cream and stuff in your coffee, you're consuming more of that than you would have in a smaller size cup. How about buffet restaurants? Right? So that encourages you. What type of carb normally comes with a dinner, a meal, whether you eat in-house or you take it with you? Bread, right? Or do you get all the bread you want to have? Right? Let's say chain restaurants, Olive Garden, you got garlic breadsticks, Red Lobster, cheddar biscuits, right? All carbs.
I had waitress over the summer and like we would give bread before any of their food came out, and if they asked for more bread or if their bread was gone, we would just ask them if they want more bread. Like that was what we were supposed to do. So some people would literally eat like 3 loaves of bread before they even got their food.
And then they'd eat their food.
Yeah, and like sometimes that was like a sandwich or just pasta. Like it was an Italian restaurant, so like just carbs.
Oh yeah. I for a couple of years worked with a buffet concept restaurant in Atlanta, and I was their training director. And then when I went back to the Midwest, I actually went to work for another company. And I finally I was like, I gotta stop doing this, and I did, because I was working one evening, and I watched this very heavy man eat several plates of food, and I thought, okay, fine, right? You go to a buffet restaurant, you're getting your money's worth. And then later, I just went to check on one of the restrooms, and I heard somebody puking in the restroom. So it was the same man. I thought, great, I gotta find somebody who's gonna clean this up. And then I watched him leave the restroom, go back out, grab some plates, and eat more food. That's one of those things where it's things you might not see in some other countries, as you would see here, right? All right. Understanding dietary standards. All right. Dietary reference intake. Some of these will make sense. Some may seem kind of odd to you, but there are current dietary standards. There's the basics of what you're used to. They tell you how much we need of all of this. They include an estimated average requirement, recommended dietary, adequate intake, and tolerable upper level intake. Before we even get to these, what do you suppose adequate intake means? Right. It's something that you could tolerate. It's going to keep you functional, right? But probably at an energy deficit. Tolerable upper intake level. What do you think? Morgan. That you could possibly consume without causing damage to yourself, right? So you have a tolerable upper intake level of, say, sodium in your diet. You can still tolerate it, but you are really pushing it. You remember what I told you guys about either having too much or too little sodium? What can happen to you? That you can start seizing, right? That's what these are established for. So you have an idea of when you're just going way too far and you can damage your health, right? All right. Okay, estimated average requirement is a nutrient intake to meet the needs of 50% of individuals in a certain stage of life. So, it is what you think it is. It's an average, right? So they're really kind of using the average of after tracking diets of what the lower half and the upper half have been eating, right? That's it. Just tells you can get away with this. Now, recommended dietary allowances allow you for up to 97 to 98% of the population. That's adequate for you. All right. This is adequate. This is meant to keep you at a base level healthy. Let's say that this was a base level healthy, and then you're being chased down the street by a robber, right? Well, it's no longer base level heavy for you. You might find yourself lightheaded because the amount of energy that you exert in a fight or flight situation. Tolerable, obviously, before you end up with health effects from it, right? Oh, we're not going to look at that. Okay. Let me think. I'm trying to figure out where the right one is here. Estimated energy requirement you won't see quite as often. This is just to maintain your energy. Oh my God, Jess, hello. and acceptable macronutrient distribution ranges. So this is the case where when you're looking at fats, proteins, and carb, here's a range that would be acceptable in the average diet, right? Where you've got a lower end and a higher end sort of thing. Because you need a little of everything to balance your life out, okay? So, here's the basic percentage ranges, which is important to note that they are ranges in any kind of a diet. So when you are looking at, in particular, fatty acids, you need up to 10%. You see at the low end, and that's polyunsaturated fats. Up here, when you see recommended percentages of 20 to 35% fat, that's relatively generous. You need about 10% fat just for your body to maintain homeostasis. But at 20%, even 30, that's a laudable goal because we live in a country where there's a lot of fat in food, right? Particularly convenience foods is where you're going to find a lot of fat. Right? So it's a little higher range because it's easier to achieve if you're working a patient down to this level. Carbs, 45 to 65 is recommended. Who do you think probably consumes less carbs than that 45%? What type of condition or patient? What? Diabetic, correct. Diabetics, you want to have about 35%. They still need carbs to also keep themselves in homeostasis. But to keep the diabetes in check, you can get away with 35, right? Protein, 10 to 35. The 10, what do you think that represents? The bare minimum you should get in your diet, right? What kind of group do you think might have more trouble getting even 10% protein in their diets? Or better yet, what's likely to keep you from being able to have 10% of your diet being from proteins? Well, listen.
Would it be maybe lactose intolerant people?
It can be. Yeah, there are a lot of reasons you could. I'm headed in a different direction, so make it simpler for you. Are fats or carbs more or less expensive than protein? Less. Right? So, in order to get that 10% protein, if you work with low income groups, you may find that this is where this becomes an issue. Particularly if you have folks that eat a lot of pasta where maybe they only have a sauce on top of it, or like mac and cheese, things like that. They're not meeting an average daily 10% minimum protein level, right? Now, 35% on the higher end is going to be somebody that's likely more active for the most part. Olivia, do you track how much protein you do? You track your macros? What do you guys, as a matter of fact, you all have been, so what do you find for protein?
Well, I just definitely know I don't eat enough protein.
Okay,
Just
That's
because naturally I don't.
It's been around 25%.
okay,
I try to get a pound per body weight, right? A gram per pound body.
okay. Great. Any of the rest of you guys, if you have an idea.
I get more than 1 gram per pound.
Okay. So, and that works. I mean, it works. You guys have the extra special benefit of being young. I think your metabolism manages at a much higher level. I don't mind it. Same.
I average like around 7 grams.
Okay. Olivia, did you find something?
Yeah, I'm just so I've been like tracking it. It's supposed to be at 40% because like I just don't eat enough protein, but it's not even close to that.
So, do you
I'm
guys
like
find,
at the lower end.
do you find it harder to actually increase your protein levels?
Yes.
I do too. Yeah, because that's half of what I'm supposed to be doing is decreasing my carbs and increasing my protein based on my diabetes. It's really hard to do that, right? It isn't about money, it's just about being able to get enough protein in the meal, because protein also makes you feel pretty full. You know what I mean? So it's kind of really hard to do that. And you can't just say, well, I'm gonna grab a protein bar until you read the back of that label because then you're adding carbs and all of those too. So, it can be a real challenge. But most of the time when you work with especially lower income families, you really need to pay attention to the protein levels of these children. Okay. Oh, my favorite part, I love this stuff. Food labels. Right? Here's what you need. A statement of identity or the name of the food. Right? Not that green stuff. Net weight of the food contained inside the package, name and address of the manufacturer, a list of ingredients in descending order by weight, and nutrition information. Okay, so depending on how the semester goes, because we are actually, I think, toward the end of the semester, we've got a chapter on food technologies and food safety. Aramark's going to come in, and we're going to do this is right before we're going to be doing the final project cook-off. Aramark's going to come in, and we're going to have a sanitation discussion. Because once we get there, we actually have several classes at the end of the semester. We'll be done with the book by then. But New York State requires you guys have so many contact hours. So we have to still meet. But what I did last year is, because we all went on Zoom, is we watched this PBS, I don't want to call it documentary, it's more like a docudrama, about the Poison Squad. In the late 19th, early 20th century, there were no regulations on any foods. Most food products, I hope you get to watch this video, it's really fascinating. Most food products were preserved with borax. That's a cleaning solution, right? And at the time, you could put anything on a food label. You know how Jell-O is a popular jelly brand, right? All they did on their food label was say that it was the #1 gelatin across the United States. So people bought that because they thought, well, surely it's the #1 gelatin. There was no proof of that claim. Or how about Campbell's soup, and this is not a real thing, but Campbell's soup cures polio. Seriously, there were absolutely no regulations. You could have said anything you wanted to, right? Or ivermectin cures COVID. Please visit your local livestock store, right? That's why you'll see on a lot of items, if they make claims on television, they have to add the disclaimer that the FDA has not approved this, authorized it, or it's not, a real deal. Why do you suppose net weight on your foods matters at all?
That is the best one.
What?
You didn't actually realize that's the sauce on our cabinets right now.
Why is net weight important at all? Do you like having your money taken? I mean, that was the long and short of that. Is one, if you're feeding a family, you should know what you're getting once you drain out whatever packed liquid is in there, or borax. And the other is you could simply take advantage of people. Here's your can of green beans. Green beans is plural, so we gave you 2 of them. And 13.5 ounces of liquid. There was nothing regulating any of that stuff, right? How about the ingredients listed by order of weight? Why should you care what's in the ingredients? Yeah.
Like a lot of things that you'll see, like sugar or like water, like ahead of it. So if it's like, if it seems like it's something that's really not, like you can tell from the ingredients, like it's supposed to be healthy, like sugar is the second thing on there, corn syrup. And you know,
Especially high fructose corn syrup.
you know, it's supposed to be some garbage.
That is true. You should have an idea, even if it's an ingredient in there, how heavily you might find that ingredient, right? That even happens if you have a spice blend. Like if you, let's say you take Italian seasoning, right? You look at the order of ingredients to have a better idea of what the weights are. I'm allergic to rosemary, which is in Italian seasoning, but it takes more than the average, like if I'm using, say, a teaspoon of Italian seasoning for something, it would take a whole lot more rosemary than that. And generally, it's the raw rosemary that will cause quite a reaction. But I want to know what's in it, right? It's another reason that these actual same ingredient lists are available at restaurants. If you do not know what's in your food, you can ask for it. That actually has to do with both of these things, right? They also have to keep a list of any allergens that are in any of their food products. Okay, so it's important you know what the net contents are, right? Statement of the identity. This is truth in advertising. You need to know you're buying what you think you're buying. If this said Classico pasta sauce and it's got pesto in it, well, you're not getting what you thought you were getting, right? If it just said like it was a marinara. Nutrition information, obviously, you need to know. Why do you care anything about the manufacturer of the product? Okay, good. And part of advertising now, they have to advertise as well on the label that there may be, nuts that's used in a facility that maybe has nuts or milk or whatever for an allergen. Laura.
I feel like it's easier if you have any questions, people are more likely to call them and ask the questions and like look up the number and
Okay. How about food poisoning? Salmonella outbreaks. That's half the reason that's on here right now. When I worked in broadline food service sales for Cisco Foods, we had barcoded labels on our boxes that we would ship to restaurants. And those barcodes, if at any point there was an outbreak related to, like, say, produce, because we purchased one of the largest produce manufacturers, or produce series of farms in North America when I was working for them. That literally from that box, you could go to the barcode on the box, and the numbers actually would tell you which farm it was packed at, which field, which row, what time, who picked it, so you have all this information. So if you had, say, a salmonella outbreak in a restaurant, you could absolutely narrow down exactly where it came from and also find out what the problem was. How did that end up introduced there? Because one of the things that Cisco found when they bought these farms, which also included a lot of farms in Mexico, that the prior owner did not ensure that any of the farm workers had access to clean water to wash their hands, soap, or bathroom facilities. So where are you gonna go?
Oh my god.
You might go outside of the fields, right? And then it rains. You see what I'm saying? Right? So those were things, so of course we changed all of that, but also started barcoding all the bits of the food. Manufacturers can do exactly the same thing, and most of them do. It's become more standard practice. So yes, it is important to know. All right, nutrition, you guys have been going through with this, so I don't think you need to actually have the whole thing explained to you. And again, these always get, bless you, these always get rounded, so if your numbers are a little different, don't worry about it. They round up, round out, right? But the numbers get rounded, so these are approximate values, they're awfully close, but your end of the day calorie count might be different than if you literally just read right off the label. Okay? All right. Nutrition facts on small packages. All right. When it has insufficient space, you can use abbreviations. Usually they'll hit the high points. You'll definitely have macros, like you see here. This just happened. So basically, chiclets have carbs, right? No protein, no fat, no sodium. So mostly it's your macros and maybe sodium. It just depends on the label. This one has your macros and sodium as well. So they minimize it to that level. And if you can fit it, it's got a few spots for vitamins. All right. Now you compare product labels. The point they're making here is it doesn't sound like this is too far off, right? With these two packages, when you look at the differences in just the raw percentages, because here total fat's 10% at 8 grams, 13% at 10 grams. But there's a big difference between the saturated fat amounts, right? That's the point this label's trying to make. Here, you've got considerably more sodium when your daily sodium should be restricted, but it just doesn't look like it's that much of a difference. There's only a 20-calorie difference, right? All right. So, let's see. Potentially misleading label statements. Okay. This is definitely an issue when you make a dietary claim. So if you wanted to, so let's say an almond milk that the claim is made that this is better for your heart because it doesn't have fat, right? Well, okay, that claim still has to be reviewed. On its face, you might go, well, that makes sense, right? But the claim would still have to be made, and that would require that you actually test people over time. No differently than you would in a statistics class or your methods classes or whatever. You'd write a research project and you'd actually follow them over time to determine whether or not that was true. It would take that kind of effort for FDA to approve it before it can legitimately be placed on a label. If it's placed on a label, like I said, it has to have the disclaimer that this has not been approved by the FDA, right? Same thing here. If you see something, let me think, there's some products that are for bone joint health that are available and you can just get them at Walmart, right? Like they'll tell you they're a miracle at lubricating, your knees, your hips, whatever. That is also not FDA approved, right? And it has to be related to the food's nutritive value. You just can't invent this at the end of the day. Which, any of you guys watched any episodes of The Foods That Built America? Okay, this is where they discuss a lot of that stuff. That is where you see exactly what a kind of like the Wild Wild West food was in the early 20th century, which may have a lot to do with why lifespans were shorter. I mean, we think right away that it's medical care, and that's likely true as well. We didn't know as much about sanitation, but people literally got poisoned by food at that point. The Poison Squad, what they did was try to determine the effect of borax in foods over time. Today, we would have thought this was a horrifically unethical experiment. But what they did is they had people line up because they were paying them, who were all healthy young men at this time. And they basically got to live in this house. They got 3 meals a day. They did know that it was an experiment where they were testing, food preservatives to determine amounts. And they put out these huge, wonderful spreads of food. Every last bit of it had borax. And so they were eating it at all times a day and became very sick. And of course, they had a medical center on staff. The whole point was they were trying to expose the food industry. They didn't kill anybody. Nobody died in this particular one, but you can be guaranteed they probably had permanent damage. But the point was that they wrote this expose, and the guy that actually started this is the reason that today we have these food labels was from that experimentation because of how dangerous it was to the general public. And he had the backing of the time of President Teddy Roosevelt, who found when he went to the Philippines, before he was president, but I think he was working at me. But when he went to the Philippines during the American-Philippine War, that he saw soldiers who would not eat the food that had been sent for them, and he knew they needed to obviously be nourished to be able to be effective in the battlefield. And they said it's because all the food was green. By the time he got there, he opened it up and it was the most putrid stuff. So at that point, the Poison Squad got the attention of the president and things started to change. So food labels changed right around that same time. Have any of you heard of The Jungle? Okay. The Jungle, which is a book, started out as an expose that was meant to be an expose about immigrant labor and mistreatment in Chicago. Yeah.
Wasn't it specifically about slaughterhouses too?
Yeah, they were at slaughterhouses, but the initial goal was to expose the treatment of immigrant labor. But once Sinclair, what's his first name? Thank you, Sinclair. I think.
I'm not sure.
I'm not either, but I know Sinclair is right. But so what he found though is when he went into these slaughterhouses looking at this, it was just open feet. feces and rats and the things that today we kind of take for granted, including, sure, rats get into any production equipment you have there and ends up in your food. Okay, right? You've got these open fields, you've got all these animals together, you get one sick animal, they all become sick, so in the end, between those combination of things, you are now protected from food sources, right? That was all meant to protect you, but I mean, I can't imagine how many people died as a result of all of those things that happened at that time. When we thought we were really advancing, okay, yes, you can go, I saw one. We're at the end anyway. Good, have a good weekend. Upton Sinclair, that's it. Thank you. You were, I kept going on, I knew it was Sinclair. See you. Yeah.
Think that I might do.
Thank you.
There's like
Sorry, forgot to hit record. All right, hang on, I'm gonna share this with you too now before I forget to do it. Okay. I purposely structured that assignment in a way that left it open to interpretation. That's why, a lot of you asked me what went into it, or did I have an example? And I was like, nope, not meant to be. If you include this, it's up to you how you look at it. Why do you? And I will tell you, your discussion board instructions are pretty strict. Your final will be. Your article reviews are relatively. So why do you suppose I left this as an open-ended sort of assignment? Next.
So you can see like how we already organize information.
And how you think. Good. More.
I kind of say that like when you information or since when I did it, like I learned that obviously it was from like I thought what I was reading how that wasn't in some ways. But then I was thinking really the way like maybe with our paper, maybe we can do like how we go about
That's correct. You are going to be put into situations where you guys have a base knowledge of things, right? And you're either going to be put on the spot, asked to spearhead a program. You may be, how many are public health? Okay, who else? Okay, listen. So if you guys are out in the field, you may take a job as a health educator for a county, and that is a real thing. And you're going to be going to these small towns and you may have limited guidance. You're not going to be exactly having, have public health is so underfunded. You're not exactly going to have all the materials you need to pull this off in the community. You're going to do a little research and you're going to have to be able to deliver this information. But all of you are going to be put on the spot. And it's a matter of how do you think, how can I quickly do this without an example? I haven't dealt with this before. And even if you stumble over it a little bit, but you get to, you satisfy the patient's concern of the communities, you have learned for the next time it happens. And you can improve and you can improve and you can improve, right? I will tell you that's kind of what it's like to teach. You learn a whole lot in your very first year because if you're going to make any mistakes, you will absolutely make most of them in your first year. I'm speaking from experience here. Dr. Watson would tell you the same thing, and Dr. Thomas. But you learn from it so that point forward, you can do a better job. Your screen sharing is paused. Why is this paused? Resume share. On Earth. Good Lord God in heaven. Okay, I am going to try and work something out. What? How many of you guys have class like where you only have 10-minute breaks together? Because I was thinking about having Dr. Medler work with me on using the annotage table. We may do this maybe at a different time to actually go through the whole digestive system on an actual cadaver, but it'll be the electronic version of the cadaver, so we can work through the digestive system. So, hey, I'm just throwing that out. Okay, let's talk about your GI tract. All right. Sight, smell, thought, taste, and sound all start the digestive process in your body, right? What do you know? All right, what makes your mouth water when it comes to food? Or where you immediately feel like you're getting hungry all of a sudden? Yeah. Okay, but what? I'm saying specifically, what kind of things get you guys in? Or okay, what kind of food? You're giving me basic examples here. I want real popcorn. Popcorn, good. Right? You guys ever smell that? Like when somebody else is making like a bag of popcorn in the microwave? Oops. Sorry, Jess. Pancake. Oh my God, yes. What else? Sure. Go ahead.
I was gonna say baked goods too, but sometimes like air fresheners that smell like baked goods.
I have apple of my pie in both my house and my office. Good.
Coffee.
Coffee? Good, right? That makes you hungry for what? Coffee for me usually
Or
means I'm
maybe
getting
like-
hungry for breakfast.
Yeah.
Always associated with breakfast. Plus, like warmed up chocolate. Yeah. A burger, right? That's part of those of you that eat any impossible meat or Beyond Meat, because they still smell like you're kind of cooking a burger, right? They're meant to emulate it. What else does it for you? Any smells turn you off from food? Okay. Yep, I can't do it anymore either after I stopped eating red meat. Sauerkraut. So I have for lunch. Okay, like it's more of kind of almost a grease that should have been changed. A lot of times people use it way too long. There becomes rancid, right? For me, it's rosemary. I am terribly allergic to rosemary, so the smell of it makes me crazy. The other smell that I used to like that I no longer can handle is cinnamon. And that was from, well, I will just tell you, I was young once too. And that was from an evening of just having far too many shots that involved something that smelled like cinnamon. And I can't stand it now. That was a rough, long night. There are things that will change the way you look at it. All right, let's say popcorn and maybe burger, cooking, chocolate, it doesn't matter, right? What happens when you smell that smell? What sensations do you feel? How does it make you feel? What is there any? Go ahead. You'll salivate, sure, because your mouth's like, I'm ready to eat, right? Because your saliva contains digestive enzymes. A lot of digestion actually happens in your mouth. Okay, so it's preparing based on a memory of that smell to use the right enzymes to digest your food. Well, what else happens? You ever drive past, and this happens, because like the meat example that you use, like if you were inside a place and it's cooking, it would bother me. But if you're outside, the one thing that I really like personally is the smell of foods being grilled. Just that grilled smell, right? So if you drive past like a Burger King, you just kind of get that grilled smell if you're in your car, right? So I don't know about you, but it immediately makes me hungry, right? Even though I'm not going to eat red meat, although they do have the Impossible Whopper. But what? Are you shaking your head like this?
Nothing.
They do have it,
Yes, they
Yeah.
do.
and it does not taste as good as if I cooked it myself, but and it's got too much mayonnaise on it. But all right, so you're going to get warmer, right? Because your body's anticipating digesting food, so your heart rate is going to increase, which is why you get warmer. We already talked about your salivary gland. Obviously, your heart rate is going to increase, right, to help warm your body and help prep you to digest your food and give you the energy that you're going to need. increased stomach acid and digestive enzyme secretion and motility. That's why your stomach starts to churn when you aren't always hungry. Have you ever been at a time in your life you didn't really feel hungry until all of a sudden you smelled something that really triggered? I think we probably all had that experience, right? And then all of a sudden you are famished. That's that reaction, okay? All right, here, do you ever think about food? When, Jake?
The most common time I think about food is like during practice. Like the hickey breakfast gets me through like morning swims, to be honest.
Okay. So you're thinking during practice because you are burning enough calories. That's your body's reaction to burning off calories. How about Thanksgiving time? Right, when you start looking at food, people have food out, you see food ads, right? Olivia.
I would just say like when I'm stressed.
Okay, that's good.
Like, cause like when I get stressed, I feel like when I finish, like if I'm like in the middle of homework and I'm like stressing about something, I'll like take a break and go get a snack, and it just like it's just a way to take your brain off of like what you're actually feeling.
Craziest thing for me is that happens on a busier day when I'm on my feet a lot, and then as soon as I sit down, suddenly I'm hungry. Right? Go ahead.
I usually get like hungry during a test, and then I think about what I'm gonna eat after the test.
Okay.
Not really good.
That's good. I learned it when I worked at, I think it's something for a couple of years, not only teaching, but in career development full time at Purdue. So whenever we would go to either conferences or day meetings or anything, we just kind of learned, because there were horrible events to go to, just long and boring. That the best way to get through it is to have already planned where and what you were going to have for lunch. But then the whole time we're in the meeting, I'm thinking about what I found on the menu that I want to eat and try something new. That it, which is good because it gets you through the meeting. But then you're just absolutely famished. All right. Okay. We may have, if I feel like putting it in the car, we may have one of Dr. Watson's models this next week. All right. Organization. You're going to ingest food. You're going to transport it. These are the basics, right? Then you're going to secrete your digestive enzymes, acid, mucus, and bile. All right, we already discussed that bile is necessary. Your bile is a byproduct of different types of foods, fats in particular, right? And that's used to regulate your digestion. Do you guys know how bile helps aid your digestive system? Okay. From hopefully your Anthony touched this, but so as let's say that your body is having a hard time breaking down food, then your body will signal the gallbladder to aid you by sending some bile over for that added acid to help break down your food into a better, a better kind that's going to make it through the way through your system. Okay. So absorption of the end products of digestion. Some of that is going to be water, of course, and elimination of waste. That's the basics. All right, so you're going to have several layers to your GI tract: mucosa, circular muscle, longitudinal muscle, and sphincters. Why do you suppose you have different types of muscle? And you can speculate, that is perfectly fine. What does muscle normally do when you think of your arteries are muscle and your digestive system is? How do they act? The sphincters would do that, absolutely, and which are a muscle in there. Yes, absolutely. For a reason, because it helps digest you well enough, or you absorb any of the nutrients before you move into the next track.
They contract.
They contract. They almost look like when a snake eats something, right? To move this along, because that's the only way you're going to get this moved along. And the mucosa is simply a lubrication that's necessary to move things through. All right. So you get an idea. There are your guts. All right. I will tell you now, and we'll get to it in this chapter. How large would you guess? Would you guess the absorptive area in your body is? Is it the size of this classroom? Is it the size of a motor vehicle? Is it the size of a tennis court? Or is it the size of an Olympic swimming pool? Or is it the size of your desk? Andrew? Yeah, you read the chapter, good. Or did you not? All right, you did not read the chapter, thank you for admitting that. Amber, what would you gonna say?
No, I just.
Okay, all right. If you read it, it's actually in your book, and I can already tell you, it is also on one of your stamps. It might even be on both. Because I found that utterly amusing last year, and so we use it over and over and over again in class, because it's almost ridiculous to think that there's that much fact in such a box. Like you could open up like an inflatable, like one of those lifeboats and when you get off an airplane. All right, but remember that because it happens to be worth a considerable amount of points on purpose to kind of give you a giveaway question when you take your midterm. You guys do not all get the exact same questions on your quizzes, and certainly not the same order. You may have some surprises, and for those of you that don't read your books, they will come as genuine surprises. So there, then I leave that so it's kind of a catch-all. Doesn't kill your brain, right? I think it's actually worth 10 points.
You said that was the absorption, right? The absorption size.
That's the absorptive size of your whole digestive tract. All right. Physical movement. Peristalsis is a wave-like muscular contraction, like we were talking about. And it sounds just like it's written. It comes in almost a wave, right? Waves crashing when you see it inside the body. This helps transport your food across the GI, right? And you are going to be segmented because you'll have different muscular contractions like a snake, right? Your small intestine looks like a snake. And it's almost the same thing that you would see if a snake was digesting, a mouse, right? It's going to divide up and mix up the chyme, which is the whole bolus of food that your body's digesting that you've already chewed up. Then all the way through your digestive tract, more of that is going to be removed, right? The nutrients in particular to where you really are only left with waste products. All right, here's an example. This might take a second to load. Oh, that's right. This is an only over 18 video. Everybody over 18? Hold on, let's make sure this comes. There we go. Jess, can you see this? Hold on, I can't see you. Yes or no? Nod your head, shake it. Can you see?
Yeah, I can see the watch on YouTube thing.
Okay. Oh my God. Good Lord, I have to sign in. Let's do this. I'll do it for myself. Oh my God, I do. And oh wait, was that Google? I thought it was. Okay. Let's see. I'll do my personal email. Hold on. I could just pull it up last year, but now it's apparently PG-18. Oh my God, I don't actually know what my password is. Oh, hold on. Hold on, I'm going to do this again and log in with my phone. It should work.
Are you serious?
What? I do not know because it's just the body. Let's hope. Couldn't find your. Oh my God, I might have to do this a second time. I think this is correct. There we go. All right, hold up. This is it. This is intestinal peristalsis. You see how it's moving? You can see each one of these is a sphincter that is allowing your food to be segmented through your digestive system instead of all moving through at one time. What do you think of that? Go ahead.
It's like how come we don't always feel that? Why not?
You do. Yeah, you should. You should. You ever been to a doctor or had a physical exam? We're gonna watch it twice. You should be feeling that. So have you ever been to a doctor and they've actually used a stethoscope, on your abdominal area? What are they listening for?
Your stomach sounds.
They're listening for that kind of motility to make sure that you have a normal.
So what
digestive
exactly does that
We
sound
can't
like?
If I had my stethoscope on me, yeah, you could listen to it on me. You're gonna hear it even if you don't feel it necessarily. And the times that you're gonna feel it the most is when maybe you overate. You guys ever feel that? Like where it feels like you can feel every bit of your body digesting food because you kind of overate for the day. That happens because you're just that full of food, right? Your body otherwise, if it didn't separate, first of all, the kind, right? To absorb nutrients and break it into smaller pieces, well, what would happen? Do you think? If your body didn't mix this all up and try and keep it separated moving through the tract, what do you think would happen to all of that food? And you'd have more waste, exactly, because it's not going to have the time to actually be absorbed through the tract. Plus, it's going to be too much food. And it would be pretty painful. There's one area of your body where you experience the most pain. All right, so we're going to get into enzymes in a minute. You'll see some of these here. Sucrose, right? You're going to be using sucrase. So this isn't very different. So when you look at the enzyme that breaks down sugars, sucrose, it's sucrase, right? You get over here and you're going to see glucose and fructose as well, but it's going to break all of those down with sucrase, right? A lot of this starts in your mouth. Everything you see in your saliva are also digestive enzymes. A lot of this happens in your mouth. Like you guys have all eaten food, so you know that your food has to be a certain amount of moisture in your food for you to be able to swallow it. Right? One of those things. If you were too dry, you take too big a bite. You're eating something that's rather dry. You can't just chew it a little bit and then swallow it. You got to keep chewing it because your body is adding these enzymes to start breaking it all down for you. Okay, and this is where it starts. You get some others as well, right? Acids, bases, bile, mucus, which we already went through. All right. Okay, there are a couple of roads to having any of your nutrients absorbed, and they all require a diffusion across membranes, which is also in your book, right? What do you think, without even, especially if you did not read the chapter, but I appreciate your honesty. What do you think passive means when it comes to transport and diffusion? Yeah. Correct. There is absolutely no energy involved, right? You just kind of blues along, right? What about facilitating? Sam.
Using a project to get across the membrane.
And active would be when you use the energy from your body to actually have that absorbed, right? And let's see here. So you can see some examples of it. Passive, you're just rolling along and fall right into space, right? As this is as simplistic as it gets. Facilitated, on the other hand, the transmembrane protein carriers will actually change shape to facilitate the absorption of any of these nutrients. Okay, so this is your body doing nothing more than reconfiguring itself long enough to help this along. Active transport, you need to add ATP to it. It'll tell you that minerals, some sugars, and most aminos move against a concentration gradient in your body, and in order for it to move across it, you need a certain amount of energy for it to be absorbed, right? And endocytosis. The cell membrane actually surrounds the molecules and engulfs it. So it's similar to active transport, but in this case, you're just kind of, let me help you here. And in this one, you're going to absorb it and keep it there. Okay. All right, your salivary glands. Moisten your food, supply the enzymes. All right. Most of the enzymes you're going to be able to understand pretty clearly because they sound a whole lot like. Let's hop ahead here so I can show you guys. All right. they're gonna sound relatively similar to what you have. Amylase acts on starch. Lipase starts to work on fats. Okay. Oh, we'll get back to that in a minute. Not quite the sphincter you're thinking of, by the way. I'm not gonna do that today. All right. Your liver produces bile as well as your food's being converted. So a lot of that is gonna take place and go through some conversion in your liver, which then sends the bile to your gallbladder, like we've been talking about, okay? Where is the gallbladder located in relationship to the liver? Those of you who are looking to be EA, PT, or OT, where you're gonna have to know your A and B.
Right underneath it.
Correct, just right underneath it and slightly below it is where your gallbladder is located. All right, so some things that absolutely can happen in a gallbladder, which can cause you a whole lot of grief and your patients as well. Especially those of you that are looking at PA, I will tell you a pretty easy way to diagnose a gallbladder issue is if somebody comes to complain to you with pain directly in the middle of their back that's relatively excruciating, that radiates to the front of their body. That is almost signature gallbladder symptoms, right? Which I learned because I had that.
Also, it's like they say they ate like a fried food, like, and they have pain, it's the gallbladder.
Yep. There are going to be ways you'll be able to tell that. More often than not, when you run into a gallbladder, it is because there is some development of gallstones. A lot of times are simply like crystallized fats. If you're careful, I will tell you when I had mine removed, a common thing that happens is if you have to have your gallbladder removed, is whatever the contents are, they'll send to a lab to see whether or not it's an innocuous fluid in there or not, right? It could be the sign of something worse, but more often than not, it's pretty innocuous. Mine was, and when I went for my follow-up, he said, we have it in what I would have loosely described as sort of a jar's worth in this plastic container. He's like, I've got it all on video, you want to see it? And I was like, no. He goes, all you tell you is it's black and it was full of all this stuff. And so, but it was innocuous, there was nothing to find. But it was because most of that was blood. It was a gallbladder. My body kept producing bile and the liver kept sending bile, but the bile had nowhere to go because it was blocked. So all that your gallbladder does is continue to expand, which is why you end up with pain, not just in the front, like in through this area, almost like your chest. The real telltale, especially, I mean, you could confuse this if you had a woman who was having cardiac issues, although she should mostly feel it across the back. It's across the back and then radiates to the front, because as your gallbladder expands, the one place that you have room for it is across the back. And your gallbladder can go actually like the entire width of your body. It will expand until it ruptures. So if you think that if you have a ruptured gallbladder, that is an emergency, you betcha, right? I did not have that, I was just decided. So, but that's telltale. Okay, liver uses cholesterol to generate bile. And of course, you know that in the small intestine, this is important because the liver will use cholesterol, which is from most of the fatty foods that you eat are going to have some cholesterol in them, right? Your body also produces cholesterol. Not in huge amounts, but that's why we end up getting a lot of the necessary cholesterol through animal products that will be used to generate bile. And you also will find the same thing with some fat. And then your additional fats in the small intestine, bile will emulsify those, right? Another telltale sign if you have any kind of gallbladder issue is you'll be able to notice a change in stool. You'll also, if somebody is nearly at an emergency level where they may rupture, you'll find they urinate more often because the gallbladder can get large enough that it presses down onto the kidneys because it displaces your other organs. This is nothing I learned in school. I didn't know this hard. But I'm so interested, I kept asking these questions. So, all right. And in your colon, bile trapped by fiber and lost to feces. That's one of the reasons that when you eat a lot of fiber, that it helps reduce your cholesterol levels. Because since the cholesterol is used to generate the bile, if fiber can help trap any of that bile and any of the excess cholesterol, it will carry it out of your body. Right? So if you ever have a patient like that, and it actually is a very common diagnosis and a common procedure, it's laparoscopic now. It used to be you would have to have a full abdominal surgery, which required like 6 weeks. And no longer, it's like 3 little spots and it's gone, right? Those patients are going to have to be much more careful about what they eat, and even at that point, they'll have to add fiber to their diet as other to help draw the bile from your body. So it kind of helps leach out the excess bile that you have no control over, so that you produce a firmer stool. Excuse me. Sinuses, honestly. And if you have a patient who doesn't get enough fiber and ends up with a looser stool, what else can happen to them if they have loose stools, diarrhea on a regular basis? Absolutely, dehydration. What else as a product of dehydration happens? We've only talked about this in class. What else do you lose? Melissa? Electrolytes, right? And then what can happen, Mr. Dobson? You could, right? If you don't have enough of them there, right? You'd have to be monitored to replace your electrolyte because your patient then could seize, right? So you have, I did this all last year, and you guys are going to start finding now that we're getting into it. I'll do this with you as well. Who are my, okay, let me do this. Who's PA? PT. OT. Public health, again. The rest of you guys, you want to do nursing.
I don't know.
Okay, you know.
That's the word.
Okay, all right, pre-med, nursing. Okay, okay, fair enough, right? All right, so your patient presents to you with loose stools that have a kind of a fatty consistency to them, right? You're going to be asking people these questions with what feels like a pain in their back. Does that make it a gallbladder issue? No. Right? Could it be? Yes. How would you know if it was a gallbladder issue or not? How do you see the inside of your abdominal area? You guys know? I'm jumping way ahead on purpose. And ultrasound, exactly.
You would also, like, some patients have to get endoscopy.
Could be, sure. Usually ultrasound is first because you try things that are a little less invasive. And you'd only use an endoscopy if nothing was revealed. Do the ultrasound, and yes, this is way ahead of a nutrition class, but it's a good time to learn. Okay. What about the fats in their stools? What would you suggest? We just talked about it, right? But then the last 5 minutes. Add fiber, right? Let's see if we can just remove those. You're not changing the world here. One thing at a time, right? And I know a lot of patients, and you're going to find this too, get very impatient because they want to be cured yesterday. But sometimes, and I am one of those patients, so I'm speaking from experience. Because the specialist I'm seeing, I'm like, why do I need to wait a month for another one? I'm like, I already have a feeling I know where we're going to head from here, blah, 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 because I've already been doing my research. Well, no, I have to be patient and just be the patient, which is hard to do. Yeah, so this is a good chance to just kind of think about what happens with your patients. We will talk a lot about PTOT in here as well, and how that affects nutrition affects your patient's recovery. Okay. All right. We already covered this. So a lot of the early digestion actually happens here. It releases the enzymes to start the process, right? Also moisten your food so that you're able to swallow. And I just sphincter today, which is so awful. Where am I headed with this? Yeah, I'm going the wrong way. I'm still going the wrong way. Where are we at? Okay. This we've covered. Your pancreas will produce some bicarbonate and some digestive enzymes. What do you need a bicarbonate for? Andrew.
Gotta reduce
Right, absolutely perfect. That's necessary to reduce the acids in your system at that point. Okay, so it has a necessary role. What, without knowing, which we don't cover for a little while, what else does your pancreas produce? Insulin, correct, right? So, let's say you have a patient. I love using this. As so many things happen to me in life that I can use for personal example. So you go ahead and you check your patient's A1C, and you find they have an A1C of 9.3, where diabetes is typically 6.5, I think, and above. And at 10, you're in a diabetic emergency. So your patient has a 9.3. What do you want to know about them next? What do you want to know about that patient next? What would be the next? And this is a lot of speculation. It's not in your book. I want to see what you guys are. Their diet is a good place to go, right? You want to make some corrective actions.
You want to know what they last ate for blood glucose and if they take insulin, when was the last time they took insulin?
Well, if it's a new patient, you don't know that they need insulin at all. How do you know if they need insulin? Okay, fair. How do you find out? I don't expect you guys to know. I'm just trying to see if you guys can speculate. Lexi.
Asking to look at cholesterol level.
With insulin, not necessarily, but it can help you kind of gauge their full diet because they may also have a cholesterol issue as well. Because more often than not, it may be that they don't regulate their diet well, which means they also would regulate their fats well as cholesterol standard. I'm sorry. Okay. Type 1, typically you would diagnose relatively early, but it is possible later in life. What's the difference between type 1 and type 2?
Type 1, your pancreas can't produce any insulin, where in type 2, you can still produce it if you change the way you eat. And mostly you see that in the people who are like overweight or don't have like the best diet.
Okay, so you can't use it.
You can't use the insulin level, which is correct for type 2. How do you know? Go ahead.
I was gonna say, isn't it like the receptors?
Good. It's your insulin receptors on your muscles generally. How do you, but why? How do you get to the point where you distinguish between a type 1 and type 2? Do you think? You think a blood test can do that?
Yeah. I was gonna say blood test, but I was looking it up.
That's why I said just speculate. Just
Yeah.
speculate. That's all this is kind of practice ahead to speculate. Lexi.
This is the A1C test.
That would be, yes, that would be if you wanted to actually know whether or not if you were diabetic. What are the diabetic ranges? That's hemoglobin A1C.
It says below 5.7 is normal, 6.5 or higher. On 2 separate tests indicates diabetes.
You still have to do blood tests to like see what kind of diabetes.
You can do that to see, but the blood test will tell you whether or not your pancreas produces insulin normally. Right? And you can produce insulin normally, even if you have a damaged pancreas, which I do. And I still produce insulin normally. And to your point, what that generally means is your body does not use insulin well while resting anyway. And the average medication, which is what I am on, stimulates the insulin receptors on your muscle cells so that they will actually use insulin well so they can absorb the glucose in your food, okay, from your food, I should say. So that's why when you work with diabetics, especially type 2, you've got to manage more than their diet, you need to manage their exercise. So for them to actually benefit from the medication, they have to be physically active or the muscle cells will not have that extra boost to demand insulin naturally, right? Okay. We are done for today, and I'm going to save the sphincter video for Wednesday. I will probably grade your stuff tomorrow. You guys will all do fine, unless you have some glaringly huge issue, you will do just fine. It's not designed to be a hard thing to do. All right, we may have to just show up here in a second. Good morning. Amber, Sam, Andrew, Brooke, Claire, Lexi, Brett, Mary, Laura, Morgan, Elizabeth, Jess's son, Andrew, Matthew, Kayla, Wake, Hannah, Tata. Olivia is out. Morley. Haley. Abby. Haley. Kelsey. Elizabeth Whitaker. Danielle. Melissa. Ellie. And Jake. I'm almost down to the last bit of papers, Jake, so I can now add you to that.
My name.
Yes.
That's okay.
All right, how's everybody? Good, yeah. All right. Who has hot topics? Get it, Andrew.
I was gonna bring up the war in Afghanistan.
Okay, raise your body.
Like, there's a bunch of people right now that are being oppressed and they probably don't have access to food and nutrients. So that's gonna have a big impact on households that just can't get enough food to support.
Okay. So, what are some ways around that?
I know the US is sending aid with food.
Right. And what's the concern with sending aid to Afghanistan for the folks that remain behind and would not evacuate?
It's just gonna go to the bad people.
What?
It's just gonna go to the people that cause the issue.
Right. You still got to go through the Taliban who somehow just kind of made their way in 11 days and took over the country. So what's your guarantee that that's ever going to reach the people that we intend for it to reach? Look.
It's gonna take a while to get over there too, so like if we are sending like fresh
Sure, they could go bad and spoil. Yeah. Well, I know there's some conversation where sending this food directly to like NGOs and folks who are already on the ground or working through the UN, who has kind of a humanitarian pass from the Taliban, to try and make sure the folks that are there can eat and are safe. And that's, that's such a tall order. What else is going on? I saw just this morning, thankfully I get updates right on my phone first thing in the morning, that a federal judge in Utica has put a hold on mandated vaccines for healthcare workers in the state of New York.
In OGH, 11 healthcare workers quit because they didn't want to get the vaccine. Like, there's going to be a shortage of healthcare workers.
I find that I think in those cases that you should go ahead and accept the shortage, because the longer that we allow people, a minority, to hold the rest of the country hostage, the wilder these COVID mutations are going to become until eventually they evade the protections of the vaccines.
Well, yeah,
And
because
so-
it's like, what are you going to die from? Like, your nurse not getting the COVID vaccine, or from, like, what,
Right, you can absolutely spread the vaccine, because no matter how careful you are, you're going to take your mask off to have a beverage, you're going to be talking to somebody else, and you just start spreading it, right? If you're unvaccinated. And we just talked about this Monday in the public health classes I have in the afternoon. And so some of them from OGH want to become travel nurses. Well, that makes things even worse. Not only are they going to be jeopardizing patients across the country, they're more than jeopardizing themselves, because what places do you think are looking to hire travel nurses? What types of places? COVID hotspots, right, exactly, Laura. Those are the kind of folks that are already overwhelmed, and they're gonna bring you in unvaccinated. And in most of those states, they don't have any mask mandates or are specifically forbidding them. So now you really are taking a chance to go and say, I'm gonna give up that job. And, you know, there's just a certain point where you cannot be held hostage, you know? And they were like, oh, but nothing. I mean, really.
It like doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Why healthcare workers
Agreed.
are
I
like
think
the
they
ones
should,
not getting it.
I think they should set the example. But even plus, but even if they don't want to get vaccinated, well then fine, you lose your job. I mean, at that point, because in the end, you could save more lives by not having the product, right? Because those nurses are also going to be interacting with other patients who do not have COVID, who are there for other reasons, right? You still have elective surgeries, you still have these things going on, and your only other choice would be to remove them from patient care. Well, then what are you going to do with them? They're still pulled off the playing field, right? You can't just simply say, well, okay, the rules don't apply to you. So as soon as you say, well, we don't want to lose you, we're going to give in, well, then no longer do any of your rules apply, right? So they need to go.
But it's
and-
like with like the flu vaccine and like TB tests, like all those things have been mandatory for years. And
Mhm.
like you just do it because you want to keep your patients safe
And well, yeah.
and yourself, but
And how many of you have interned with OGH before? And you have. And you have. And the rest, I've got a number of you who are looking to do it right now. Does OGH require proof of vaccinations?
Yeah.
Yes, right? For everything else, including the flu vaccine. That's the only one you're allowed to decline. And then if you do decline, I believe they still make you wear a mask, which is right now a standard protocol. But if we didn't have COVID, you still have to wear a mask. So they're already requiring you to do all this, and you get TB testing. So where do you draw the line? Why suddenly the COVID vaccine? Right?
because it's new and like people are scared.
You guys see about Nicki Minaj and the Met Gala?
Yeah.
Like, how about we talk about something that living, right? Nicki Minaj. Well, I just don't feel I've done enough research on it. There are actual researchers who have done the research on this, right? We're not looking to Nicki Minaj for healthcare advice.
Right.
But didn't her friend's like testicles get like
Oh,
huge or
no,
something?
her cousin's friend's friend in like Trinidad and Tobago, right? No, which is nuts.
But like I'm saying, like if I'm Nicki Minaj, then like my cousin's friend of a friend's testicles got huge, I'd be scared too. I mean, I'm vaccinated, but like I don't know, I'd be like,
Okay, he also had a venereal disease, so,
Yeah, you have to look at the underlying.
Where do you draw the line?
cause.
you know, a couple of things. One, yes, he had a venereal disease. Two, Trinidad and Tobago have a 13% vaccination rate. Haiti has a 6% vaccination rate. They do not have those vaccinations because vaccines are not available to them. They have those vaccinations because they are heavily resistant. I've got a student class who's, it was Jamaica, not Haiti. I keep saying Haiti for Jamaica. Jamaica, a student who is Jamaican and spent the summer there, who said that most of that resistance is really that they just want to use these holistic medications. So, like, what is ivermectin, for example? Do you remember? Because this will actually be on your midterm. It's a horse dewormer. It's actually going to be on your midterm, so I just figured I'll give you that heads up now. Good.
There's a new one now,
Oh, what is it now?
betadine, it's an antiseptic.
Well, yeah, you use betadine all the time in the
Yeah.
hospital setting. But are they swallowing
They're
it?
like drinking
Oh,
it.
Jesus.
Oh.
We're back to the Clorox stuff, right? Well, no, I saw that with Nicki Minaj, and I thought of all people, I am not taking advice from Nicki Minaj. But
She also said something about how like Drake got COVID and he has the vaccine, so like that's why she doesn't want to get the vaccine.
Oh, right, because
Like, and I've seen
not
that
a-
everywhere, like people who don't want to get the vaccine are like, well, you can still get COVID with your vaccine.
Yeah, no
so
one
why
said
would I
you
get it? But when has the vaccine ever claimed to not give you
right,
COVID?
never,
It
right?
never said that you don't get COVID
That is the same argument people use to not get a flu shot. Ever since I've been getting a flu shot, I've only ever had the flu one time, and it was really mild because just like the COVID vaccine, it mitigates a lot of the symptoms. Even if it's not the perfect H1N1 match, it still won't make you as sick as if you did not get the flu vaccine at all. But you hear that same argument. Well, you had the flu shot and you got the flu, so do you still believe in it? Well, yeah, I do. This morning it's so disgustingly humid here. And so I was like extra warm when I put my suit on. I was like, oh my God. So when I feel extra warm, I take my temperature. So I was like, I better check. And it's always normal, but I'm still aware that I can be in here with you guys and end up contracting COVID. So, so that's kind of interesting. Okay, let's talk about quiz, challenge, protocol. If you want to challenge a quiz question answer, which is fine, you need to do a couple of things. One, send me a screenshot of your question. You do not all get the same questions, and you do not get them in the same order, okay? Two, if you think you found your answer in the book, you need to give me the page number and the paragraph and your argument. You're going to find terminology in multiple places in the chapter. That doesn't mean that helped answer the question, right? I will tell you if I'm not going to give you credit for it. So 2 things will not help you is to continue sending emails to try and get the 1 point out of 800 and something. 2 are snarky, right? Just if you could send those to me via email, it's easier for me than to be able to sit down, look at it, weigh your argument, and believe me, there are times when you guys can make a solid, substantively based argument that I will buy and give you the points. I do it quite a bit, right? But that's only if you put all the right things together. So if you aren't sure what to screenshot, you review your quiz at the end, just screenshot the couple of them you might have missed. If you don't need to save the screenshot, you can just delete it, right? Because so don't send me since you don't get it in the same order. I missed number 7, I put this, the test says it's this, but I think I saw in the book somewhere that it said this. I'm not gonna do that work for you. You want the point? Do the simple work, tell me where you think you found it. I'll look at it and go, okay or no, Again, as a reminder, if it should be capitalized and it is not, it's wrong. If it should not be capitalized and it is, it's wrong. If it should be singular and you pluralize it, it's wrong. And vice versa, right? So to make that very simple. So if you use your phone at all to answer like a fill-in, most of your phones are going to have a default where they go to a capital letter. Double check yourself, right? I'm only telling you this because attention to detail is extremely important, particularly in the health sciences, and things that are like mistakes or accidents or whatever are what kills people in hospital settings, right? That's something we refer to as amenable mortality, which is when a simple accident actually kills a patient. If you are supposed to give a toddler 1 cc of an antibiotic and you give them 10 cc's, right? Or it's 0.1 and you give them a full cc. That's the kind of stuff that does it. Oops, I didn't get all the sponge out of that patient that we just operated on. What do you know? They became infected, became septic, and died. Real things that actually happen. We lose like 500,000 people a year due to amenable mortality. So those are important things. All right. And that way I can review at time. Oh, by the way, all of you did really well. Were you surprised that you did really well? Oops. I think I left my other deal. Hold up, I think I might have left that in another building. What?
Do we get our grades?
Yeah, they're all in there.
Oh, they're on there? Wow.
They're all on there. It's open. You can see what I wrote. I appreciate your honesty. In some cases.
What?
I think I must have left that in 106. Oh, I did it the old school way. Yes, I appreciate that, and it's a good thing because you are also going to want your patients to be honest with you when you guys go through these things with them. That's one of the reasons I had you, whether you would look at your own diet in an impartial way. It's hard to do sometimes to critique ourselves, or look at it as if you were going to make suggestions to a patient, especially if you have a more complicated situation. And I appreciate knowing that some of you had empty calories during that time. All right. Okay, let me get Jess in here. Hang on, Jess, I'll share this with you. All right, where are we at here? Most of it was, and it was interesting to see how you guys also organized yourselves when you presented information. It was all fine. It's just you all took a different tact with it, which was also fun. That's kind of what I wanted to see is how you put everything together. But it looked like it went pretty well. All right. Let's refresh, or let's review Monday. Where does your digestion start? In your mouth, right? What happens in the mouth? Some of it is right in front of you, but chewing, right? So you're gonna be able to make a bowl instead of only 2 kind later on. It's gotta be reduced, Allie. Right, enzymes in your mouth will break down the food. You'll also need to moisten it so that you're able to swallow it, of course, right? It also helps you break down the food with your teeth. I mean, everything functions together. This is gonna make me nuts, and I sure really hope I left that in the other room. Okay. Oh, sphincters. All right, your esophagus obviously transports food to your stomach. But in order to get to your stomach, has to go through esophageal sphincters on the way down. It isn't as if when you eat your food, it immediately heads straight to your stomach, right? It's going to take a little bit longer to get to your stomach on purpose. Your stomach can't handle all that food all at one time, so it slows it down a little bit, and then your stomach starts doing the work, particularly with digestive acids. One of the digestive acids is bile. Where is your bile stored? That we talked about saying. Gallbladder, right? So if you either have a blockage due to any kind of stones or you're missing one, bile goes directly to your stomach. Which means you got a real, oh, this will be fun. More video. Hold on. Let me turn the music down before somebody complains. You know I can see you, right, Jess? All right. You got to see the whole thing. This is like from like some kind of sci-fi movie. Pretty gross. When you say, and we all have that inside of us. This is even more fun, right? That's something you might see through an endoscopy. So, which is interesting. The only reason you get to see it look that clean is, of course, that person had to be completely flushed out. It's probably been NPO for a few days before you ever get them in there. So you have no idea. Same thing with the colonoscopy. Everything's got to be cleared out, or you can't actually see what you need to see. Okay, hydrochloric acid prepares proteins for digestion and activates the enzyme. You do have hydrochloric acid in your body, right? This is something that can burn through cement. So maybe you don't want it, but you do have some in your body. Pepsin, it begins your protein digestion. That's an enzyme that you're going to use. Lipase, of course, has some fat digestion. And you need the additional gastric secretion so that it will further break down your food, but it will also prepare it for movement through your body. You need to include the intrinsic factors for the absorption of B12. The intrinsic factor you're going to find actually in food. You'll also find some B12 in food that will help you digest that. That is not something that we naturally make in large amounts, so you are going to need to ingest that in your diet. So I did talk with Dr. Medler about using the antimatage, so we're trying to work something out where we can see if we can set up a digestion scenario. We'll go over to Francis and do this at some point. So you can absolutely see here that your stomach is still a muscle like the rest of your body. So food doesn't just end up, it's so easy for people to think that that food just ends up in your stomach and magically makes its way through. Like there's nothing that happens there.
I actually had to take like this test where I had to eat radioactive material, and then I like saw like it go down the whole process of digestion. I was there for like 5 hours.
What did they have you take?
It's just like
What was it? What was the test?
I forget what it was called. I don't remember, but I just like ate radioactive material in like scrambled eggs or something.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was disgusting.
Anyone-
They say it doesn't have a taste, but like I felt like I tasted it.
Really? Anybody ever have a dye injected CT? Okay, so you had to drink the dye, right? And then you also have it injected when you go in and get that done, right? I had one as well. That is the craziest mess I've ever been through. Because when you drink it, it's disgusting. So you got to drink it like a shot, and just deal with it for a second, because they give it to you in small portions, like every 30 minutes or every hour, or whatever it was. And then you go down for the CT, and they inject it into you, and it's really hot, and you all of a sudden feel like you might need to use your restroom. Yeah. To do sort of the same thing, they're looking all inside of you with that dye, and this is where they have to fit it in there. And you think later, like, if it was this noxious and this hot, is this any good for me? Yeah.
I remember what it was called.
What's it called?
It's like a gastric emptying test to like see the process of digestion. To see if like you take too long and like anywhere in the tracts.
Okay. Huh. Interesting. You will also, I will tell you, have short answers on your midterm, and I'm going to tell you this now so you're prepared for it. I am going to ask you to explain in your own words, right? So if for any of your answers on your quizzes, if you just answer straight out of the book, you better hope that you memorize that. So it's a little easier to try and put it in your own words because you'll remember those, right? You're going to have to explain the function of the small intestine and the large intestine and explain digestion all the way through in a short answer. In an essay question, okay. I can tell you that now, so you're prepared to answer that question. You have several sections of your small intestine, the duodenum, the jejunum, and the ileum, right? So they're all sort of different sizes as well and serve different purposes. We talked about bicarbonate the other day. Do you remember where bicarbonate was made? Correct. Bicarbonate was made in your pancreas. What else is from your pancreas that we discussed on Monday?
Insulin.
Andrew, what were you going to say?
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Insulin.
Insulin, because I know Andrew was going to answer that question the same way. So correct. So what if you have a patient who presents with pancreatic issues, with pain in the same area of the pancreas, that you later find out this person has suffered from pancreatitis at some point in their lives? You might think that you need to double check to be sure that they have an appropriate level, that they produce an appropriate level of insulin, and they're also producing bicarbonate, right? Bicarbonate you can get, doesn't have, it's not a product that can only be produced by your body. There's a substitute for that. If you work with patients who happen to have had a history of alcoholism, you are going to often find that they may have had pancreatitis they didn't know they had, right? Well, if there's an associated pain with that, there's damage to your pancreas, so that's something you would want to look at, okay? And the enzymes start to work on carbs, fats, and proteins. Which is wild that all this, and so what is the absorptive size of your digestive area? Laura.
10 squared.
A tennis court, which is also on your midterm, right? Pay attention now because that's weeks from now. So I'm kind of giving away some stuff for you. All right, your small intestine, difference between the two, and this is one of the easier ways to remember it, the majority of your digestion, and particularly of nutrients, happens in the small intestine, right? The large intestine then does what with the rest? Would you assume? Or if you read your book, it's in your book. Granted, your small intestine is responsible for the majority of the absorption of nutrients, so most of the digestion happens there. And a little bit happens in the large intestine, but go ahead, Allie. Good. Correct. So most of that is to excrete that out, but it'll also at the same time absorb any toxins in your body that were not captured during digestion, right? So that the feces, the excrement, removes those additional toxins, right? Okay. What else filters liquids in your body? Actually, there are two things that will filter liquids depending on liquid. Melissa and Andrew, give me one of each. Kidneys? Liver, correct. I told Dr. Watson we're having mini med school. All right, so when you're in the small intestine, one of the reasons that you are able to have that size absorption area is that you have folds in the small intestine itself. So not only is it all mangled up, you have folds in there that also will capture food, absorb nutrients, and it kind of pushes it along after that. You'll have villi and microvilli to expand your area. Those are like, you know when you go in a car wash and you got the big brushes, right? That's what microvilli and villi are like. They're actually brushing nutrients away to be absorbed into the walls of your small intestine, if you can think of it that way. That because of their length. So if you picture the small intestine, let's picture it like a snake, right? And I am terrible with this. And here's a snake. This is your small intestine. So not only is it going to mangle the snake up, you are going to have these little crooked, you're going to have all these folds, and then you have the microvilli here. Every bit of that is what gets included into that absorptive area, right? So small intestine, I should leave this here for Watson. All right. Now, fat-soluble nutrients will go into the lymph. There are two types of nutrients and vitamins in digestion. One is fat-soluble, the other is water-soluble. So there are two reasons. You get a lot of water from food, for one, right? So when you talk about water content, it doesn't have to be that you drink water a lot. If you drink a lot of liquids that have a base, and most do, of water, even milk has a lot of water in it, right? Greek yogurt has a lot of water in it because it's a milk-based product. So you're getting liquids through that. You have soup, you're getting liquid through that. You have salad dressing, you're also getting some liquids from that because they all have a base of water, typically, except for the oil. So you get enough water generally in your diet. But you do need a certain amount of fats in your diet, which is at a bare minimum 10%. That's the bare minimum to stay alive, because you need that much for fat-soluble vitamins. So when you get into this dangerously low-fat diet, where you're at dangerously low body fat, right? That can endanger your health. Wake, have you seen bodybuilders who are at like 5 to 8% body fat?
Yeah,
right?
some get lower than that.
Yeah. Long term, that's dangerous. So
That's really early on stage, but yeah,
what's that?
It's very.
Yeah. And generally they don't stay that way long. Yeah. That's the difference. If you're competing, that's one thing, right? Your body can handle a little bit of fat. But to do that long term is a huge issue, right? You can actually damage your organs overall, because you aren't able to receive those fat-soluble vitamins and minerals and nutrients. Okay, the others head into your blood. Why would you suppose it goes into your blood? What does your grandma do?
Well, it transports the rest of your body.
Well, right. It's a transport system, right? Like sort of a wild subway or train system. So it can carry it around your body more easily and then be absorbed there. Because you aren't going to just simply absorb it in the small intestine because some of those nutrients have specific places in your body to be. So the blood lets them hop a ride and off you go. Oh, let me see. Oh, I know I left this in there because some of these I just cut out and some I leave. This is it. This is why. This is better than the snake. This gives you an idea of your absorptive surface of the small intestine. And you can see you've got arteries, veins, capillaries that are all connected right here to be able to carry away those nutrients out of your small intestine. Okay? Some can be absorbed off the small intestine and out into the body, but that's only for those organs that are close by. Okay? But in the rest of your body, this has to be sent away. So, and you're including a lymphatic vessel that you can, we're doing fats for that, I think. Yeah, fat soluble nutrients head into the lymphatic system, right? I really hate that I left that in the other room. All right, now, large intestine. The sections in this, and you are also going to need to list the sections when I ask you about the small intestine, large intestine. Cecum, colon, rectum, and the anal canal, right? All right. So, I don't know how many of you have ever felt this in your lives, especially after like Thanksgiving, but that peristaltic movement actually takes 18 to 24 hours to digest your food. So today's breakfast is not actually going to be fully digested and possibly until tomorrow morning, right? But generally it does take 18 to 24 hours. If you have a heavy meal, you're going to feel that. You ever have that day where you really overeat and then your whole system keeps trying to move it through and you can feel it because it's just too much food, right? Where you overdid it or you went to Thanksgiving or Taste of Chicago or whatever and you overeat, right? You're even going to feel some of that and sound like a sort of a bladder bag if you hit a hard night of drinking. True story, right? Have any of you ever felt that in your lives? I see this little smile on your face. But no, you do actually feel that as well because your body is still trying to digest something that really has no value, right? But it's still going to try and digest it. That will eventually make its way through your liver and your kidneys as well. Some bacteria will digest fiber. Where do you typically find the bacteria that we're referring to?
Is it your small intestine?
Well, you'll find some there, but you'll find a lot of bacteria right in your stomach, right? That's a friendly bacteria that you want because it actually aids in digestion by adding some of that fiber. And you will get some in your small intestine simply because bacteria will spread, but that's the friendly bacteria that you want to keep checked.
Isn't your stomach kind of like a second brain in a way, like it controls like your mood and it can like based upon your diet, like what kind of stuff you have in there?
It has a lot of control over your body for sure.
Like I know like vegetarian like are more likely to like suffer from like anxiety and depression because they sometimes miss out on like key nutrients from like protein if they're not like supplementing it, and then that can affect your brain. Is that like right?
Well, right. If you aren't receiving an appropriate level of protein, yes, or an appropriate level of carbs, or too much of any one thing, and that's and if you are vegan or vegetarian, you got to consider truly, and that's one of those cases where I really would track nutrients because then if you aren't receiving the appropriate amount of nutrients at a minimum level, you can easily supplement it because so many other supplements are available, right? Which is a smart thing to do. Let's say you get into a situation even where you find out that somehow all of your good gut bacteria is gone.
Antibiotics.
What's that?
Antibiotics.
Antibiotics you can use because you have an infection. Yes. From this?
Yeah, they would get up.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
You're saying antibiotics can actually kill them all. I gotcha. Wasn't following what you were saying, so.
Sorry.
No, I agree. Like you have your antibiotics. So what kind of risk you run there? I mean, we look at this because that bacteria actually is necessary it will help maintain fiber. Where does fiber normally end? And your body needs fiber, but where does fiber normally end up if you don't have a way to absorb it? It's related to the large intestine. Where does fiber go in the body if you have no way to move it?
Well, it'll go out.
Basically, yeah. So, because that's why it's suggested that you have a higher fiber intake. One, because your body doesn't absorb it as easily, and you do need this to absorb the fiber, and your body does need the fiber. And secondarily, it will make your stool firm. So when you're gonna work, I'm telling you, with old folks. At some point in your life, you're gonna work with folks who are missing maybe a gallbladder, who have to supplement fiber in their diets. I have to do it for my own. I've got a lot of fiber in it, and then I have to use Benefiber as well because I have a gallbladder. I have no control over what happens to the body. You're gonna have older patients who may have less control for a number of reasons, including, as Lexi suggested, they're gonna be using a lot of antibiotics, and you need to be aware of this, right? The whole reason I ended up with an ulcer is because all my friendly bacteria was gone. So I also take a probiotic twice a day. So I have to keep refrigerating. So not so much anymore. I did this for like a year. I took it twice a day the other day to try and rebuild some of that healthy bacteria to protect myself. But also that friendly bacteria helps in digestion. Okay, all right. So the absorption that does happen in your large intestine, and it isn't a ton. Most of your macros are all in the small intestine. If you can remember that much, the small intestine's done most of the work, right? Large intestine, on the other hand, this is where your absorption of electrolytes takes place, right? And water, which your body obviously needs. So on those days, and that's why when you, let's say in vitamin K, which you absolutely need, and is produced by some more of that good bacteria. But let's say it's one of those periods of a couple of things. Either you're sick enough that you have diarrhea, right? Which could be even from an infection, or you had too much fun over the weekend or whatever, and you still end up with that sort of diarrhea and stuff. This is what's leaving your body. This is how you become dehydrated, first of all. Not just the water, but then you've got these lower sodium, potassium, and chloride, right? Sodium, chloride, and potassium are necessary for what? Muscle contraction, right? So if you want your heart to keep pumping, and this is a very big deal, and I didn't realize until I was at a dangerously low level that how deadly that is to have a patient that way. You may end up with that a lot. You'll find you end up with older patients in particular who end up dehydrated, right? That have more extended illnesses. And so this is distinctly a concern. But so this is where this is going to happen. So if your diet, for example, doesn't contain enough fiber, you will find that with older folks as well. Because they're on more medications, they may also have more watery stools just in general. Because they're not getting enough, they may also be more likely to have had a number of surgeries. They may also not have a gallbladder, just like I do. There are going to be conditions. Those of you that want to do any OTPT, you may deal with a lot of diabetics, and you're going to find exactly the same thing. Your concern there is this, right? More than water, it's that. That's what's going to be dangerous for your patient. Can you supplement all of those things? Can you supplement? Yes, quite easily. I have some in my bag that come in just a regular pill form that I carry with me. Because you can start, when you have an issue with your electrolyte levels, you can feel the change in your body. Like when especially when you have a patient who's dealing with a lot of lethargy, no matter their age, one of the first things I would consider is whether or not they're either have enough electrolytes, whether they've had diarrhea recently, take a lot of antibiotics. There's a lot of things that go on with it. Because if they're that lethargic, they're likely missing these electrolytes. And once you stabilize their electrolyte level, particularly sodium, which is the sodium is generally flushed out of the kidney. So if they're drink too much water, for example, and flush out enough sodium, that becomes a concern where they can start seizing, and you can easily supplement those. Not a big deal. I have a regular order from Amazon that comes. But you also have to then typically have them meet with a nephrologist to get on a schedule so that they aren't taking too many salt pills at a time, because that can also cause them to seize. But once you get your patient to a normal level, which will seem stunning to them, they'll be able to tell when their levels are too high or too low, right? It's a wild change in your body. So, old folks, you will deal with. No questions asked. I don't care which of the disciplines you guys get into. And these are some concerns. You will talk a lot about stools with older patients. And it doesn't matter. You may have them where they're coming in for PTOT, wearing an adult diaper for a reason. Laura.
I worked in a nursing home over the summer, and the amount of dietary supplements and stuff that they get, and the Benefiber that they give out, a lot of them get it every single day, which is it's crazy. I really think about it.
Well, but it's necessary. And that's the thing, is it's safer to do that because we're not talking about prescription medication or narcotic medications of any kind. But they have to be supplemented, they have to be watched. If they've had surgeries and had any portions of organs removed, or they've been the beneficiary of an organ transplant in particular, even no matter how many years later, those are things that you have to be concerned with as well. Okay, so we're gonna go for a walk through the body real quick. So we hit the stomach, and this does not obviously look like your actual small intestine. Your actual small intestine is all wrapped up in here, right? But this is to give you an idea of where everything ends up. Here's your stomach. Everything comes in through the esophageal sphincters to your stomach. Alcohol heads right over this way, through the portal vein, through your liver, back up to your heart, oxygenated blood, right? Does excess alcohol damage your liver? Yes, right? So that's an awareness point. Know that the first place that goes, there's no further digestion than necessary. Some of it obviously is going to still go through here, but right down to your liver. Where do antibiotic medications, where are those filtered? It's an A&P question, so. Laura. It is the liver, right? So now, when you deal with a patient who, let's say, is an older patient, and you will have this, who is already on a number of medication, who is also a heavy drinker, you got problems, right? What can that lead to? What is fatty liver? What is the disease related to fatty liver? Cirrhosis, right? You can get to the point where you end up with a CTs, which looks like little blood vessels. That over time, when you have this swollen liver, you get to a point of no return with a patient, and in the end, these patients just start hemorrhaging blood, they start vomiting blood, and there is no curative fix in that situation. That's long-term heavy drinkers. Now, if you, as an awareness point, those of you particularly that are looking at PA nursing, this is why you want to know your patients' histories, and you want them to be honest. Like you guys are honest in your papers, you want your patients to be this honest too. You need to know, even if it was 10 years ago, were you a drinker? And obviously you aren't going to ask it this way. Well, how much? How long ago was it? And then it's something you're just going to have to consider down the road, right? That does not absolve them from cirrhosis long term, right? Whether or not that they're in recovery. All right, and then water goes everywhere as well, carbs, yada yada, right? So here's your duodenum is at the top, and it is larger than the jejunum, and then the ileum, and so you head on down this way. Yeah. All right, so again, the small intestine absorbs what? and vitamins, minerals. What gets absorbed in the large intestine?
Toxins.
Toxins? Yeah, yes, if it's gonna leach out of your body, right, if your body needs to move it through, that's correct. And? Water. Water, right? And what were we just talking about? Electrolytes, right? And you're gonna have, so you need that absorption there. So, all right. The sections of the small intestine are what? Duodenum,
Ilium.
ileum,
And the
jejunum, right? All right. This is not really a digestion animation, but I put this in last year because I was just tired of talking.
Oh, yes, Mr. Good. No, sir, hasn't arrived yet. Oh, yes, I actually.
Look out now.
I'll check back later.
Well. What do we have? Yeah, somebody been working out. Yeah, you can fine. I didn't find.
Oh, Jones, did they have to assign you to this?
It wasn't my idea, but now I'm starting to like it. Baby, when are you and me gonna hook up? I know this little spot right behind the eye has the perfect view. Perfect for a little rendezvous between me and you. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? Because I've been saying it a long time.
Jones, what in the world makes you think I would ever go out with you?
What you talking about? I'm a legend, girl. The chicks line up to defy with me.
Oh, really? Because to me, you look like the kind of cell who mostly defies with himself.
Woo, who cut off the heat? Somebody pay the bill. It's cold in here.
No. This is huge.
Don't be all impressed, because 99% of that's just sugar.
Yeah, and 99% of you is just stupid.
Ooh, like I haven't heard that one before. What is that, Cheris?
Special agent Brixobenzomethylphenidate. Brixenol, the brand that eases your coughs and sneezes. Warning, do not exceed recommended dosage. If symptoms persist, consult a physician. May cause drowsiness. Do not attempt to operate heavy machinery. Pregnant women should not handle broken tablets.
Wow, I'm feeling better already.
You can call me Brix.
Welcome to the city of Florida.
I'd like to examine your irritated areas.
Woo, never on the first date. Drips.
Brix.
That's what I said.
No, I think you said drips with a P.
Whatever.
Jones, this ain't working out. I'm going to call the chief and ask him to assign someone else.
Wait. Hold up now. I need this job. Come on, just give me a shot.
All right, enough animation of your digestive system and osmosis jobs. I will see you guys on Friday. Okay, see you, Jess. No, not on the naughty list today. All right, let me see who's here.
After you saw me those,
Black Stall says, I don't remember where we were. Sphincter.
I don't laugh.
We are there. Good. Wrong side.
Hey,
All right, there's Amber, there's Sam, Andrew, Brooke, Lexi.
Yeah.
Oh, Brett, did Matthew tell you that he told you incorrectly we had class on Monday? I saw him, I said, where were you? And he goes, oh my God. He asked me if you showed up. Of course, I did not know your nickname, so, which he used, and I was like, who? He goes, I told him wrong. And I said, well, he'll learn not to trust you. We don't for the next 2 weeks. Not till the 4th. Kayla, wait, Hannah, Tatum, Jake, Taylor.
Here.
All right. Yay, everybody's here. That's awesome. All right, what's happening today? You do? Okay. Well, you go fire away, Daniel.
Okay, so I found like this little blurb on like Apple
Okay.
that's
Yeah.
saying that they're trying to make it harder for people to use the religious exemption, like not get the vaccine. So they have to basically say that they don't use like ibuprofen or like Tums or like really kind of basic like medications and stuff, because that's how they're using the religious exemption, is that
They don't take
the
anything,
vaccine.
right?
Yeah.
Have they tried anything with, and weirdly with food? Like some religions don't allow you to eat certain food, and vaccines often like are grown in eggs with eggs and stuff. I don't know if that's got used, but that's interesting, right? Because even some of the bishops have come out and said there is actually not a religious exemption to not be vaccinated. There is.
Yeah, because I was kind of wondering, because I know few people that like got the religious exemption, but they're like not really.
Right,
So
right.
I was like, how did you get that?
A lot of high schools are letting them, like thousands of students, I was reading the other day, benefit from this religious exemption without ever challenging it in any way, right? And I mean, there really should, did I turn both of them on? No? Yes. That, you know, seems kind of odd that you'd just be handing this all out as if, I mean, and I agree, if you're gonna say that you've got a religious exemption because you maybe don't believe in medications or vaccine or whatever, take it all the way around, right? Do you use anything, which is an interesting approach. I think, didn't we talk the other day about how, like, Jamaica only has 6% vaccinated? Yeah, for kind of the same reason, it's like, well, we believe in holistic medicine, yada, 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 but you're right, if you're using Tylenol or ibuprofen or whatever, you are still using medications. Now, for some things at their base, they are botanical. Like epinephrine is a botanical product. Not that you would use every day, but you kind of get the point, right? What else is going on today? Okay, good. How many of you, by the way, are looking to take internship in the spring? Okay. If any of you are, I'm telling you this ahead of time because it always seems like it's hard to go a rough start generally to try and get into an internship. I do know that Allegheny Fire Department does EMT classes every fall, spring, summer, which you can do for free as Bonna students. And even if you are in public health, it's perfect because that also would qualify you to become a COVID vaccinator. It's the minimum in New York requirement to be a vaccinator at different public health events. So I'm just telling you ahead of time so that you know that, right? That it's every semester. And my New York Times, let me pull this up. I was looking at it and said, oh, how about the FDA panel is meeting today, actually, to discuss the Pfizer booster, right? So there's all kinds of contradictory evidence about this, right? And it's based on, for those of you that have had methods, really, the problem is sample size. Sample size and too specific a sample with what they're using. And they're kind of trying to figure out how to come down the line. Should we have them? If so, who should benefit from them, right? So the way Pfizer has presented to them is more of a yes/no versus a conditional acceptance. So apparently, I'm learning more about this myself. You can approach it in a variety of different ways. So they want to go for the all or nothing to make the FDA the bad guys, which is not a terrible thing to do. That either yes, it's approved or no, it isn't. For adults, I think they're looking at 16 and over. But I could see the FDA saying yes, but our recommendation is people 60 and over and anyone 45 and over that has a certain number of underlying conditions, right? So there are people getting the boosters right now. And I do know that at the time when folks with underlying conditions could get a vaccine, that a lot of folks just said that's the reason they were there and had no proof of a diagnosis, right? So if you truly have an underlying condition, your doctor will give you a diagnosis. I can absolutely call my doctor's office and they will write a diagnosis of diabetes for me if necessary to get a third booster, because I will crawl over somebody's corpse to get a third booster, right? I have no issue with that. Somebody's grandmother is in the way, I would shiver to get into a spot in line.
Well, I'm also surprised that like you would have to wait or it'd be difficult to get one because of like the amount of people that have vaccine hesitancy in the first place.
Well, the only ones that would actually wait in line are the same ones that got the shots the first time, right? Because I was in that first, because some of the data that I've seen is part of the immunity waning depends on when you got the vaccine. So if you got it in January, which is when I got my first shot, you have more significant waning at this one, right? So if I were to contract COVID, it could be more serious.
I'm doing my honors project on the vaccine. So in my research, I found that some people who did get the vaccine early, like they wanted to get it, they like if they got sick, they are like against it now. Like some of them, not all people, but like depending on the response to it, they don't want to get another booster because it's like that you would get even more sick.
If they had side effects.
But that's what shows that it's working. But they just don't want to go through it again.
Well, and then you have the folks who have allowed the public discourse to start souring them on getting another vaccine and believing some of the anti-vax, conspiracies, or when Nicki Minaj can actually get the health minister of Trinidad and Tobago to come out and say, no, they aren't going to make your balls grow, right? Which I found pretty amusing, really. So yeah, it's kind of nutty. I saw last night that hospitals in Idaho are, and there are a number of states that have had to enact this because they right now are in negative hospital beds and negative ICU beds, that they have begun the process of rationing care, which means if they don't think you stand it, whoever stands the best chance of survival gets care. If you don't get care.
Is Idaho what percent vaccinated are they?
I don't know. While you guys have your laptops up, would you mind? I know it's low. I can tell you that most of those states that are overwhelmed have really low vax rates. Alabama's one. What is it, Olivia?
Oh, I don't know. I was gonna make a comment off that.
Go ahead.
The other day.
Yeah.
We were chilling in the ER.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was a thing on the news, and it said that there's 6 states that have more than 10% hospital beds available. There's only 6 states left.
Idaho has 40% vaccination.
What's that?
Idaho has 40% vaccination.
40% vaccinated, that fully vaccinated or just one shot?
Fully vaccinated.
Fully? Okay. Which is low, really. I mean, you don't even start to benefit from any of it until you get to 50 or above. And because of the way Idaho is laid out, I'll bet those are in pockets. That 40% probably represents the real population centers. And then the other folks. So what's happening is Idaho is right next to Washington, Now folks are headed over to Washington and overwhelming their hospitals, right? Because Washington had a terrible outbreak during the first one. So, but when we're to the point, this is where I can't follow vaccine hesitancy when you see your local hospital cannot treat you for a heart attack because of all the COVID cases. And at some point, you know, you got to realize that you're killing your neighbors and potentially yourself, your family members. Yeah, I don't get it. But cases nationwide are actually down 9% from what they were a week ago. I just saw on NYC. And deaths are only up 29%. They were up 40 the other day. So now we're actually watching 2,000 people die again every day. 1 in 500 Americans has died of COVID. That's just kind of a staggering number. That's the ones that have died.
What percent is that? Like,
It's I don't know. You all have calculators. It can't be a huge percent, but that's only the ones that have died. That's not accounting for everyone that's contracted it or maybe had serious illness or is a COVID long hauler, right? And what we can even tie that to nutrition because you lose your sense of taste and smell, right, when you contract COVID, which means you're also going to be eating poorly at a time when you need nutrition to help your immune system operate well, right? All right. What did you figure? 1 out of 500, what's the percent? 1 divided by 500 times 100. How much?
0.2.
0.2%? Okay. And that's just folks that have died, right? In a large country, take point, so it's point what, 002?
Or like, no.
Just 0.20.
Yeah, 0.2.
It will get without a percentage. 0.002 times, what did we say the other day? Roughly 350. How many is that? I don't even know what we're up to. We've got nearly 700,000 dead, which has nothing to do with nutrition. The only thing it had to do with nutrition that I was watching last night is background noise because while I was working on some stuff for next week's prep. I never saw the series Vikings, so I've kind of been watching it over the summer. And I was on an episode last night where they're in one of the Saudi Arabian countries, and 3 guys that let a prisoner loose all ended up beheaded, and they finally catch the prisoner, and what they ended up doing with the guy is actually cutting him up and then serving him to everyone at a feast. So they all got to eat him on TV, which was fantastic. All right, gut microbiota. Do you guys remember what that good bacteria in your stomach does? From what, Wednesday? I don't even know what day it is. But. Andrew.
It helps break down like some nutrients in yourself.
Yes, it does. What else does it help with? Well, one of the things Andrew's talking about that's in addition to the nutrients is also helps absorb fiber, right? It helps you digest fiber.
Producing vitamin K.
Yes, it does. Good. What else can it do for you having a layer of the good bacteria? All right, let me draw this for you so you can have an idea about this.
Like, is it part of your like immune system too?
It helps your immune system because, so here's good bacteria, right?
Or lines that you
Lines your stomach, helps digest, and here comes, do I have another color? Or did Watson take it? Oh, pink, okay, this is not mean enough. We need them like black, some kind of mean color. And here is bad bacteria, right? Where is your bad bacteria going to go in this case? From here, where's it going to go? Is it going to stay here? Can it get here?
No.
No, correct.
But if you, like some antibiotics, like if they kill, also like a lot of people, like abuse the way they use antibiotics.
Yes.
They don't even know it. Like if you don't use the full regimen and like so you're treating something and then the bad bacteria like they respond to the treatment, so you think you feel better and then you stop using it, then the bad bacteria like there's persister cells and then they like come back and then it affects the good bacteria too.
Yeah, that's true. So you can strip your layer of this, and then what Mary's talking about is once you lose this layer, can this bad bacteria actually affect your stomach lining? Yes, right? This is how you become infected. It can remain there long enough. Gastric juices alone aren't going to be enough, especially if you've ingested some toxins. So where it is going to go from here is where? What's the next step in the digestive process we've already talked about? What? Everybody's reading their books. Where's it go? Small intestine, correct, right? It's going to continue making its way through. Do you also end up with bacteria in your small intestine?
Yeah.
Yes, right? So you want to keep a good bacteria, right? Probiotics. This is when you're going to be replacing bacteria, right? You're going to continually replenish it. Prebiotics is when you're trying to seed a layer of the good bacteria in your stomach, right? So if you do have to be medicated regularly, or if you haven't, as you guys would be more, this would probably be beneficial for you guys to take now to make sure that you develop that kind of layer, because as you age, you are going to use more medications in general. Injuries that you've had now are going to manifest themselves when you're about 40, right? So how is this, would you think, all right, I'm not even going to do that because I don't expect you to guess this. So this is another area when we're talking about COVID patients that become a problem. Are COVID patients heavily medicated? Yeah, right? So this can absent that long-term effect on your immune system can absolutely reduce this layer of good bacteria, right? So even once you maybe have recovered down the road, and we don't know this yet, there can certainly be a lot of other effects on your body in general. We do know that there's cognitive decline, especially in the COVID long haulers, right? Thank you. All right. Circulation of nutrients. We talked about this the other day. The easiest way to get this stuff around your body. Melissa, we're going to say something.
Yeah, I ask a question. So
Yeah.
you said since medication can strip away the good bacteria, do you think vaccines could affect it?
No, vaccines are a complement for your immune system. Whereas because you have to ingest through the stomach cavity, the other antibiotics, generally, anything that you receive intravenously, like a vaccine, or if you're getting an IV medication, is going to make its way through your vascular system. So in those cases, it's not really going to strip you of the bacteria because it never makes its way through your stomach. So that's kind of the difference between the two. Because your stomach is going to break that down in here first with some digestive acids, and that's when it can disperse and continually work. This is the case of even if folks aren't on a lot of medication, let's say they over abuse ibuprofen or acetaminophen, which is Tylenol, typically affects your liver more. Ibuprofen, if you use too much ibuprofen, like if you took it every day, every 4 hours, I think, if you did that every single day, every 4 hours, you will end up with ulcers. My aunt did that. I mean, to the point of like vomiting blood and needing a hospital bed, and it took us a while to get her healed because she was older. But it was between taking too much ibuprofen for an old injury. She was in a terrible car accident, and other medications because she was also at that point pushing 70, you know. So yeah, all right. So you know your vascular system is going to carry oxygen, obviously, to your tissues. Also carries all your nutrients and removes waste product, right? Because this is the subway in your body for like everything, right? If it's easier to understand. Lymphatic system drains lymph, right? Empties it into your bloodstream to be near the neck. Okay, so you get an idea in this cross section. Lymphatic system will bypass your liver, right, and deliver nutrients into your veins, and then it can make its way all around your body. This is fascinating. I'm still working on using the Anna-Montage table. Okay. Excretion elimination, right? So we talked about the other day that you're going to naturally excrete water and electrolytes, particularly if you drink too much water, or your body is trying to return itself to homeostasis, which also you may, like, let's say you get overheated. Not only, you may feel dehydrated initially because your body's trying to remove the heat through sweat. Your body will try and remove any hot liquid from your body, which can include some urination, right? May even be painful urination at this point because of the heat itself. This is also where you can get rid of some carbon monoxide. Kidneys filter blood, and here they'll maintain water and ion balance. But yes, your kidneys will remove toxins from your bloodstream, right? They will also remove anything, because kidneys are kind of the last stop for everything. So if you're on heavy medications, medications go to your liver, right, to be processed, to be distributed into your body, and any waste from that product or excess medications end up headed out through your kidneys. Okay, so that's another area where you can see overall that. You're going to see glucose and sodium excreted here as well when you have excess amounts. This is why diabetics, for example, end up needing kidney replacements, or may end up on end-stage renal disease, because their body's excess glucose that they have not maintained damages your kidneys over time. So you will have those patients. We have a ton of who has a computer open? Everybody. What percentage of Americans are diabetics?
Type 1 or type 2?
It doesn't matter. You can give me both.
10.5%.
Right, more than 10% of the population. Which means, depending on where you're at, those are going to be your patients. If you are if you're a PA, you're just going to run the risk of, it depends on the balance of your patients, right? If you have older patients, you will more likely see that. PCOD, you will definitely see it for two reasons. One, you're going to find you will have some more overweight patients who end up with needing joint replacement. Two, you will end up with a lot of older patients who will also at that point have their diabetes will have manifested. So that's why you even have a nutrition class, because you have to be able to talk to them about these things. Half of the reason that people misunderstand diabetes and believe that you have to be overweight to be diabetic, for example, right? You do not. Case in point. It's if you, because I'm from a family of diabetic, and they are heavier, but they don't manage their diabetes. And that's half of the problem, right? I have to, believe me. And it's a shame because I love cookies and I have some at the house, but I'm only allowed to have 2. That's my self-imposed restriction, right? All right, your nervous system regulates your GI activity. Do you guys know what sympathetic and parasympathetic nerves are? Would you like to share with us?
No, I don't. Well, I can't teach it.
Well, there's 2 basic things, and I always get them reversed, so I'm not going to tell you which one's which. Yeah, I always reverse them. One is your fight or flight nervous system, right? And the other one is a rest and digest. That's how I learned it, right? Because I was in a nursing program initially. So one of your systems, in this case, when it comes to regulating GI activity, is going to basically stop the digestive process. So long term, like let's talk about real world. Long term, you have a patient who you know lives in a high crime neighborhood, right? They may regularly be more excited by noises that are outside their home and not be digesting their food properly. They also may not be eating enough food because they're going to feel fuller because their body is not processing and digesting their food, right? There's a whole lot more to this than just going, okay, fine, I took a class and what does this mean? No, this is real, right? When you have patients, lower income folks that have more worries, that also comes into play. When you worry, that stimulates your body to, again, for that fight or flight thing, right? How do you guys feel when you have, and not in my class because it never happens with me, but because I don't do things the same way, but you have like high stakes final exams where all you have is a study guide, right? You get that way? Yeah, and you feel like you're so wound up, maybe you either don't want to eat. I mean, there's two reactions. Some people just like to eat almost out of a nervousy sort of thing. But for most other folks, you just keep going. You may feel like you're eating, but you're likely eating garbage and not as much as you think you are. You're just doing it more regularly, right? So you're not getting enough nutrients to begin with. And you're not digesting what you have to give you the energy that's necessary to do well in your exams. I hate high stakes exams. I think they're a complete waste of time. That's why I prefer physical demonstration, something that manifests everything you've kind of learned and help you focus toward a career. Because all that happens in a high stakes exam is you guys go through all that drama, regurgitate a bunch of stuff on a test, get a grade, and then you move on. And what does that mean? You know, in the end. All right. And then rest and digest. This is at night. This is again when like folks that maybe live in a high crime neighborhood. You have a lot of gunshots. You always have police cars out or whatever. Go ahead, Matthew.
Rest and digest is parasympathetic.
It is parasympathetic. Good, good. All right. So sympathetic is fight or flight. Parasympathetic is rest and digest. Good. So, but in that case, naturally, like, did you guys ever go to bed and feel like you can feel your stomach churning, or you can feel like food's making its way through you, or is it just me? Right? What did you say? Is it just me? Oh, okay. Yeah. Maybe it's old age. Although it's always done it, but that's when you kind of can generally feel that your body is working through your meal. You're not going to feel it all the time, but there are going to be times that you're going to feel some movement in your own body. That is your body resting so it can digest your food, which is another reason you need proper sleep. That's the time when you normally digest your food, right? So there is a whole body of research on how insufficient sleep quality and duration increases obesity. I've written about a number of these things, and it kind of makes sense. You just don't get enough sleep to properly digest your food. Anybody track your sleep? Me too. Right? What do you find?
Lately, I've been getting like 6 hours.
You need 1 more hour.
I know, like some days I get like 10 hours, other days I get like 4. So it's just like,
Ooh, you need some regularity in your life. Sam, what do you find?
I haven't really looked at it lately, but I guess usually I get around 7.
That's good. Yeah, right around 7, 7 to 8. So it's rough. What about you, bro?
So I get like 8 like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Monday, Friday, usually less because of conditioning.
So you get less sleep because you have to be, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Tuesday, Thursday? Because you have to go for conditioning, right? So it's still kind of a roller coaster. You need a little regularity so your body also gets accustomed to it. I track mine, and so it's I shoot for like 7, because the Fitbit, which is weird, it's not terrifically accurate because if it's not tight enough against your wrist, it doesn't properly measure when you're awake or you're not, But yeah, mostly because I want to make sure that my body's working well. All right. Okay. Oh, so let's say you have that heavy studying for finals and you got that fight or flight thing going, or you got a game and it's like high stakes, right? Once it's over with, do you feel like all you want to do is eat? Like when you gotta go, ugh, God, I'm hungry. Really?
I don't ever feel like that.
Oh, no, I do. Yeah, but that's a natural thing, actually, because you're past the fight or flight. Your body's gonna start digesting what's there, probably pretty quickly, and you're gonna feel hungry again, right? All right, your immune system, which we are sort of talking about, obviously protects us from foreign invaders. The GI tract, there's your barrier, right there, right? Immune response is natural killer cells, T cells, and macrophages. I'll tell you a funny story with natural killer cells. You guys know what those are? Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Enlighten me.
They're one of the white blood, or yeah, I think.
You're doing fine.
Immune system.
What do they attack? The natural killers, the T cells.
Or infected cells.
Anything that is not recognized as you, right? So foreign anything, right? Because that natural killer cells is like just a natural born killer. It's instantly anything that is in your blood.
Anything that doesn't have like an MHC protein.
Okay. Yeah. Well, and I will tell you. Go ahead. Jake.
This is just like a little bit off topic.
That's okay.
But I just got an email that
Yes.
masks are required starting Monday.
This isn't no.
Not to like
I'm not
totally
doing
change
it.
the subject, but
I'm literally not doing it. I'm wearing a mask right now because I have a cold, but I tested negative for COVID twice. But like,
So we're gonna have to do this shit all over again.
Yeah, but not like everywhere. Like there's exceptions for the gym in the dorms.
Why would you have
Yeah, but, like,
exceptions for
literally,
the gym and the dorm?
I know why. I know why they're making
So
it
that way they
mandatory.
can have spectators without.
The reason why, so like in the SGA meeting, they said that this might happen because since it's up to the professors, when the professor like says that we have to wear a mask, a lot of people like write something in the what's it called, the evaluation, and if a professor doesn't have tenure, then it affects that. So that's why they're requiring it for class.
Well, I don't have tenure, and if I put that on there, I would put that on there. Like if I wanted you guys to wear them, right?
Right.
You know, but there's a flip side. Maybe there are students that wanted me to tell everybody to wear masks in class, and I refused to do it. And well, I guess that's that. Which is insane.
no, I'm so sorry I didn't.
Dr. Watson told us in our last class, I was like, Dr. Alex would be so mad.
Good for you. Oh, she knows, and you know. Oh, and let's see. Hi, would you want your advice?
That's so stupid. This school is literally stupid.
Mask screens are, oh my god.
Yeah, there's like a whole list.
Yeah, there's a whole list. Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is so ridiculous. Backstage, all right, it's okay.
No, are you crazy?
Yeah, I don't want to wear a mask. Why stay here and do it?
What's that?
I said, well, if you're not gonna wear a mask, if, like people are gonna complain about it.
What about family weekend? Like, what are they gonna do for family?
Yeah, it's happening. We're doing it. They literally are doing that because of the professor thing. Because some professors have said that they want a mask mandate in class, but they like don't want their evaluations to be affected. Like they're not gonna do anything else. That's what I think. That's what I from like the like SGA meetings and stuff. That was like the vibe I got. It was literally, what's her name? The person who like directs all the educational stuff.
Oh my god, and they're doing
had
that
to talk
health
about
screening.
for like 30 minutes.
Oh, I hated those.
No.
Wait, did like everyone else have to do sway last year?
I did,
Okay, was it just athletes or was it everyone?
No, I don't know what that is.
Okay, I don't want to know this either. And like literally,
It's awful.
you like, I'm like talking with my math convention, but like, you would wake up and it would just ask you like, do you have a fever? Or are you sick? Like, do you have a cough?
Oh yeah, no, that everybody has to do that again.
No,
Oh,
it's
it's
different.
different.
Oh, okay.
But if
It
you
was
fill it out by, like,
something
10
different,
a.m.,
yeah.
you get accepted.
So you don't get sued.
I didn't know.
All right, well, okay. Here's the thing. First of all, it just makes, see, I understand, and you're probably absolutely right, Mary, because I know there were faculty that want to do it and that don't want to get dinged, and we're like, fine. we'll throw out of your, if that's on your eval, you toss it out, right? You know, but they must not have been able to come to an adequate way of doing that.
No, I just think the school is so stupid and they jump
Right,
to so
Andrew.
many.
What are the repercussions if you don't make this one last?
I don't know. And I'm
Can
not-
we just not do it?
I'm not sure that that I want to test that theory. Here's what I will tell you.
Let's find out.
I am not gonna at all flip out. I mean, have them, but am I gonna flip out if like your nose is exposed so you can breathe? No. You know, they're on, right? Because, I mean, here's the reality of it. Go ahead, Laura, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say that in the email it said it's because of the new HERO Act that they signed last week.
Yeah, that's like literally bullshit.
What is the Hero Act?
I do not.
Something like literal
I've
government
never heard of
shut.
that.
I hate to.
That sounds like a really
Is it from
official,
the
like,
school or is
No,
it
it's from the
state?
state. It's from Kathy Hochul signed the HERO Act last week.
And what's ridiculous
Does it
about
actually indicate, somebody look it up, does it indicate colleges or is it K through 12 and we're overdoing it? Or just using it as an excuse?
we have another new.
It's like, it's from the Department of Labor.
Department of who?
It says protecting New York workers from airborne diseases.
See,
Great.
like that.
You're not work, I am
So-
workers.
Yeah.
Alright, well, here's the story. It's fine, bring it to class. Where your nose is out, which is probably what's gonna happen with me, because I fogged my glasses, I don't care. Because you're all packed in here and every time one of you takes a drink, you were spreading COVID regardless. And I'm not gonna tell you you can't drink in the classroom, right? If you can take your mask off at a dining hall and sit in those tight quarters, you can take your drinks in here, you can have your nose exposed. This is just so if somebody walks past this classroom, I don't end up having,
We could close the doors.
Well, no, we probably will too. 'Cause I'm-
Right, let's put papers.
Well, like, what I also don't understand is like, the hickey makes a little bit more sense. But like, the Britney Center said,
Makes
we're like,
no-
oh, we're like, what about like the huge groups of people playing basketball?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, unless you're participating in working out or like a group
I feel like
activity
I
where
could have
you don't wear a mask.
Which you are breathing much heavier if you're working out.
I don't know.
To be honest, I have beef with the hickey workers because
Oh,
like my mask will be here and like I'll be going up to get something and like there's this one lady, she looks like the boss, I don't know what her name is, but her mask is like down here and she's like, put your mask up. I'm like, girl, put your mask up, like you're working. Like,
Alright, so for Monday, bring them with you. Do I really care if you happen to have it hanging out your ear? No, because I can go, they're taking a drink, I'm not gonna tell them they can't drink, and we'll close the doors, right? Well, I'm not going sans masks or else. So I will at least have one on, I'm gonna go, oh, I didn't notice. Because no one's gonna walk past here and go, oh no, look, Dr. Allen has one student whose mask is off, you know, and nobody walks through. Well, yeah.
No.
Well,
Literally nobody.
My afternoons, I'm over at Francis and it's all that exposed glass, and so you got SH, but they're not gonna care either because we all are like, this is an overreaction. All of us are well educated in the health profession and can tell you that data does not suggest this. Kathy Hochul has made sure she will never be reelected.
I just feel like I'm gonna send a strong email to somebody this weekend, but I don't know who.
You can if you want to.
I just feel like I'm going to.
So, all right, well, that, so much for that today. All right, so it's just know I'm not gonna be the one to give you grief and go, put your mask up. You're all vaccinated, this is lunacy, but anyway. And it probably is, because I do know that there was a faculty senate meeting where one of the faculty members who's germophobic, brought it up again, bringing up putting masks in the classroom because a lot of them don't want to take the heat from it. So they wanted to like build peer support, which they did not get. And, you know, and now they're whining about it. Yeah, dining halls, fine, drinking in class, fine. The gym and your common areas in the dorm. Or in any of
I think the dorm is the most bizarre one. That's like the
That's
place that I
okay.
think you're gonna spread it even more.
And like the townhouses are part of the dorm thing, so like, and townhouses, you don't know what you want.
or outside, or, I mean, I'm sure, and that includes, I'm sure, any of the courts in the RC, I'm sure you don't need masks, right? So this must be an adherence to the strictest language of that HERO Act.
But dude, all it said was what she said, was that it was for like the workers.
It literally
That's all.
only
Well,
specifies.
technically, this is a workplace, yeah.
So like even though like you don't have to like wear the ricker and stuff, like they told me like you have to like wear it when you're in campus. For the basketball and stuff.
That makes.
I'm sorry, that would be one of those cases where I go to Title IX and go, I'm sorry, what's the distinction here? Male, female? Or just cheerleader? How do you distinguish that? Because technically you aren't working, and neither are they, regardless of whether you get a scholarship or not.
It's so stupid.
Because it's either one or the other, right? I would. It's a discrimination. But boy, we're getting real far with this today. Let me do a couple bits of it because I don't want Watson to walk in here and see me right on this new mask policy. Although she's gonna hear it later anyway, so.
She already knew.
Yeah. No. Well, none of us want to wear it. Because, you know, I guarantee we won't be wearing it. in the office.
Somebody brought it up, and I was like, Dr. Allen is going through the school act.
It's right you didn't say something to me about it. Because I had not checked it. It's weird because it must have come like as I was headed over here.
It was literally in the middle of the class.
No, it was literally right when he said that we got the email, it was like 5 seconds before that. But there had just been, because SGA talked about it, so a lot of students had already heard from other people.
It's so stupid. I hate when the school overreacts.
Well, and then, all right, and then what do you do next? You just leave the HERO Act? Is there an end date on this thing?
Nope.
Nope.
They're just gonna continue to like follow the word so that they cover themselves.
This is not going to end,
Until the end of time.
you know? It's not gonna end.
Right, like COVID's literally gonna be here for fucking
That's
ever.
when.
Yes. And why is there not a carve out for highly vaccinated schools?
No, and they're like, this is what the UK did. They like didn't recognize unvaccinated people in certain mandates, like mask mandates, and testing. And this school for the Oxford program, like, bitched and complained about that, and then they sent like an email like this, like even vaccinated students. What? You don't make any sense.
No. What got just sent out makes 0 sense and it's not gonna stop any spread.
It's because they're scared and they just want to like cover themselves.
Between the dining hall, the hickey, and all of the common areas, living areas, and our offices, because I guarantee you're gonna go up to, you'll go up to Francis if you're up there, and none of us will probably, well, I know I won't, so I'll be strolling down the hallway without one, like, go ahead, turn me in. Put me in master jail. Okay, let me see if I can get through one slide. What time is it? All right, we're gonna go for 3 minutes. We're gonna go for 3 minutes more, and so you wanna talk more math or you wanna talk more nutrition? All right, bring it on. 3 minutes, we're done. Then you can be out 4 minutes early, so. You know how long my Mondays are? And how hard it is to talk the whole time with an actual mask on? So I'm sure I'll have it dangling off my face. Lord.
I told my mom the other day, like when they were like thinking about it.
Yeah.
Last week, I was like, all of my professors that require it aren't like for my major health science. They're all like general electives. I was like, but I feel like I trust my professors who are health science because they all have degrees, like doctorates in like public health, health science, things that like.
And we've read the research,
Yeah.
which does not indicate that this is going to be helpful. This is not a good plan. Andrew,
Who else decides that, like, not to the state?
what's that?
Who decides that we here have to wear masks if it's not the state?
Well, but that's adhering to if this HERO Act, because technically this is a workplace. Like,
Well, yeah,
I
but
get
it
paid.
said- It doesn't like, the act itself doesn't require masks, but it makes, I don't know, you have to.
It doesn't technically state masks, it requires every working professional to have a plan for if something was to
And
happen.
this school is like, nah.
So basically-
Anyway, so why does it matter?
Well, no, you still can't get away from
Ensures that
state or federal law,
businesses
but
Aren't taken care there with protocols and resources that protect their employees from the public spread of their.
It's probably an overreaction. I don't know because we've got several members of school health professions who are on the COVID task force, so I can find out. Like, the only way I could really see this happening with the university where Dr. Zimmer and senior leadership made this decision, the only way I could really see this happening is if maybe one of our COVID cases became severe. Not so much numbers, because as long as you are just having mild symptoms, that's what the research shows to expect.
Really not, besides Dr. Here, it was only one that was really severe that we all knew about. You know what I mean? Like, we
Yeah.
haven't had a
Well,
super, and he was severe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
he wasn't.
So, that might be it. We had already talked about because there's nowhere to really send you guys. Maybe.
Yeah, also,
Wait, what did you say?
Yeah, I mean, so who's refusing?
Like, are they, you go in and say, they tell you.
yeah, and they say it's a money thing, but the government offered Bonaventure money to allow testing at any time starting last year, and Bonaventure said, no, thank you.
Yeah, they like, you go in and you say.
They were gonna make money, not even
go to
just get all the
Walmart right
test
now,
paid
they
for,
will
but they
test
were
you
gonna
there.
get
One of my
paid.
friends got like sick and like just to be sure she like went and she like didn't wanna like
I'm
get anyone else
being on
like sick.
SBA.
And they said that if we don't test you, then like we don't have to like record your results.
Which,
So they're like, she went to the doctor and she didn't have COVID, like she tested negative, but they.
all right, so what's happening this morning? Oh, okay.
The FDA advisory panel rejected the booster shots for everyone, but they did recommend it.
Okay, go ahead.
They did recommend it for people over 65 and at high risk. And the World Health Organization stated that it was not ethical for like richer countries to be giving out boosters and some developing countries don't have access. But the CDC and FDA said to comment on this.
Okay, so what's unethical about us having booster shots? I'm asking all of you. I mean, the who did it, but what do you guys think? Is it or isn't it? Okay. True, that's true. Go ahead, Laura.
And I also read that like America does outsource a lot of vaccines to other countries.
Uh-huh.
So if they have to do something, okay, since they do make vaccines, send them to other countries.
So, right, when you're talking about ethics, I mean, if you looked at it overall and said, oh, we're so terribly unfair, it's unethical, but it isn't, right? I mean, for a couple of reasons. One is, there is a real reason we're not vaccinating the rest of the world, even though we've donated vaccines. It's hard to replace this. These vaccines require immense refrigeration that isn't available in a lot of these places. The WHO, and I've said this for a while, excuse me, has no plan to actually vaccinate the rest of the world. They're just saying, well, don't keep them so we can do this, but they actually have no plan moving forward, right? So, good. The FDA, interestingly, the FDA chose not to try and define a high-risk group, right? They made some suggestions, some of which were healthcare workers and teachers, right? High risk of being able to contract it from patients or folks that are underage, like not for us necessarily, right? So that actually opens the door for the administration to say, here is the list of at-risk groups that we want to vaccinate. It could be diabetics, it could be people that have had are immunocompromised, it could be cancer survivors, it could be teachers, it could be first responders. They could still actually vaccinate tens of millions of people with a booster shot. And I, again, will crawl over someone's dead body to get there. I have no issue with that. Matter of fact, I wanted to show you this. This is from a political group who wanted to make a point for the anti-vaxxers and wanted to make something that looked real. You see it? Oops. Don't get vaccinated, and at the bottom, it's the Wilmore Funeral Home. And they drove this around some kind of an event with a bunch of anti-vaxxers. They're like, okay, don't get vaccinated. You know, go ahead. So anyway, how many of you actually read the Hero Act?
Yeah.
Anybody? I didn't assign it to you. I wasn't going to. I did for public health. Because my public health programming students, when we were talking about this in class, because I have them after you guys, so after we Friday, I was hopping that anyway. And so we decided to discuss it. One of them said, well, we're in a health program planning class. Why can we not write a better plan that satisfies everything? And I said, we can, and I thought it was such a good idea. I said, we're gonna now do this, and that will be your midterm, and I'm gonna throw out the exam, right? But we're gonna write a preemptive plan for spring. One of the things in the Hero Act is, if you can physically distance in your work day, which, because the whole thing is about protecting workers like me who are vaccinated and not afraid to be in this room, right? Is that if I maintain physical distance from you guys the whole day, I could go without a mask all day. And that is in the letter of the act and the spirit of the act, as well as what Bonus put out. Well, that also means that if we've done what I thought we should have done to begin with, which is take a room like this one full of students and put us in a bigger classroom where if physical distancing became necessary, we could comfortably have done that, right? And then we wouldn't have to do any of this. Then it would have been back to whether or not your faculty member wanted to do that. Because when you really think about a breakthrough case, and this is simple virology, is all of us that are vaccinated, even if we have a viral load, it's going to be a weakened viral load to pass on to someone else. Which means if you're further distance, it's not going to stay on surfaces very long. It's certainly not going to travel very far in the air. It's a weakened virus anyway. But when you put people shoulder to shoulder, you're almost inviting it, right? So it sort of was a silly thing to do to begin with. I see a lot of people are not on the list here. Morgan, Jess, see? Guys, if one assignment is try to figure out how to get it around the road.
Yeah, I never got that.
All right. Okay, so as you can see, I did what I said, and I'm no mask scold, so there we go. All right. Okie doke, where am I at? Hold on, let me close Zoom up here and make sure I'm recording. Yes, yes. All right. I also looked at, so I not only read that, right? The Hero Act has been out there since May. Basically, the governor had to add COVID to it because that officially makes it an airborne infectious disease, even though it is anyway, right? Which is kind of silly, which also suggests that the governor is going to have to remove it. It is not arbitrarily up to the local health department director. So, anyway, I don't want to really harp on that. But what I will tell you is I went ahead and dug into Sac County's numbers. And week to week, we are not only down in cases, we are down in positivity percent, we are down in hospitalization. And when I looked at it, we only have 13% of our ICU beds in the county are in use. Something like nearly 8% of total beds are in use, which means, and I read this in the Buffalo News yesterday, Western New York is just holding like steady. We're not seeing like this overwhelming rush because the state of New York is heavily vaccinated. We are at, as of 2 days ago, 73.9% of New Yorkers are fully vaccinated that are over 18. And for everybody, it's 63 something. And that includes any 1, 12 to 17. So out of that population, well, it also includes younger than that in total population. That's still 63%, right? We're at something like 82 or 83% of adults have had at least one dose. That's pretty extraordinary, right? So anyway, I won't give you even my spin on why I think the governor signed this thing. Because I know she'd like to get elected on her own. And anyway, so that was my spiel. Okay, you did not miss anything. Those 10 minutes we wasted on Friday. Well, because I was on fire when I went to the next class. Because I read through it over lunch, and I was like, oh my God, and I just started writing, and I was scrolling notes, like, because there were so many holes in it, that even if you put it together, it didn't make a whole lot of sense. So, we're not going to worry about the last bit of chapter 3, so we're talking cars this week, so we can start with one thing. the full carbs presentation, or there is also an alcohol spotlight. You want to start with alcohol, or you want to start with carbs?
Alcohol.
All right, I thought so. It's less boring than the rest of the carbs. So, all right, where am I at here? Let's see if we can do this. Okay. All right, hold on tight.
Julie. Julie. Julie.
Very sorry.
Can you hear me? Talk to me.
What's your first name?
What's that to be sure?
Good look, he's trying to hit the rest.
I'll never see her again. Where we get going?
Yeah.
Never hear her voice.
Happy birthday, Dad.
Thanks, sweetheart.
Of course.
Hear her laugh.
Take care of my baby girl.
I'll never see her getting married.
So you don't want me to drive?
Oh well, only had a few. Besides, been eating your mum's food all day.
Cuddle her children. I'll never hear her call me dad. And I'll never forget having to choose a coffin. My beautiful baby.
Happy Monday. Like this grabs you by the throat, doesn't it? Only one that's actually seen that is Hannah in this room. All right. Okay, so basics about alcohol. Of course, you guys should have learned some of this in chem and some organic chem. There is ethanol. That's the alcohol of beer, wine, and spirits, right? What else is ethanol in? Gasoline. It's not the exact same, but yeah, ethanol, like E85. Methanol, wood alcohol, right? That will kill you. I had to write a whole thing when I was an undergraduate in my chem class that was for extra credit about the distinction between you're writing like your aunt between ethanol and methanol, basically. Like don't drink it, it'll kill you. Okay. All right, is alcohol a nutrient? It's a simple yes, no. Like the sky is the sky blue. Is it a nutrient or not? No! It provides energy though, right? How many of you have felt plenty of energy after you've had a couple of cocktails in you?
No, I feel
Right.
I want to go to sleep.
I'm invincible now. Yeah, right? So you have 7 kilocalories per gram of alcohol you consume. Has absolutely zero nutrient value of any kind. That's why it gets stored in a spot more often than not. All right. Yeast metabolizes sugars to make alcohol, which is why this is included in carbs to begin with. So that you know that naturally it has a lot of sugar in it, primarily, right? And then you know the percentages of alcohol in each. And when you look at proof, which is typically twice the alcohol percent, right? So your percentage of alcohol is twice whatever the proof is. Minor drinking. All right, this is kind of sort of nuts. Part of this is going to be based, you see there's a difference between men and women. Most of this is based on physiology and anatomy, right? Because there are distinct differences between the structure of a man's body and a woman's body, and it has more to do with where you carry fat and you don't. This is one drink. So, and don't use this as an excuse to like knock a couple of these back. But you get the distinction of it depends on what you're drinking as to how much is considered a drink. It's also a difference in the caloric count between each one, right? Especially if you head to a cocktail because it's got the highest alcohol percent. All right, so here are your calories if you're boozing and cruising, right? If you're drinking a regular beer, that's 153 calories each. Now, what did we say were the number of calories that a woman should have in the course of the day? 25?
2,000.
Men were 25, right? Okay. So, that was the worst. Craft beers are the worst for you. And wildly enough, 80 proof gin has the lowest calories. But so, you know, if you go on a good weekend and you had 5 beers over the weekend, then you're looking at half your day's calories. Well, let's say you already had, for a woman, or if for a man, you know, quite a bit of it. But let's say you already met that for the day. What's going to happen to the rest of those calories? Where are they going to go? They're going to get stored as fat. And we'll get to that. That's the carbs presentation. Okay. To absorb alcohol, no digestion is really required, even though you may find it, depending on how much somebody has consumed, including your patients. You may find that there's still that gurgly sound in the stomach because it may well be there. It can be absorbed from your mouth, esophagus, stomach, and small intestine. And you all know that pretty much if you've had too many, you need to eat, you need water, right? Well, there are reasons for that. Water, of course, helps distill it. And the absorption by your body will be slowed by food. Your food will also actually be able to kind of push it through your system. All right. This you get? All right. This breaks this all down for you. You can break alcohol down to an acetate, which is kind of dangerous, which will break down to acetylcholine, built into fatty acids, and that's where you get the additional fat accumulation. All right. Trying to remove it from circulation, your liver metabolism of the alcohol is limited, which is why primarily you would have a hangover the next day. Your body simply can't remove this quickly enough, right, and metabolize an alcohol as quickly. And that's part of the reason maybe you don't feel so well the next day. You feel kind of sluggy and lethargic, and because it takes forever for your blood alcohol level to fall slowly. So if you ever think that there's an occasion, I have plenty of stories to tell you about this, but I cannot because it's not professional. But when you should be careful about judging whether or not you should be behind the wheel, or you should be, I don't know, in a store where you think it might be cool to shoplift something. You know, because I mean, your judgment is impaired at this point, right? That's one of the first things that happens to you. We're going to see why in a minute. It's how alcohol actually affects your brain initially. But your blood alcohol level is going to fall slowly, even though you may kind of feel okay. You get behind the wheel, and you still. That was the whole point of that program from that ad you saw. That's a whole program in Australia that was about reducing the number of drink drivers, which means they aren't drunk, but they've had enough that they're still dangerous on the road. Right? They're impaired just enough to be dangerous. All right, you see, blood alcohol 40 minutes after drinking is when it's at its highest. And then it should be absorbed within an hour, but it takes another 6 hours to fully metabolize it. So if you go to like a happy hour and knock a couple of cocktails back, and then go, well, it's been long enough, I can probably get behind the wheel, you still have all that in your body. Now, does that mean necessarily that you're going to get behind the wheel and not be able to drive home? No. But it does mean that if you were to get pulled over by doing nothing more than crossing the center line, that you may well fail a breathalyzer. Right? What is the average state legal limit when it comes to alcohol? 0.08 is the average state, right? Some are more restrictive, but overall they're about 0.08. Now, there are going to be differences like we just talked about between men and women for sure in the rate of alcohol metabolism. Same with age, same with race and ethnicity. Who do you think can metabolize alcohol more quickly? You or me? No, I mean me today, not me in my 20s and 30s.
You metabolize it quicker?
Yeah. Yes. Right? Why? This is an A and B sort of question. Go ahead, Andrew.
Does your metabolism slow down when you
Your whole body function slows down, right? You're more likely, your liver is more likely to have aged along with you, and depending on the kind of medication that you take, and you find a lot of older folks that are on medications regularly, their liver's already impaired, which also means it has a more, depending on how many medications your patient is taking, alcohol will have a more pronounced on them overall, effects on them overall, because it will absorb much more quickly. Liver metabolism is always slow with alcohol, but if you take a lot of medication, your liver is also working on those medications and working slower, right? So that's gonna cause you a problem. That's why age is thrown in here. So you see the difference. Women are on average smaller than men, right? Smaller livers go along with that. Higher percentage of fat than men, natural fat we're talking about. Why is that a difference between men and women? Fat composition. Stab in the dark.
To carry a baby.
Yep. This is all about, yep, carrying children. Less enzymes and hormonal fluctuations, which are also related to childbirth. All right. Okay. Alcohol in your brain and nervous system will affect every part of your brain, but not all at the same time. So that's why you start seeing different symptoms of when, you know, like I can tell you today, like I might have one alcoholic beverage in an entire year, right? I mean, I just don't anymore. And within, I mean, honestly, when I get about halfway through, like if I have a glass of wine, I can immediately feel it because my body is also not used to alcohol, right? So it has an effect. It can cause gastritis, it can cause esophagitis, and if you have a chronic drinker who is your patient, it can also cause pancreatitis, whether it's been diagnosed or it has not been diagnosed. So that's one of the reasons that when you see on intake forms, when you actually are meeting with your patient, or when actually one of your nurses would be going through this, when they ask about like alcohol use historically and things, there's a whole reason behind it. It doesn't really matter what you can't see your doctor for. It might be important for them to know that there's the potential that you may have had pancreatitis, right? All right. Okay, so you see where this hits, right? You start at frontal lobe sedation. So this is when you start seeing your reasoning and judgment get impaired, all right? You guys are all young enough, that I'm sure you have been through this at one point or another, where the first thing is, that's when you start feeling like, you know, fearless a little bit, you know, the one thing that might get you on a dance floor maybe. Speech and vision, when you start to feel a little blurry-eyed, right? Then you keep moving your way up the more that you drink. So as you know your blood alcohol concentration is increasing, you start ending up with slurred speech, right? Maybe a staggered gait. And then further than that, you're in real trouble. If you get above 0.4, you're looking at basically dying of cardiac arrest. Have any of you ever had to do a field sobriety test? And did you enjoy that?
No.
I have had to do one, so I feel comfortable asking. Now, it's weird, right?
It was weird.
Yeah. It was one of those occasions where this was when I used to run restaurants, and it was one evening, and I stopped to meet up with some friends, and I think I had a couple of drinks, but I knew I had to work the next day, so I just kind of, you know, knocked it back, off I went. And then I realized, this is when I lived in Atlanta, that there is a checkpoint for drinking, and this is like a weekday, right? And I thought, so what did I do? I did it. And I was at the time driving a red convertible sports car, and I do a UE, it's like right in the middle of this 4-lane highway. And so, of course, I had red flashing lights behind me. The difference was, here I was in a nice, expensive car that belonged to me. And I was dressed for work, so I was dressed well. And, you know, and I wasn't impaired enough that I couldn't think on my feet, right? Because he said, well, why did you just do that? And I said, oh, I thought it might have been an accident, and there's more than one way for me to get home from here. So I wanted to avoid that since I have to work in the morning. And he read my address, and I happened to live in a nice, kind of a more expensive area. And so he's like, okay, so you're going home. And I I said, yes. And he had me get out, but for a minute, but I didn't, it was like a quickie, the little walk step thing. And I don't remember if it was, I didn't remember backward or something. And I passed all of that just fine. And he goes, you're going straight home? And I said, yes. And he goes, okay, go straight home. And that was that. So, yeah, but it was at the same time kind of terrifying because it was like I was instantly, those drinks were gone. My heart was just racing because I was like, many Christmas, I'm gonna end up arrested and then I have never been, so I'm just telling you. But yeah, it's something. And that was probably when I was just in here, which means I likely would not have failed any kind of breathalyzer anyway, but I would have been probably right in here. Because otherwise, I would not have done that UE in a vehicle that I knew would have drawn attention, right? I mean, red no less, and so. All right, when it becomes a problem, let's say and we talked a little bit about this before, when you have a patient who has been a drinker in the past, some things that you need to be aware of, especially when you prescribe medications for them, is to not overload them with medications. It may include, maybe in blood work, asking for some liver tests to test function, because you need to know whether or not you're endangering them by giving them this medication, right? They can end up definitely with fatty liver. Cirrhosis is a possibility, and cirrhosis isn't a foregone conclusion. It's not as if somebody's been drinking all the time and suddenly they have cirrhosis. It also means they can stop drinking and still end up with cirrhosis, right? And people end up with cirrhosis who have never had a drink. So all of those things now. Fetal alcohol syndrome. This is the most dangerous thing. This is one of the reasons that women typically don't drink when you are pregnant, because of the danger to your child, right? They can lead to physical abnormalities, definite mental retardation. Now, the only real problem with that is when does the average woman actually even know she's pregnant? What do you think? Roughly, yeah, maybe 6 weeks in that neighborhood. So for 6 weeks, if you met up with your girlfriends every week on Friday night and you had drinks, right, you've been pregnant the whole time you're drinking. Now, is that going to lead to fetal alcohol syndrome? No, not likely, right? We're talking about somebody who is a much heavier and more regular drinker and who engages in it the whole time during pregnancy, right? That's the real problem you want to avoid. Okay, we get this. Aha, prevalence of binge drinking among women of childbearing age is binge drinking. We're at 18.3% in New York. Who is from another state? Tell me your state and let's see. Jersey is on the map. It's over here. It is, looks like 17.9. Right. Your state is not on there? Oh, Canada, we'll say it's 50%. Melissa's from Texas, 14.8. Ohio, 19.3. Who else? Pennsylvania, 17.6, and I'm from Indiana, 17.2. So it looks like Ohio wins for binge drinking women. All right. Any use, I mean, this is kind of silly. They've got any use here, which I don't know how you define any use, but what's interesting is there is a person at my garage, excuse me. Pardon me, what is this? Oh, it's motion. No, it's not. Sorry. I bought these big mums and I have my security camera in the garage. But if you look at any usage, here's what's really interesting about this. When you look at this map, let's look at some of the high ones. Montana, 58.7, right? North Dakota, 64.4. South Dakota, 55. Minnesota, 64. Wisconsin, 63.3, right? Why do you suppose it's so high there? 58.5 in Colorado. What do you think? Maybe. I think Colorado does, but Wisconsin definitely does. There's beer in Wisconsin, right? But you might get into some of these areas, and I'm surprised Alaska's number is so low, because Alaska is known for having a lot of folks suffering from alcohol and drug abuse. Well, you know, you get up in some of these areas and like, what else are you gonna do with those harsh winters, right? I mean, maybe, I'm speculating, but, all right. Okay, all right. So one of the other things that's gonna happen with your patients is they're gonna eat a terrible diet if they eat at all. Particularly if they're regular drinkers, right? Because if you're out and you're drinking a few, do you feel full? Yeah, right? So obviously, you're gonna not want to eat a whole lot. That's how appetizers became so popular. Because it slows the absorption of alcohol. So if you're in a bar and you're eating appetizers at the same time, you can continue to drink more before you realize that's the method. All right, economic factors often have a lot to do with alcohol. You may be lower income, you may, for a variety of reasons, and may be more prone to drink, or it may just be a normative behavior in your own peer group. Okay. So if you have poor diet, obviously you're going to have vitamin and mineral deficiencies, right? And the average patient, and you are going to run into this a lot, so please don't think that this is, no matter how a patient presents you the day you're in there, and they're in your office, tells you nothing about what their life is like. That's another reason that you include that on an intake list, okay? Alcohol interferes with vitamin metabolism, folate, thiamine, and vitamin A. What is folate necessary for? Right, folic acid. This is, go ahead.
I was asking now and hair brands?
Yeah, okay, yeah. And when it comes to fetal alcohol syndrome, if you're looking at folate and folic acid, you're also looking at potential neural tube defects in any baby impact, right? So there are a lot of things that are going to happen at that point. Obviously, you're not going to have those minerals if you feel full all the time. It's going to interfere with amino acid absorption. What do you need amino acids for? You need it for a lot of things, I'll tell you. Right? You need it for proteins, that's the primary reason, but you need them for more than that. And alcohol raises blood levels of fats. Why is that a problem? Where are those fats possibly going to go if it raises the blood level of fats? Go ahead, Dr. Ender.
Would it be your liver? Would it be your liver?
It could. Where else might that fat deposit itself, let's say? Your arteries?
Yeah.
Veins, right? This is where you end up with hardening of the artery. Okay. And obviously, you're going to have increased body weight because those calories add up. There's nowhere for it to go. Your body is not going to use them all. And if you had a regular day of meals and then went out, you know, at night, we went to the club when we used to have clubs. Moderate drinking. Okay, I hate even using this example. There are studies that suggest that moderate drinking can, in fact, reduce mortality. What is the problem with using studies like that? As the basis for putting it in your textbook. Anybody else? Go ahead.
It could be like heavily biased, or some of the companies that might do studies that actually go that sell alcohol.
Right. So you have a conflict of interest, true. Also, go ahead, Andrew.
There's a lot of other factors that don't mortality with like genetics and everything.
True. True. And at the same time, it's also based on how your study is designed. What kind of sample did you have, right? So to just like, so you guys have probably seen over time that like a study that says coffee is good for you, a study that says coffee is terrible for you, a study that says dark chocolate is good, and so on, right? Depends on your sample size, the constituency in your sample, your study procedures, but what you might see on the local news is now coffee is good for you again, right? Without ever giving any kind of context on it. So that's what you'll also find with this, and that's why I don't like the fact that it's included in here. Can it? Yes, at least according to one study. Let's see where we're at. Okay. Oh, these are funny though. People who should not consume alcohol. Those who can't stop themselves, right? I think that goes without saying. Children and adolescents, right? If you're taking certain medications, pregnant or breastfeeding women, right? Those with a history of alcoholism. Do you guys, I mean, believe me, another reason I try to avoid things, including painkillers, is I have a whole family of addicts. So I've already seen what that stuff can do to you. I don't need it anymore. But when you look through this, this is the biggest concern to always point out to a patient, because how often do you guys actually read the warning labels when you get a prescription? I do too, but I'm saying, in this room, maybe you guys might do it more than the average person. The average person is going to go, okay, I read how I'm supposed to take it, and they throw the bag with all the warnings and adverse reactions. They throw that in the garbage. Well, yeah. So they don't see, and some of them can be quite detrimental if they're taken with alcohol, right? Especially like painkillers. For example, painkillers are enough all on their own, but all right, that's the end of alcohol. Now we'll get into the other goods. Oh my God, I did that whole thing and I did not share the screen with the. Sorry, you didn't miss it. It's online. Oops. I recorded it, but I just didn't decide to share the screen with them. Boy, that's all right. This is the good stuff anyway. All right. What are carbs? Well, give me some examples. What are some carbs in your daily diet? What? Glucose. Okay. More specifically?
Like sugar.
Yeah, like sugar. Right. What do you eat on a daily basis that is carb heavy? Andrew. Bread. Sam. Fruits. That's true. Yes. Were you going to say something? Okay. Mary? Pasta. Rice Krispie treats. I'm going to have some carbs at lunch because I have some rice. I'm going to have some sausage and peppers and I'm going to have rice with it today. All right, so bread for sure. Okay, so sugar, starches, fibers. And when you look, and I think I told you guys that I have to take this fiber supplement that I kind of make up like a shot because it's just gross to me when because it all kind of congeals in the bottom if you try to get it. It doesn't suspend well, so I'd rather just stir it up and be done with it. I was reading the back of its label to see how many carbs it had in it. The nice thing is it has no additional sugar, so at least it's flavored, but it isn't flavored with sugar, so that's something. Plants produce these starches during photosynthesis, right? So you have the simple ones, which are your sugars, and then you have the stuff that's more complex, right? Where you get into starches and fibers. What do you think your body metabolizes most easily? Sugars, right? All right. Simple sugars, just monosaccharides. Glucose, fructose, galactose. Fructose is in what? Oh, come on. I know you guys have to know the answer. What?
Syrups?
Fructose is in anything that contains a fruit. So, and it can be, right? Like if you use like a high fructose corn syrup or something. But you're going to find that in all fruits. Fructose is going to give you the sweetest flavor of all. Is it a terrible thing, Sam, that there are carbs in fruits?
Well, no, because they're not added sugars.
They are not added sugars, that is true. Is there a difference between how certain fruits affect your blood sugar? Yes, right? Some of them are going to hit you more quickly and spike your blood sugar, and some take a lot longer to raise your blood sugar. And we'll talk about it because I think we talked limitedly about the glycemic index here. If you eat apples or oranges are low glycemic fruits, and they have the most limited effect on blood sugar spikes. Pineapples, on the other hand, can kind of send it to the moon. So that's something you want to avoid. Because even a diabetic should be eating a certain amount of fruits, so it's more about moderating their diets and knowing what they can handle. If you were making a suggestion to your patients about adding fruits to their diet, I wouldn't add pineapple to it. Disaccharides obviously are two monosaccharides linked together. This is where you run into sucrose, lactose, maltose, right? Lactose is found in all dairy, right? And you have folks, of course, that are lactose intolerant. Sucrose in common sugars, purified from, this should say sugar beets. You guys ever actually had sugar beets? There's a distinction between like a regular beet and a sugar beet. And I mean, they're both kind of sweet. A sugar beet is really, really sweet. I went to there was this, nice Italian restaurant when I lived in Indiana. And they typically, for their salads, a pretty basic kind of a house salad, they always topped it with like shredded sugar beets to add this sweetness that really complemented their homemade vinaigrettes. And it was pretty striking the first time I had it. I was like, holy smokes, this is good, right? And that's all it was beets. You cannot do the other kind of beets, like the beets that I get every week from Campsville Farm, have more of that kind of a root vegetable flavor to them. It's kind of gritty, kind of, I don't know how to describe it, woodsy. All right. Okay, glucose is the most simple sugar in nature, right? We also call it dextrose. You see dextrose in a lot of products, right? So even if you don't necessarily see sugar on an ingredient label, you may have it masked as dextrose. Why do you suppose that they're going to include that as dextrose? One, it is the proper name, but why would you want to try and hide sugars?
People won't know what it is.
Exactly, right. Matter of fact, let's have a little test example of that. Let's do, hold on, I promise I will share the screen this time, for real. All right, let's do, let's just pick one. Few ingredients, here we go. All right, so hang on, let me share this with these guys. Let's see what's in this. All right, so this is for like a regular Knorr side. I think I did yellow rice. So gram of fat, 580 milligrams of sodium, which is a quarter of the recommended daily value, right? And that is in one serving, which is defined as, there are 2.5 in the container. Carbs, 47 grams. Now it says it's only a total of 1 added sugar. So, but if we look at the ingredients as a, hold on, ingredients. Ingredients, let's see if they list everything correctly. Turmeric, okay. Now you get down into some things that your patients, or you, or me, will not even know what they are, right? Disodium, inositol, I don't know what that is. Here, turmeric is a spice, so that's not that hard to deal with. Down here, at least, they put in parentheses, this is iron, right? So you have an idea. Because they wanted to make it look good, because it is an iron product. So here you'll be able to see also where the vitamins come from. So out of this list, it is not actually a terrible ingredient list, except for the sodium, which could kill you if you ate the whole bag. Zoomtopia. Rock on. All right, hold on here. I'm going to do this again. Stop. Stop. Now start. All right. Glucose obviously sends energy to your cells. So, how many of you guys ever drink coffee? Right? Do you drink it with a lot of sugar in it at all, or sugary creamers, or whatever? Yes. Do you feel like kind of a buzz afterward? Like you immediately feel more alert? Or monster?
Bang.
What?
Well, it has
Haley, look up for me, please. How much sugar is in a can of Monster, regular sized Monster drink? I'm curious if it's just the caffeine or if it's sugar too. Glucose is usually joined with other sugars when you've got them in foods, right? They obviously provide energy to your body cells. Yeah, go ahead.
27 grams.
Which is what percentage? It should say over there what they are recommending everyone else is.
It doesn't because it's
Oh, no? Okay, that's fine. All right. Of the monosaccharides, we were just talking about fructose, right? Or fruit sugar, it is the sweetest of all sugars, which is not a terrible thing. So let's say you end up with Dr. Allen as your patient who is a diabetic and loves sweets, right? So in this case, it would not be a terrible thing to say you need to try and get any of that sweet taste from either fruits or something that's got a little bit of fructose, but then you still need to eat it in moderation, okay? Now, you'll find it in obviously fruits, honey, and corn syrup. That's original corn syrup. This is not like high fructose corn syrup or anything like that, okay? That has been manipulated to taste sweeter. All right, so because one of the things that I do is I've gone back to, now that I'm back in school, a regular diet, especially at night, of just a lean protein and produce, right? So it's either lean protein, vegetables, salad, whatever, but no carbs, especially in the evening. There may be some at lunch, but I also moderate those. So for something sweet, I actually take like a teaspoonful of peanut butter and just a little drizzle of honey on it so I can get that like sweet buzz. And that's it. You know, a couple of times, right? So I can get the protein from the peanut butter, and yes, I'm adding fat, but okay, fine. And then a little hit of sweetness without actually sitting down and eating food. Lactose is rarely a monosaccharide in food, but it does bond to glucose to form lactose, right? So that's actually responsible for being able to produce lactose, so that's the sugar in milk. And I think we talked about the fact that even skim milk has a good bit of sugar in it, right? It's a more natural sugar produced during milk production. All right. Sucrose is glucose plus fructose. So we already know glucose is the most simple and fructose is the sweetest. This is more often what you find in table sugar. What is, Mary, while you got yours open, what is sweet and low? What is the sweetener that's used in that?
I think it's aspartame.
Is it?
It's saccharin.
Saccharin? Okay. I'm just interested because it, to me, tastes a whole lot sweeter than all the other substitutes, so it reminds me a little more sugar. It's not completely sweet. Yeah. You will find that. You will find a lot of, what they're called. It's a sugar alcohol you will also find in sugar-free foods. Have any of you guys ever eaten sugar-free candy? Like chocolate? Have you ever later, had the runs? You don't have to tell me, because the candy tastes okay, right? Right. Except those sugar alcohols add up and will hit your bloodstream much faster. And so if you have too many of them, you not only will end up with runny stools, you will have very little control over it because you can eat those. I have friends too that thought, let's get a bag of these sugar. They were trying to just improve their diets. They got these sugar-free candies. I did it the first time I ever had them. And they taste good enough that you can just keep eating them. And you think, oh, there's no sugar and I don't have to worry about it. Until suddenly you're like, oh my God. All right. So again, we talked about sugar beets, which is fantastic. But you'll see that sugar, of course, on food. Maltose. Malt sugar that is not something you're gonna naturally find in food. It will work with starch breakdown, and that often happens in when you're dealing with germinating cereal grains, wheats, things like that. You may find maltose in it, especially as they're drying out. Okay, this I think will make sense to you. Chains of more than 2 monosaccharides are oligosaccharides, right? 3 to 10 sugar molecules. Is that important that you ever share that with a patient? Absolutely not. Nobody cares, right? What they want to know is that it's more complicated and more complex, right? That even though it's listed as a carb, so right away we think carbs are bad, but in beans, peas, and lentils, those carbs are actually good for you, right? Because they carry a lot more vitamins and nutrients, number one. And secondarily, they're low glycemic products, so they're not going to raise your blood sugar. So you will see a lot of substitutions for diabetics that may include soups that might have beans in them, or lentils in particular, rather than some of the more refined carbs like pastas or rices, right? Easy stuff. Where are we at here? We're at the end. We're going to start on this slide on Wednesday because thank you all for being so good. Oh, and please prop the door open and go like this on your way out so I don't have to hear it. Thank you. See you. Thank you. Bye. You too. Lord have mercy.
Money, this one as long as you have a production, it'll be fine, but like, the problem is.
You guys can open those windows if you want. It's kind of stuffy in here.
I'm not worried about this.
Missing what here? 1, 2, 3 people today. Good.
Jake is coming.
Yeah, is he? Okay. All right, what's going on this morning?
I'm sorry. It's me.
It's you?
Yeah, it's me.
All right, tell us what you got, bro.
So I saw a study that was done by the University of Michigan, and it took a survey of like 2,000 parents.
Okay.
And they're just looking for fast food habits during the pandemic. And they found that 20% of the parents reported they ate fast food more often after the start of the pandemic. And then they also found that lower income families were more likely to have fast food twice weekly. And then even though the parents noted they knew like fast food wasn't healthy, 72% reported they felt pressed for time, which made them pick fast food over making
During the pandemic,
Yeah.
they felt pressed for time.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay.
And then I was just gonna say it relates to it just because since they're, you know, feeding their family and their children more fast food, it's gonna contribute to probably more childhood obesity
It sure
and
is.
obesity in general.
Hello, Dauber. Now that I know your nickname. Good. Oh, good. No, that's perfect. I find it hard to believe that they were pressed for time. But I wonder if it was that it was some kind of connection with people that drove that more than anything else. Kind of like, you know.
They kind of said like convenience was being more, I guess they were focusing more on convenience rather than the health of their family. That's what the study said.
And well, you know, really, and even during the lockdown posture, it was like a big deal to like make your trip to this, get out of the house.
Did it say though, like what kind of people were like interviewed? Because like if there are people in healthcare, like they obviously would be a different population who would feel rushed and stuff because of like the kind of days that they had and shared stress with like their family.
It didn't specify, it said 2,000 parents were
That's-
surveyed.
That's interesting. Okay, so what else is going on that you guys have seen that's healthcare related? Or not? Oh. Well, it looks like the J&J data for a second booster actually boosts its effectiveness from 71% to 94%, which puts it in the same arena with Moderna and Pfizer, which is fantastic. I don't know why. The only reason they didn't do that to begin with is to capture all of those hesitant folks who are the least likely to get it, especially men, you know, who might go and get one if you could be convinced. I had a lot of students, I don't know if you guys have had this experience, who were able to finally convince their dads to do it, who just didn't want to take the time more than anything else to go because it was a one and done, right? I mean, I can tell you that Drs. Thomas and Watson, that's why they did it, is they just didn't want to take the time and they were worried about side effects and, you know, classes and whatever. Kids, and so they did the one and done, and now they're both kind of like, I don't know about having, you know, just the J&J, because I went through the whole Moderna mess. And, but, you know, so that's what's happening. Let's see where we're at with COVID to this point today, because what's in the New York Times? Because there's, oh God, pressure grows on us to share COVID technology, which, okay, fine. And as we knew, people with serious conditions are waiting weeks for non-COVID surgeries as hospitals are inundated because of COVID again, right? Nutty. We did this yesterday. 14-day change in the coronavirus is we are down 12% in cases, but we're up 36% in deaths. Why is that true? Why, Melissa?
What if you die and then all of it paid?
Well, that's true. But you're also talking about new cases, so unless they die right away. More than that is hospitalizations lag case counts by about 2 weeks. So I love sending that around to see how you guys figure out where it goes next. Hold on, I get blah, 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 blah. Where are we at here? Is that everybody? Who am I missing? Mr. Right. Okay, Claire's done. Jake is still not here, or Abby, okay. All right. And New York counts. Let's see where we're at with this. Which, this can't possibly be the same. Apparently, we're still hovering at about 5%. So, I will tell you, we had a faculty and staff meeting yesterday for the School of Health Professions. And of course, we had Thursday. We had a conversation about masks because we were all kind of on the same page, which is the data and the data on campus suggests this is nonsense. So, believe me, we're all kind of on the same page with this. Okay.
I forgot my mask.
I know.
I'm actually not wearing one on purpose.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not gonna make you lose class or something. All right, maybe Jake has an extra for that.
No, that's why I was
Oh,
saying.
Dr. Watson was one. She always has them. She's like everybody's mother, so she always has stuff like that. So we kind of had that discussion anyway, and my understanding is it's not really supposed to be long term, so we'll see what happens. You know, at this point, so. Cases are up, but in this area, ICU and total hospital beds are slow when it comes to dealing with COVID patients. So, you know, cases aren't indicative of anything else. So the other thing that I've seen is a lot of the vaccine, I'm going to call them resistant because it's not even resistant anymore. This is active resistance, right? Don't want that, but then if they contract coronavirus, they're willing to take that monoclonal antibody treatment, which is 100 times more expensive than the vaccine, right? Something like 74% of all insurers are no longer covering waiving COVID copays. So everybody's still on the hook for that. Basically, if you're choosing to get yourself sick, we're not going to cover you, which makes sense, right? I mean, at this point, there's a widely available vaccine. You're choosing to do this. So, okay, where we were from the other day. We did monosaccharides and disaccharides. Oligosaccharides, this is where we stopped the other day, all right? 3 to 10 sugar molecules. This again, these are low glycemic foods. So even though you're gonna see that they have a lot of sugar molecules in them, and they, of course, can increase your carb count for the day, these are not bad carbs to consume, especially with diabetic patients because they are lower glycemic. Do you remember what the difference is between low and high glycemic? What is low? What does that mean in your body if I say you're eating low glycemic foods? Go ahead, Rick. I'm sorry? It doesn't affect your blood sugar very rapidly.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And a high glycemic food would cause your blood sugar to spike. So if you're eating pineapple or table sugar or whatever, it's going to cause your blood sugar to spike. Polysaccharides, long chains of monosaccharides, not that that makes a whole huge amount of difference, but structural differences will affect their behavior in water and during heating. Digestible and non-digestible. Go ahead. Okay, I'll hand it to you. Okay, which would be your starches, basically. Oh my God. I don't know about you, but today feels like a Monday to me. Weirdly. Starches. We all know that there's plenty of food that we eat that are starches, right? You're going to find, because the plants store all their energy as starch, like we would store all of ours as basically glucose. Or we might store fat to later be converted to glycogen to glucose. You're going to find these in most beans, potatoes, grains. You're going to find lots of starches. Those are all digestible. Difference is there are going to be a lot of starches that are from plant foods that are not digestible by humans necessarily, but there's still fibers that you can consume, right? Like Metamucil is like psyllium husk, something you would not normally consume, but all it's meant to do then is give you that added fibrous material to help you with waste product more than anything else. It will like draw toxins out, will certainly draw cholesterol out of your body. All right, long chains of glucose, amylose or amylopectin, which are branch chains. Amylopectin is the basis for pectin. So you guys have probably heard in your lives or seen that there's pectin in any jellies that you get, right? That form a gel kind of on top of it. And obviously a resistant starch is one that is not digested, and there are a lot of those that we can get in our diet. This is a huge reason why we can't just go outside and like take a plate full of grass and take it into the house and make a salad out of it, right? Or wheat, because we can't digest those starches. However, livestock can consume those starches. So we're still ingesting some of the remaining starches that have been metabolized by the livestock, but in a digestible form for us, right? So what starts as something that isn't digestible, it's sort of like it passes through what we might eat at the table, right? All right, you can see the difference there. That's not that exciting. Glycogen. This is interesting. Glycogen, we all can store carbs as a glycogenic product. And what it does is will convert itself to glucose when your blood glucose levels get low. And your body can also basically leach out protein and amino acids to continue to produce glycogen if you haven't had enough stored carbohydrates and your body is demanding glucose. Most of it you're going to keep in your skeletal muscle and liver, right? And then you end up doing some carb loading. When would you normally do carb loading? Right. Yeah, like a sporting event, especially an endurance sporting event, right? Like marathons. That's what you generally see before a race. There may be a dinner and it's like a spaghetti dinner because you want to do some carb loading. Because that will convert to glycogen and be stored in your skeletal muscle. Well, you're using your skeletal muscle as it is in these cases, right? So the glycogen, which converts to glucose, is available to those muscles immediately, right? And that's one of the reasons you want to load up. Actually, you want to load up more than the night before. If you're doing a marathon, you want to have been prepping for this well in advance. If you're just doing a 5 or 10K, you might just be able to get away with a heavy carb meal the night before, right? Okay. Now, we just covered this. Dietary fiber that is found in plants that we can metabolize. Fruits, vegetables, legumes, and whole grains. Now, the real problem, this is my issue with carb counting, period, is those will all increase your carb counts. And all of those are good for you and necessary in your diet, right? So that's why counting carbs is not always the best way to go about it. It's not just the number of carbs you receive, it's the quality of the carb you receive. So if you, let's say you're advising a patient who is diabetic or who may just simply be overweight, particularly if you're PA, nursing, things like that, you're going to find everybody. But if you're an OT or PT, for example, you're going to find more folks who are overweight who need your assistance. And so when you talk to them about their diets, the important thing to remember is what kind of carbs they're getting. Not just that they have a lot of carbs, what are they? And
Isn't that kind of like the same thing like counting like calories? Isn't it more important where you get your calories from rather than
because your calorie counts could be very different person to person. It's really going to be based on your body, your goals, or your own medical conditions. Melissa.
Or if you're really obsessed with counting carbs, you can do like net carbs and like subtract out the fiber.
You could. But see, that's where you guys come into play, is you're going to have to teach people to do things like that, right? Because in the end, and this is why apps are a really great thing for most folks to have, because they're easy to understand. The only problem is we don't have many, unless you guys are aware of them, that will allow you to do just what Melissa suggested, right? Like make a determination about what's a good carb, what's a bad carb in your diet, and say, let's curb these bad carbs, let's keep these, right? Because you need them for a variety of reasons. The base macro counter on any of the apps is just fats, proteins, and carbs, right? So never, ever, ever accounts for that. Now, you might know in your own diet, particularly like when you use, for example, when I use the Fitbit app, it'll ask you to enter what you ate, what kind of food you ate. So, I mean, for me, I can go back and look at it and go, well, obviously I had some good bread that day, or I had some ice cream. So the sugar's all counted and I shouldn't have done it. Or a day when maybe I had a nice soup that had beans in it and maybe some cabbage and some other things that are starchy. Well, there was nothing wrong with that diet, right? They could be the equivalent amount of carbs. Except one day I ate like garbage, and the next day I ate things that were good for me and lower glycemic food. So that's the difference. Functional fiber, isolated and added to foods. Like right now, you can find a lot of foods that will tell you that it has added fiber, right? So because most people don't get enough fiber in their diet to prevent the hardening of the arteries. Because fiber will leach out what? That we talked about the other day. You remember? Cholesterol. So that's why one of the reasons you really want it in there, it will leach that cholesterol from you and it will end up going right out of you and down the drain. All right. These two make plenty of sense. Soluble fiber will dissolve in water, insoluble will not. So what are most of your bodies made from? Water, right? So you want to be careful about some of the insoluble fibers. The more of those that you consume, the more likely, and the same for your patient, the more likely they're going to become constipated or may end up needing a colorectal specialist because their stools are so firm, it's causing them some real drain, right? You're going to find, I'm telling you, no matter who you work with, in what discipline, it can be anywhere from public health, PA, nursing, OT, PT, it can be in sports study. Anybody that you're going to work with, most of what you're going to deal with is their diet, right? Diet can change whether they're well or whether they're not. So these are things to consider. Okay. All right. Any of you guys eat apples on a regular basis? You good? See? Oh, good. I load them. Bananas. See, I hate these two. I know, they're not terrible. Berries, you eat on a regular basis, right? So you're really looking at great dietary fiber you're getting in your diets already. Cherries, cranberries, as whole, like a whole cranberries, you know. Grapefruit, anybody a grapefruit fan? Oh, really? What do you put on it that makes it palatable? Like sugar or? Oh my gosh. It's just everybody has such different taste buds. I find that fascinating. Let's see, what's kind of a weird one. But most of the stuff, I would assume you may have in your diet in one capacity or another. And it's great if you have a wide range of foods, right? And it's colorful stuff too. That's the thing when you talk to patients is if they have colorful fruits and vegetables in their diet, that's okay. That's warranted, right? But then you look at your lower glycemic products, like grapefruit is a lower glycemic product. Apples and oranges are the lowest of these, right? But you get into like cranberries, cherries, these are a little higher glycemic, have a higher glycemic effect on the body, right? Vegetables, if you get into any of these, any of you guys eat broccoli on a regular basis? Me too, I eat broccoli all the time. As a matter of fact, I love it. I love that you can get the steamed packages at the frozen section, like at the Walmart, and just throw it in there because it lasts a few days. And it's picked fresh. So it actually has a pretty good flavor, right? Yeah, I eat almost everything on here because I get it every week at Canterville Park. So, all right, this is what we were talking about with animals a minute ago. Cellulose, which is in plant products, is indigestible to us, but it is a component of dietary fiber, right? So that's from the plants itself. Fruit of a plant that has a lot of cellulose in it is fruit we can generally still eat, right? And again, this is going to be metabolized by animals. So if you're eating animal products, you're still going to be able to benefit. Oh my God. This is why I go through them all the time. And I remember hold on, I'm gonna fix my mess here. Broke it for sure this time. Oh my gosh, I pushed all this stuff out. Hold on. Gotta find my way back here. Where are we at? Ooh, we're too far. Okay. Hemicelluloses are a bunch of monosaccharides. No, you said this. It is Dylan, you aren't going to use it a lot. Pectins, dietary fiber that you do find in all plants, especially fruits, and that's why you'll see that when you actually go to like anybody that makes homemade jellies in particular, and you'll see it in jelly you buy at the store, that you'll see that there's a fruit pectin that is one of the ingredients in your jelly, right? And it's typically what you get that kind of seals it off. Oh, that's fascinating. All right. types of fiber, gums and mucilages, right? So they're gel forming and they help hold plant cells together. The lignans, on the other hand, they make up sort of the woody parts of vegetables and the seeds of fruits. That's another reason why we don't eat seeds from most things, because they're indigestible. What are some seeds that you can eat? What's that?
Sunflower.
Sunflowers, right? Pumpkin, pomegranate, right? So there are some that you can do, but a lot of them you can't. It's sort of like, any of you guys eat asparagus besides me? Okay, good. Oh my God, that's wonderful. That's a whole huge, right? Well, so have you ever actually cooked asparagus and not broken off the woody pieces of that? Okay, good. Then you were taught properly how to do it. A lot of people that have never had asparagus before, in particular, don't know that what you do with asparagus is you actually, it has a natural break around the woody piece, so you don't just cut them. You just take like 5 or 6 of them at a time, just twist them, and they will naturally break off, or the woody piece part of it will come off. Before then, you do whatever you do.
You also have to take off the tops.
What's that?
You also have to cut off the triangles. Like the ones that fall off. Really?
Nope. No, those are one of the best parts. No, all you do is take the woody
No,
part.
not like the good piece.
Oh, you're talking about on the sides
the sides.
of the stalk, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Boy, that's a really tall one if you get those. Because usually they'll break at that point, above them. So if you're careful and you don't get too tight, you just kind of let it naturally go, it will break off in those parts. And they're hard as a rock, right? Yes, you can cook them, but you guys aren't going to be able to digest them, and they're going to taste like a woody mess, which is a huge waste anyway, right? Like this time of year, typically, you don't see a lot of asparagus, so like I don't get it in the store because they're like tree trunks. So you only have a certain amount of usable product. But in the springtime, when they're all pretty bright, you can get some great asparagus. That's not good. But you're not going to be eating the bases of it, because otherwise it is going to go right through you basically in that format, because you just can't digest it. What I was going to say while I was here, notice that they say mucilages and these are gel forming, right? So what was I talking? And then a mucil, like that I've got at home that I did not realize was the generic. I thought it was like the Walmart brand of Benefiber, but it was Metamucil. That's why it's named that way, because that fiber is a mucilage. So when you stir it up, it doesn't actually dissolve or even suspend in water. So if you leave it in your glass, it all falls to the bottom and starts congealing. So that's why I kind of take that like a shot. I just stir it up enough to suspend it in the water and you pin it, right? Now, but you're able to still use this as your body and use this fiber. Okay. Beta glucans are found in borderline and oats, right? Help decrease your blood cholesterol levels. Why? Which I just told you. So what does that mean? Why do your blood cholesterol levels go down when you eat certain types of fiber like beta glucans? Louder.
I said because it loosens up the cholesterol.
Yeah, it leaches it away. Correct, right? So it's almost, think of it like a scrubber inside your arteries almost, because it's going to be firm enough that what all it's doing is it keeps loosening, like you said, Olivia, and drawing all of that all that cholesterol away. Chitin and chitosan, most of this you're going to find in supplements, marketed as a weight loss supplement. Why would this be a weight loss supplement, do you think? Why would any type of fiber be used as a weight loss supplement? And it's all from the discussions we've been having this morning. True, right. Also,
Doesn't fiber take up a lot of space in your stomach?
It does, so you're not likely to eat as much. Very true. And it leaches your cholesterol, right? So you're also removing that from your body. That's why it's marketed as a weight loss supplement. Probably your reasoning, Jake. It makes some of the best sense because it does make you feel fuller. So people are gonna eat a little lesser, right? Well, they could do this naturally, so if you have anybody that's thinking about using a supplement, because can you use too much of a supplement? Absolutely, right? You get carried away, especially if it's something you can mix with water. And at that point, they're gonna be flushing too much food out of their bodies at one time. They're never gonna get the opportunity to benefit from the vitamins and nutrients that are there. This is probably not the best idea in the world. Okay, digestion, this is the best thing in the world, breaks down all these carbs into nothing but simple sugar. This is the easiest way for your body to use carb. You will, and I can tell you this already, it will be on your quiz as well as on your midterm, you will have to write all the digestive enzymes and what they do and where they're at, okay? So it's a short answer. They're all in there, so you can't just give me the top 3 that start in your mouth. You need all of them, and I think it's 11, if I remember correctly, okay? So in your mouth, you start with salivary amylase, right? Which we discussed when it came to your mouth salivating as it is, because part of that is producing the enzymes that are necessary to start breaking down carbs. Now, in your stomach, on the other hand, this is where you'll see carb digestion stop, but where is it going to start up again? What's after your stomach? Okay, good. Small intestine, right? That I would settle for that. All right. Then when you get into the small intestine, then so it's going to stop in your stomach. So if you have carbs in your stomach for a while, you are going to feel pretty full until the digestive juices in your stomach start moving again, right? So if you have somebody who's a heavy carb eater, they may go through these periods of cyclical eating based on how you feel, right? More than a schedule. How many of you guys say scheduled on what you eat? Like time of day. And it doesn't have to be the same time every day, but like every day of the week, you know which times you're going to eat what. Pretty much, right? Yeah, me too. Why is that a good thing? Right? Your metabolism, your body is going to become accustomed to it, knows it's going to get food. So your body will also be less likely to store excess glucose as fat. It's when you don't eat regularly that you tend to store more fats, right? Your body's hanging on to it, not knowing when your next meal is coming. But if you are in a regular cycle, that's why you hear that eating regularly throughout the day. It doesn't have to be 6 meals, it could be 4, it could be 3 and a snack or whatever. But your body at least needs to know that you're going to be eating during those times because it's pretty intuitive. All right. So in the small intestine, that's when your starch digestion begins again, right? The brush border, what is the brush border called? Do you remember? Yeah, that's correct. Villi and microvilli. And the digestive surface inside your body is the equivalent of what?
Tennis court.
Tennis courts, right? Ivermectin is what? Good. I'm telling you, you're going to hear these things and see these things again. All right, other digestive enzymes, maltase, sucrase, lactase. Those all can split maltose, sucrose, and lactose, right? It makes sense. They all are named practically the same thing. Not that complicated. All right. Alpha bonds break down starch. Beta bonds will not be broken by any human enzymes because they contain cellulose, okay? But you will find those in other animals that have similar structures to us. Okay, the enzymes that are used are highly specific, right? I have no idea why Dino is in there. I must have written that last year, but some carbs, as we were talking about, will remain intact, particularly any fibers that are normally indigestible, like stalks, seeds, things like that. They're going to stay intact and they're going to go out of your body in exactly the same fashion, right? There are some things where you do benefit from it. There are starches in it, but you may notice, I love that we just talked about this, but that they're still whole when they leave your body. Corn, peas, for example, right? we're able to at least break down and get the nutrient value from it, but not actually break down the physical structure of those fibers, right? They're still digestible in the sense that we can benefit from them, but nonetheless, they pretty much remain intact. Okay, that's fascinating. All right. Well, you already knew that in the small intestine, this is where the majority of carb digestion and absorption, actually, it's the majority of any of your macros is going to be in the small intestine, right? Starts in the mouth. There may be some, but very little, in the stomach. And then it starts back up in the small intestine. And only a few things are going to be extracted when you get to the large intestine. Okay. All right, so these are the end products of carb digestion. So you see glucose, because glucose is the simplest, that's going to go straight through. The lactose will be broken down to simple glucose to be able to be digested. Fructose is going to take a while to break down to glucose. So depending on, let's say, Wegmans has a sale on pineapples and they're 99 cent a piece, right?
But we always take advantage of that.
And we'll all always take advantage of those things, sure, right? So not only, and it's easy to eat something that tastes as good as pineapple, right? Not only did you just spike the daylights out of your sugar, especially if you eat it a couple times a day, you know, and that for some of you that will never matter. For the rest, people like me, that obviously matters. It also affects my vision, kidney function, pancreatic function. But it's going to take a whole lot longer to digest this food, simply because it's going to take a while to break the glucose down into glucose that your body can use, right? Now, if you're active, you don't necessarily have to worry about taking advantage of those 99 cent pineapples. But if you get too much glucose in a day, your body is just going to hang on to it, right? So it's going to cause more weight. The liver stores and will release glucose as needed to keep your body in homeostasis, right? Do you guys remember what homeostasis means? So I'm not using this and you don't know. I see nods. What does it mean? Say.
State of balance.
Yes. Bring your body back into regular harmony in a regular functioning way. So your liver stores some glucose, not a tremendous amount, to help you maintain your blood glucose level. So, any of you guys ever have the lightheaded episodes where you know you need to eat, right? Where your blood sugar just drops that low. Well, that also means probably that your liver just simply did not have enough glucose to satisfy you, or had been up to that point, and now you're kind of glucose starved. One of the fastest things that you can do for yourself is just to eat some candy, just to put yourself back in balance, which happens with a lot of diabetics. What happens, anybody in here immune to? Okay, so what do you do with a diabetic patient when you aren't sure what's going on with them, whether or not they're insulin?
Give them oral glucose.
Right, you're gonna always give them glucose, right? No matter what, because you aren't sure.
If they need it, it'll
Yeah.
help them, and if they don't, it's not gonna hurt them.
Right, right.
But I would never give oral glucose without taking their blood sugar first.
That's true. Yeah, but generally you find that happens, and because very simply, oftentimes, you know, somebody that appears to be in a diabetic episode, especially if they have a lowered level of consciousness, right, an altered level of consciousness, in those low glucose moments, may not be diabetics at all. The best thing to do is take the opportunity and say, maybe, and you have it available to you, so you're able to use it, and nothing else. Get them back to a normal level to discuss it. Okay, so now we get to watch the body. I still haven't brought one of those models over because they're huge and clunky, but I'd rather have the animatage. So it starts in the mouth, which we talked about, right? Hits the stomach, right? It stops at this point because stomach acids basically will inactivate the amylase, and proteases destroy the enzyme. But then you go back to the small intestine and it starts back up again, right? And then it will head to your liver and be stored for a while until you need it, Okay. We all need glucose, and that can be the difficulty when you deal with diabetic patients in particular, right? Like at one point, I was in nearly a diabetic emergency. You may actually have patients come to you who have never been tested or treated for diabetes, who have some outrageous blood sugar levels when you see them, right? You're going to start recognizing some of the signs along the way in how they present to you that there's a potential this person is an undiagnosed diabetic, right? More people die in this country simply by not being diagnosed than need to be, for sure, right? Because for those of you that wear glasses or contacts, right? So when you started realizing that you were, unless you had them from the time you were a small child, but that you realized your vision was really getting bad and you needed to get some glasses, did you not basically just adjust up until then? You know what I mean? Like you're driving down the road and you're like, I know this road and I know where I'm at and I know this and I can't really read the sign, but you know, I keep going on, right? Well, that's sort of the same thing you deal with people when they have a condition they don't even know that they have, is they're gonna adapt to it. And my mother did that, for example, shortly before she had a heart attack. And she, you know, because finally I kept saying, my mother is from like old school that you don't go and see the doctor unless you're really sick, you know. And she's got plenty of insurance, and it's not a problem. And she doesn't like going to male doctors because most of the time they're dismissive of her. My mother was raised at a time when women needed their husband's signature for a credit card, yet she was the main breadwinner. You know what I'm saying? So I said, well, I've been going to a female nurse practitioner for years who you would feel very comfortable with. So I finally convinced her to go because I kept telling her, I said, the pain you have in your back and in your chest presents like a cardiac event. You know, if you're a woman, you may find a lot, right? So the day she has the appointment with a nurse practitioner, I said, she has a heart attack. Well, it turns out she had this, I don't even remember what it was, but it was like a 90% blockage. So that they actually had to put in 2 different stents. And it was, you know, so it was this very messy few months because, you know, I had to take her for all of her therapy sessions and you know, come take care of her. But that's what happens to most people, right? So when you have a patient with you, don't ever think that you're going to exclude anything from their diagnosis until you learn a little bit more about them, right? Because they've been adapting this whole time. Even her cardiologist was like, there had to have been telltale signs that something was happening. She goes, I just thought it's because I was getting older, right? That this was natural. You get old, you have pain, and you just adapt to it. Well, patients do the same things too. So you may well have somebody who's a diabetic who has no idea that this is why they're experiencing what they're experiencing. You know, I know better, and I didn't know I was until I ended up hospitalized for something else, right? So don't discount that. All right. Now, so yes, we need glucose to maintain a sense of homeostasis, right? So normality. You will store the excess as glycogen in liver and muscle tissue. When is that a problem when you store excess glucose that way? It's related to when you store excess anything. What's it become? Yeah, plain and simple, right? And that leads you to another problem. And oftentimes you're going to find this with patients, particularly those that are considered clinically obese, is they're going to have more trouble with recovery times, for example, than the average patient. Especially those of you in PTOT, you're going to find that more often than not, that they're going to have a lengthy time recovering, and they're also going to be more prone to secondary infections, simply because they're too heavy. All right. Glycogen, we've just talked about. This will help fuel your muscle activity. This is why you do some carb loading, right? And that is okay. Your body also uses, and I will tell you, outside of marathons, another time that your body may use glycogen is that fight or flight scenario, right? Especially if you are afraid or you think you need to go in a fight mode, your body kicks it up and it's going to start drawing from this. It's going to use your glucose as best it can, but then it's going to go right to the glycogen. So if you get really animated, you're going to find that you're way hungrier after, right? Once you calm back down, your body's going to signal to you, I need to eat, okay? All right. Okay, now, this is where the real problem comes in if you do not have adequate carbohydrates. This is also why, what is it? Is it that diet, keto diet, right? Right, where that is mostly, that's a very restrictive carb, correct? Okay. Okay, if you do not have adequate carbs and your body does not have an adequate level of glucose, your body will start using your body proteins to produce this glucose because it's absolutely necessary to maintain your energy levels, right? Your brain is not going to function well without an adequate amount of glucose, right? So your body then will start leaching from body proteins, and this has always been one of the issues with the keto diet, is it's so restrictive, you run the risk of starving your body of proteins, right? So unless you manage it well, and it's not the best way to go about it. It's pretty hard on your body. You can say, I could just increase my protein. Yes, you could, but long term, that can damage your body, right? Because what's going to happen is they'll produce ketone bodies, lead to ketosis, which leads you to dehydration, right? So long term, you are putting yourself at real risk, right? By becoming dehydrated by doing nothing more than that. So you do need a minimum of 50 to 100 grams of carbs a day. And that's okay to restrict it to that level. My niece and her husband did the keto thing, and I was like, and my brother-in-law, who is like my size, I'm like, why are you doing this? You know, you do not need to be on a diet. And they were so restrictive. I'm like, this is dangerous stuff. You know, I mean, if you do it for a really short period of time, great, probably okay, right? It's when you got folks that will adhere to different diets for lengthy periods of time that becomes a problem, right? You can do this for a while, but the longer you do this, the harder it is in your body. And those are some things to be aware of when you also deal with patients, because if they're on a specific diet, and some doctors' offices will ask you, like on your intake sheets, you know, if you are on any kind of a special diet. A lot of people wouldn't qualify that as a special diet because you almost have this assumption that you're on a restricted diet or something because you're at the doctor's office. That isn't the case. If you're on one of these, you need to watch that as well. All right. Insulin. Insulin will basically allow your body to use glucose, right? You have insulin receptors on every muscle cell throughout your body. But in order for those insulin receptors to receive glucose, first thing they need is insulin, right? Otherwise, glucose won't be able to make its way in there and fuel them. Most of the type 2 diabetics that you guys are going to see, this is what their body does not do, is their body does not receive insulin well, so they're going to have a high circulating level of insulin and glucose at the same time, because their body simply, their insulin receptors are no longer sensitive to insulin, right? That is what goes on with me. So the medication that I take, which is a pretty common oral anti-diabetic, makes your insulin receptors on your muscle cells more sensitive to insulin, right? But when you are taking this medication, which is where a lot of patients don't understand, you can't just alter your diet and expect it to work all on its own. Your body also must be, your muscle cells must be demanding glucose at the same time. So that's why if you have a diabetic patient, it's a combination of diet and some exercise, at least enough then that their muscle cells are demanding this excess glucose to properly use the medication. That's what you'll find more often than not, is that's what you deal with type 2, right? Glucagon can break down glycogen to glucose. And then you have epinephrine, which is your fight or flight hormone, right? So you have some in your body where Where is do you guys, any of you know where epinephrine is actually from? Because it's plant derived.
No.
It's from China from thousands of years ago, which is fascinating, right? It's like as we're tearing down the rainforest and deforestation is decimating a lot of the world, there have been cures found in the rainforest and in other places where medications that we still use today that are found natural, right? When might you give an epi? Right, an anaphylactic reaction, right? With its reaction to your body. So that was actually used all the way back then as a homeopathic remedy, right? A lot of the things that we use today started that way. Okay, glycemic index. This is what we were talking about. High glycemic means it does what? Martin. Correct. And low means it does not, right? And there is a decent, let me see if I've got this on here. Let me see. Come on. Okay, so here you can go through this. Let me see, there should be a chart here. Okay, so this gives you an idea of what the glycemic, hang on. 1 to 100 based on how much they raise your blood sugar. So the higher it is, the worse it is, right? So you want to head for something low, but this gives you sort of an idea of some of the foods that are available to you and their number of carbs and where they fall on the GI rate, right? So there's the average and there's where they fall. Typically, low glycemic, you're going to find it's sort of almost a 50-50, like the lower you are, the further you are below 50, the lower the food, the higher, of course, the higher food. And the reason they just did it like a 0 to 100 is just to make it simple. And you can find these charts anywhere. You run into a patient where you're dealing with this, print them a chart, right? Give them a basic idea. They can look foods up if they need to, but you look at a lot of this, right? So most of it's neutral, but you start getting into some of the higher. White potatoes have a high glycemic food, right? Sweet potatoes aren't too far behind. White bread's high glycemic food. Whole wheat is too, right? They're mostly all carbs. What else is on here? White rice, another one. Brown rices, right? Things that are heavy carbs tend to be high glycemic index. So you can do a medium at 56 to 69. High is 70 to 100. But if you modify a diet, you can stay somewhere below 55, right? And then we can get into glycemic load the next time. Okay. All right. Seriously? Climate change. My God in heaven. All right, listen, I'm tired this morning. Y'all need to get it together. I know you know better than that. Climate change. Because now you're going to have areas that are colder than they used to be. You're going to have areas that are hotter than they formerly were. You're going to have areas with too much water, areas with not enough water. And that's what's going to lead to famine, particularly in areas that have become hot that maybe didn't used to be, or are just not receiving adequate rains because it's kind of shifted where rains fall, right? That's why we consistently have wildfires and drought on the West Coast. And we're kind of getting walloped over this way from kind of the Midwest over to the East Coast with rain that we had never expected. Just like that last hurricane that made its way through New York City and left us underwater. What else is going on in health science, public health today? I knew you paid attention to what's going on in the world. You better. What's happening? What are you paying attention to? Who has hot topics next week? Haley Frank is one. Lexi's another. Who else? What happened yesterday? Do you suppose once you guys actually get into practice, you might want to know what's going on? This is a good time to make it a habit, right? You don't have to try real hard. So pay attention. What happened yesterday? Late afternoon. This is low-hanging fruit. Sam.
Booster shot?
That's correct. CDC has now officially approved the Pfizer booster shot. Do you know in which groups?
65 or less.
And?
People who are at high risk.
Okay, and what else happens? Overnight, the CDC director overruled the CDC advisory panel and went ahead and added anybody at-risk jobs, like teachers, frontline healthcare workers, frontline grocery store workers, folks who have a job. So it's a combination of 65 plus, you have an underlying health condition, or you work in a position where you could be put at risk. How many people is that? Like a ton, right? This is what I was have been talking about last week, I think. That there is a way to backdoor anything. FDA kind of left that door open on purpose so that they weren't running counter to the administration who wants to actually provide booster shots to everybody. This is a backdoor. My best guess is CDC is provided FDA goes for Moderna and J&J, which I would be surprised if they didn't. You're going to see CDC make the same kind of recommendation. And then for the recommendations, initially the Biden administration was saying 8 months after you receive your second shot, but CDC and FDA said 6 months after. Again, I would step over somebody's dead grandmother to get my own. So I'm already, just in case, going to call my doctor so they can give me a confirmation that I am a diabetic, just in case they don't have high-risk work positions. Why is any of that important to you as potential healthcare professionals? Why is it important to pay attention? Andrew. You know what your patients are going to do? They're going to walk in and they're going to tell you whatever they saw on the internet. What are they seeing on the internet? What's that? Yeah, they can be, sure. Lots of disinformation. People are seeing whatever they want to confirm their biases, right? Ivermectin cures COVID. Right now, there is a group that must have some kind of stake in ivermectin and other stuff who are trying to convince COVID patients who are in ICUs to leave the ICU to go home and try these other dangerous, unproven cures for COVID. Andrew.
Actually, there's a funny story about that. A family friend of mine actually, she was in the ICU with COVID, and they tried pushing through something, but she was on her last legs or whatever, and they were like trying to push through to get her ivermectin, like they knew her, like to save her life. Like is that like I don't know, like.
Well, it's probably correlation, not causation, in that case. So I'm sure there's usually a combination of things. I can't see how a horse order is going to cure you of COVID because it's not formulated to do it to begin with, unless it's just some sort of happy accident. Make sure I got the right ones who are missing here. Yes. I also saw this morning that we may be months out from a pill COVID medication for people that actually test positive for COVID that have not been vaccinated, that they could take almost like a Z-Pack, where you take it for like a 5 to 10 day period. So, and I think that's Pfizer's formulation. So there are some things coming down the pipe. Something else that I saw is the new governor who kind of fell into her job is now receiving a whole lot of backlash for a couple of things. One, exactly what we're doing right now, right? The other is the rate at which she's kind of pushing vaccines. Mostly because the effort that's being made runs counter to the actual data, which is important to know when you talk to folks, right? And I'm kind of wondering with this increased role of booster shots, I wondered for a while how long somebody who was very new to the job, who wants to run again and is intending to be governor in 2022, I'm wondering how long she can withstand that pressure before we start seeing all these restrictions get lifted, right? I mean, she's still a politician and they're in it for their own survival. And it could be easily to say, hey, now that we have boosters, everybody's cured, and just take it off, right? Find any way to do it. All right, so I wrote directions, by the way, for your final presentation, and we'll go through them in a hot second here. Oh, there's something in your syllabus that says assignment 1 like it's due. You do not have an assignment 1 if you've already turned it in. It was your nutrient analysis. I just forgot to delete it. So if you see that on there, ignore it. All right, so here's what you guys will be doing when you present the day of your final presentation. Give me a second to share it with these guys. Oops. All right, so what you're doing with this, you have a whole written paper that goes with this for your group. You are going to select a recipe from your patients, because we're making the patient a special diet to improve their health in a way that is inexpensive, easy to make, and not very time consuming, right? We're gonna make a double batch of your recipe the night before, and that is, if you provided you were all there, will be in lieu of the final exam. Okay. And the event will be from 11:30 to 1 on the 8th. We'll have an interviewer from the Jandoli School who's going to stop and interview each group, right? There are going to be 10 groups. Amongst your group, all right, let me finish this. The interview that's going to be similar to a morning newscast interview. This is not meant to be a didactic experience. By that I mean, you are not going to teach to them like I'm teaching you. You can, because I don't use a lot of flowery language. You gotta make it plain and easy for people to understand. What's the average education most of your patients are gonna have? They're gonna have mostly a high school diploma or less, especially your older patients, right? So you've gotta bear that in mind when you use language with patients, right? Okay. Amongst your group, you should select one member who's gonna do the cooking live, whoever's the most comfortable doing something like that. You will find, by the way, I'm gonna have already, anything that needs cut up ahead of time is gonna be done by Aramark, and we're paying for it, so that you guys, I don't wanna worry about either foodborne illness or anybody getting injured or that kind of thing, especially in a live event where if you're cutting and you look away and you talk to somebody, you can cut the top of your finger off. I have done it, so I don't wanna deal with that. So one doing the cooking, one is gonna be portioning out tasting sampler cups. We will have those with little taster spoons, because people can get up and mingle. You'll also need copies of your recipe out. And one should be the interviewee discussing your group's project, right? But you guys are all gonna kind of figure out how you want to present it. Now, again, you should be able to translate this in layman's terminology, because your average patient is going to understand that more than anything else. It should include some of the following, but is not limited to the list below, okay? It doesn't have to include absolutely everything, because I know on the spot you may forget stuff, and that's okay. You want to basically tell them, and this is what you're going to be asked, what are you making, right? Where are you at in the recipe? Because as this interview goes along, you guys are gonna be further along, go, okay, we've already done X, Y, Z, blah, blah, blah. You can see the final product over here, just like on a morning loose fast. Why is this dish appropriate for your special diet? What's the health benefit there? Okay, and we're gonna start talking about that every time we go through each one of these chapters. Limitedly and plainly explain what the health issue even is. Right? What should that full special diet include? What is it? No sugar, carbs, reduced fat, low glycemic index foods, no gluten, blah, 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 whatever your diet is. How easy is the dish to make? Time it takes to make this, the less time it takes, the more it would eliminate an excuse from a patient. Patients opt for either physical activity or nutrition are going to say two things. I don't have time, or it's too expensive. I can't afford a gym membership. Organic food's too expensive. Fresh vegetables are too expensive, right? So you have to know how to counter this stuff. And you're gonna see, because it's even in your book, where they really make a point of saying, you will find that almost everything is related to nutrition. There's a nutrition-related benefit to most disease processes, all right? Cost per serving and pertinent nutritional info too. Nothing crazy, but you might say this has 10 grams of protein. Maybe you've got something that needs a protein-rich diet, okay? What are some low-cost substitutions for any of the ingredients in your dish? I will tell you, I will already have done this when I put your grocery list together. What else should accompany this special diet? Physical activity, meditation, medications, what, right? All right. You're only going to be presenting for 5 minutes. So you need to be able to include a decent amount of detail, right? You may not, that's why I said, you may not include everything, and that's okay. That's not going to hurt you. But you want a good, engaging 5 minutes that are easy to understand, right? Easy, comfortable is not a big deal. You will be judged on the following: easy to make, the cost, benefit to your patient, time it takes to make it, taste, appearance, and your presentation delivery. Beyond a grade, there will be SBU judges. None of them are going to be faculty. I did not want to put anybody in that position because it's right before finals week. And there's also a people's choice. We are including prizes for the 2 winners. So you get more than just your grade out of this. So Dr. Watson and I just haven't decided what we're going to get, what we're going to use as prizes for you guys. All right. So that's that. Do you have questions about that? You guys need fall break like tomorrow. You're killing me. All right, the role of carbs in your diet. Okay, you have a diabetic patient. How do you talk to them about carbs in their diet? Are there differences in the types of carbs that you may want to consider when you're talking about the diets? Yes. What's the difference? Listen. Right. So you want to maybe focus on low glycemic foods that just don't spike their blood sugar so much, right? So beans are an example of that. Apples, oranges, you want to know and maybe teach them how to do this, right? So you should, the RDA recommends 130 grams per day. That is 130 grams for a normal, healthy person. This is not a diabetic. Diabetics need fewer than that, right? One of the ways you can do that, in not only with a regular patient who maybe is just suffering from obesity or is a bit overweight, but with your diabetic patients, is reduce added sugars, right? Because you're going to have a lot of products that naturally have some sugar in it. You guys eat ketchup? I love ketchup. My mother could not ever get me to eat meat when I was a toddler. I was my mother's first child, and the only one she should have had. And so she could just never get me to do it. And this was not a time when you had protein supplements or things like that. I mean, it's not like it's 100 years ago, but still. Supplements are a newer thing in the last couple of decades. Well, so she couldn't do it anyway. I come from one of those old school families where family takes care of family, so my grandmother was babysitting while my mother was at work. She comes home and she goes and, gives my mom a rundown. I'm like, yeah, that's what we had for lunch and dinner, and he was good. And, I always would take a really long nap in the afternoon, so I was never in any trouble. And she goes, and my mother says, well, he ate everything? She's like, how did you get to eat meat? She's like, I just put ketchup on everything. And so I've always eaten it because of the sugar that's naturally in the tomato, right? So, but what you want to avoid, because I still eat it, is then I buy ketchups that have no high fructose corn syrup, but also have no added sugars to them, right? And it isn't like a huge adjustment. So, and this is kind of how you, and it really is not very much, not much more expensive at all, right? So these are the kind of recommendations you would make to your own patients. Well, maybe you just move to something that just doesn't have added sugars, right? All right. Obviously, choose whole grains. They're preferable over like a white bread. Whole grain breads, whole grains in your diet, vegetables, fruits, right? Dried beans we just talked about. All right. The average adult gets between 50% of their kilocalories from carbs. Is that a healthy number? That's kind of high, right? All right. Most of it is from added sugars, right? Which is really detrimental to you. We drink a lot of soft drinks here, obviously. Milk has it, for sure. Soft drinks are probably the greatest thing, and coffee, especially like flavored coffees that happen to have a lot of sugar in them. All right, Okay, so if you are dealing with your patient, right, or you are, let's say, you have decided that you want to, don't always do this because we'll talk about a lot of different diets along the way. All except for the tapeworm diet. We're not talking about that. Jess wrote about that for that weird fad diet that literally like you ingested a tapeworm to like eat your foods and lose weight, which is terrifically dangerous. But then you want them to just increase fruit, vegetables, legumes, whole grains. So in this case, you might be looking at she's got like whole grain rice with it, which is okay, or barley. Farro. You might do a soup, which is perfectly fine, right? If you've got a number of beans that are in it and some fresher vegetables, especially like this time of year when you can benefit from having vegetables still available to you from the local farm. All right, high fiber. All right, here's the trade-off, right? High fiber breakfast cereals. Would a high fiber breakfast cereal still have a lot of carbs? Yes. When you deal with a diabetic patient in particular, you really want to keep them away from cereals, period, if you can, right? This gets to be more difficult because in their diets, you're going to not only be wanting to help them restrict carbs, you'll want them to increase proteins, right? What is something that usually accompanies protein? It's one of your other macros. There are only 3 macros. Fat, thank you. Right? So that's where the real trade-off is. It's one thing to try and get people to increase their protein, but then you've got to be able to watch their fat, which is really a hard thing to do. Okay. This was on your quiz, I think, was ways to reduce your sugar, right? You want to choose fresh fruits as much as possible, or those canned in water. I would say try to still stay away from juice, because it would still reduce sugar intake. But if you need to, that's fine. What you don't want to do is ever have anybody buy canned fruits that have any kind of syrup, right? Because it's all extra sugar. When you guys were in school, did you ever get like canned fruit as part of your lunch that always tasted off? It never tasted like the fruit, right? No, well, you were lucky. That's because the most canned fruits, when they say they're canned in juice, are all canned in pear juice. no matter the fruit. Because of the excess amount of carrots that there are in the world, you turn it into juice. It's a very cheap product. I know this. I sold groceries for a long time and used to sell a lot of fruit that was packed in its own juice, and it was more expensive, but it was a better product, and I sold to a few high-end private schools. So, but most of it is pear. That's why it's so expensive. And that's where a lot of this syrupy stuff came in, because if you add sugar to anything, it tastes better, right? All right, sweeteners. Oh, we talked about this the other day. Sugar alcohols. When you start working with your patients, especially any of those, and it doesn't have to be diabetes. You may have other patients who it's in their best interest to still reduce sugars, especially if there is a weight problem involved, right? That's causing them more injury, and it can. Is to avoid products that contain sugar alcohols. Okay? Sugar alcohol has half the effect of regular sugar on when it comes to your blood glucose level, right? So it has half that effect. It doesn't hit you right away. Problem is, the way that this is produced often causes diarrhea and can make you dehydrated over time. Right? Like sugar-free candies. So even if they go to a store, and these are all things I will tell you I had to learn on my own after my diabetes diagnosis, is how to actually read a label to know on a sugar-free product what I was dealing with, right? Because I got to experience firsthand how awful these are, and then I read up on them, and I was like, oh, it's basically the structure of the alcohol itself, right? Then you've got some of the non-nutritive sweeteners, what we would normally see as what? Sweet and low, equal, stuff like that. They're good. Sucralose is stevia, I think. What is stevia? Look up equal, look up sweet and low, look up stevia.
Stevia is just stevia. Sucralose is Splenda.
That's Splenda, that's it. Wonderful. Stevia is from the stevia plant, which and it's disgusting. So yeah, I bought a bag and then I had to throw it out. So like, ugh, this is awful. What's equal? Which one?
Splenda is sucralose.
Uh-huh. What's equal? Okay. And sweet. Sure, it's saffron.
Which one?
Sweet love. Right? So they're non-nutritive sweeteners, which is fine, right? Because they're not going to have any effect on you whatsoever, but they provide some sweetness. Okay. Now, it does tell you, however, what the relative sweetness, like to the taste for you, like when you put it in your mouth, like saccharine 300 times. What you would think, right? Compared to sucrose. You get 15 milligrams per kilogram in your body. Sucralose, 600 times. Sweeter, which I didn't. I don't know. I haven't had Splenda, but stevia on the other. Oh, this was also known as stevia. 300 times. It may have been 300 times as sweet. It was awful. It was garbage. So, you know, but you can use it in baking. I would tell you, if you, and this is the truth, if you have a patient who's like, you know, I want to make cookies or on occasion or whatever, don't tell them they can't. Just, you know, tell them to modify it, right? And if they're going to do that, don't use any of these sweeteners in it because it's going to be a disappointing experience. And you're going to send them in the other direction where they're going to ignore everything you told them in their diet. So, you know, for baked goods, they actually use very little sugar in most cookie recipes. So you try to find something that's got a little lower sugar. If they can deal with peanut butter cookies have a lower amount of sugar than the average cookie recipe, right? Then that's fine, but just leave them away from this because the stuff will still taste like garbage. That's the thing. Any change that you make with something needs to be either gradual or you need to consider how the patient's gonna respond. If you use stevia for baked goods here, it's gonna taste like trash and they're just gonna go back and go for a lot of sugar, right? They're also not gonna trust your advice when you send them to food that tastes awful, right? If you wouldn't eat it, maybe don't have it. Fiber and obesity. What did we say about fiber? What does fiber leach out of your body? Cholesterol, right? Good. There may be a connection with it having more effect on your blood glucose level. One of the ways is that because it produces a firmer stool and it moves through your system, it is going to pick up a lot of that excess, right? Fiber can pick up a lot of excess everything in your bloodstream, right, along the way. And can obviously lower your cholesterol levels. What am I doing? All right. Fiber is your GI tract. I know we've kind of talked about this already. Okay. Not that I think anybody would ever get to this point in the United States, but what is the negative health effect of excess fiber? Gradual intake and increased water consumption. And can bind, because like I was just saying, it can bind to everything, which means it can also bind to your minerals, right? You're gonna see, hang on a second. You will find that you are gonna have certain minerals that are essential. Essential minerals in your body means that you cannot produce them, right? Non-essential, and there are some nutrients like you see them in food. It's great that you have them, but they're not essential for you because your body can produce some of those nutrients, right? But a lot of them, you'll find, particularly minerals and some vitamins, our bodies don't produce. That does not mean it might not be produced in anything that we eat, and that's why we eat it. Otherwise, generally, they're added to the product you're dealing with, right? So that's a reason to kind of keep people away from fiber. It also makes folks feel fuller, right? Okay. All right, let's talk about this. Health effects of sugar. Does sugar cause obesity? It certainly can contribute to it. But in this case, it's because sugar is energy, it's all glucose, right? When you have excess energy intake, which sugar is, right? It could be sugar, it could be anything in your diet. You can always overeat anything, right? Can you overeat salad? Where's most of the sugar come from in salad? Dressing, right? So if you have dressing with salad, I always do, right? And the fat-free or the light ones always taste terrible, so I just put full-on dressing, and I like a lot of them, right? But in that case, you certainly can overdo it because you're adding all that sugar to it, right? You are also receiving a very balanced diet. But the point they're making here is sugar alone is not the enemy and doesn't actually cause obesity. It's part of the picture. The other part of it is, how do you reduce excess energy intake? Think about it. How do you burn off the fat? Andrew? Bingo, right? You get people out to exercise. Do we have an active population? Nope. Right? On a self-reported measure, 21% of Americans say they engage in no leisure time activity over the course of a month. Those of you that have had research methods, is self-reported data as reliable? Nope. Then observed, right? Basically, are they telling you the truth? So we can assume the number is higher, right? That we have an inactive population. 2/3 of the United States is overweight. 2/3. Because we're just not an action culture. What do we do with our time? What?
Watch TV, watch sports.
Watch TV. Eat, for sure. And oftentimes, because we're watching TV. What else do we do? Social media, right? How many of you been in the Walmart here in Albany? Right? It's quite an experience, isn't it? Yes. I'm one of those, like, I only go if I absolutely need things that only they carry. And then I do want to be beeline things through the store because I can't split it. I just can't. Because I'm wanted. And it's just extraordinary to me because you can go to any other store in town and you don't see the same crowd.
In the defense of Walmart though, like it's every Walmart. It's not just this one.
Oh,
The one in my hometown is just as bad.
See, I'm not used to it because the ones that were near me,
Yeah.
you know, you had a sprinkle of that kind of stuff, but it wasn't like the whole store, right?
No, it's the whole store.
Well, what do you see a lot in the Walmart here? You see people really moving around and what do you see people get around Walmarts on here?
The little scooters.
On scooters, man, right? Dean Pisano is from Boston, and he and I were having this conversation because he had talked to one of the friars who told him, you need to go there like on a Saturday to see all these people on scooters, right? Because it's nuts. You can't even walk around a grocery store, right? So let me ask you this. Your patient comes to you and they got a couple things going on. One, they're considered clinically obese. Their BMI is over 30. 2, they got type 2 diabetes. 3, they're unemployed. 4, you ask them about their activity and they're like, well, I clean the house. What do you do with that person? All right, let's take out the unemployed. Let's say they're employed, but they're in an office kind of a job. Let's do that. Which is pretty common. Go ahead, Louis.
Okay, so for like the office setting, like most people who work in like an office setting get like lunch. So
Yeah.
whether it be half hour or an hour. So for like the exercise setting, you say like say we work in like a little like the development of like multiple. Just tell them to go outside for a 15-minute walk at lunch. And that would be better than just sitting there doing nothing. And then same thing after dinner.
Eat your lunch and then go for a walk for the rest of your time.
Do the same thing when you get home, eat your dinner and go for a walk. That's saying they don't have children and have other responsibilities.
Right, but they still have to, if you don't take care of yourself, you've set a bad example for your children.
And then like for what was the other things? Type 2 diabetes.
Yeah, and we'll say they're employed in an office job, but that they're both considered clinically obese, which is a BMI over 30, and they have type 2 diabetes or are pre-diabetic. There are ways to modify that.
But even just like taking a half an hour walk,
Mhm.
like is just like 15 minutes each is just a start. Because then once you start getting your body into that normal routine, like you're gonna want to go for farther and farther. Like you're gonna slowly get into a routine, and you're gonna get sick of going for 15 minutes. So you're gonna either want to go longer or go more times throughout the day. Like maybe like after breakfast they go before they go to work, and then they're going 3 times a day, which is 45 minutes of exercise that they didn't do before. And it's just like it's like the little things like that. For like the exercise portion that can make like a bigger difference.
Okay, that's good, that's good. What else could you tell them to do? Good.
Even like telling them to like park further than they normally would, then they like have to walk more.
On purpose, so that they have to do that walk, right?
Or like because like people always think that like running is what like helps you like lose weight, but actually like walking on an incline is like more productive. So like even if they just like could like find a hill, like one hill during their walk, like.
Anybody have a Fitbit? Okay, I do too. So you get there are reminders to move on your Fitbit like every hour. It's like 10 minutes before the hour, right? So your reminder to move gets up and you're in a position where you're like, I can get up and walk for 5 minutes every hour, right? You can do these little things. You can park there for sure. You can even if like for me, when I go home, I have an automatic garage door opener, right? As I flow my driveway, so I kick that in and go in there. Well, if I were advising my patient, I might say, stop your car, put it in park, get out, walk up to your garage, unlock it, hit your door from inside the garage and walk back to your car, right? Yes, you have a garage door open in a garage because it's convenient. You can just put your car in. But at this point, you need to take care of your own health and be an example for your kids, right? And how's it? Take the stairs rather than the elevator. Helps, right? So there are little modifications instead of changing the real world. So what normally you're going to get, and I will tell you this as somebody who has been diagnosed with diabetes, is you kind of get the diagnosis. You might get handed some materials, or maybe you should attend this diabetes class, and that's only if your insurance will cover it. Otherwise, you have to pay for it, because most of the only ones that are free are these very topical ones, right? So you are on your own. That's where you guys come into play. That should never happen, right? If it's going to happen to me, and I happen to be modestly well educated and ask the right questions, that's going to happen to every other patient, right? There's an expectation you're going to have to try and figure this out, right? Which includes also teaching them how to shop in their home areas. This is a very rural area. You may find that you'll land a position and get paid better to move to take your own professional credentials and go to an area like this, right? That's desperate for medical help, care. And in those cases, you need to know what the stores are around and just start making simple changes in their diet. Because if they're not simple or easy to understand or can fit in their budget, it's not going to happen, right? You can say all you want to, you should grow all your own fruits and vegetables. You can comfortably do that even in low light settings. But it's a little bit of work, not everybody's going to be able to do it. So that's when you start moving people from a sugary product to something light, right? That still has some flavor to it. Okay. What is diabetes typically caused by? I know you should know type 2 because I've talked about it because what doesn't my body do? I produce insulin, right? Correct, right? My insulin receptors don't work correctly. That's type 2. That is the most common form of type 2, right? So you see these aren't necessarily all related because I don't fit anywhere near this category, but I'm still diabetic for a reason. The other is in a type 1, you don't produce this, right? So what they're saying here is a higher intake of carbohydrates or sugar does not cause diabetes. True, but why then do we want people to reduce carbs and sugars in their diet? Right, you're likely to have a lower circulating glucose level, right? Because that's part of it. When you know your body doesn't use insulin well, even if you're medicated, that is not a cure-all. It makes them more sensitive. There's no guarantee. So if you just continue on your way and think I'm taking meds for it, and I happen to take a pretty high dose, that I could just go ahead and eat all of this that I want would be crazy because I've still got all that glucose with nowhere to go, which is going to then store itself as fat, right? Sugar and heart disease doesn't by itself contribute to heart disease. Sugar doesn't. What's the connection between sugar and heart disease, do you think? Better yet, if you have a lot of sugar in your diet, what else do you probably have in your diet? Fat.
And then clotting.
Right. So you're going to have more fat. You're also going to have likely more sodium, right? The two things that food manufacturers love to do to sell products is add fats, sugars, and salts, right? What are potato chips mostly?
Salt.
Salt and fat, right? But they're good. And so people keep buying them, which is sort of the whole point. Wait, you drink Gatorade Zero? Yes. Right? But it tastes to you like sugar. Yeah. Right? And I drink the Propel in my little bottle here, which is also sugar-free, but it tastes like sugar. So the whole point is to encourage us to be able to drink these products for our electrolytes but still satisfy that need for a little bit of sugar, right? Like if they were sugar free and actually had no sugary feel to them, nobody would drink them, right? Even the fiber supplement that I've got, which is sugar free, but it's still flavored like an orange. Because otherwise I would never drink it. It would be dark. So there are ways to certainly do that. But what happens is you're just going to find that there's accompanying fat, and that's what's more likely, and salt in particular, that is more likely to lead to heart disease than the sugar itself. Sugar and ADHD, when you can't connect sugar to everything, I don't know why, but there are people that believe that it's excess sugar that leads to ADHD. Andrew?
So like, this isn't like an eye thing or whatever, but I know there was a certain point in time where like, that was like the more demonized, like, like substance that causes like obesity and all this stuff. Is there still like this belief in like the validity of like studies of like sugar, like all those kind of points up there? Like, is there still some sort of like?
Well, you're going to find a combination of things, and more often than not, what I would tell you is, no matter if the study says that it's sugar or it's fat or whatever that's related to obesity, in the end, a lot of it is truly just overconsumption, right? Yes, there are going to be things that are higher fat products, there are going to be things that are higher sugars, and to your point, a lot of what was going on with fat is that we have trans fats, which we cover, I think, fats next week. So you'll see that trans fats have a different shape than what's naturally metabolized in your body, and that's part of the problem, is your body just didn't know what to do with them. And it's going to be the difference between the kind of saturated fats that are in a product, right? Well, so many other products and oils, for example, have moved to kind of a polyunsaturated fat, right? You can just move to a lighter oil, like olive oil, for example. Like even for people that normally would use like a canola oil, right? Because you can use that at a lot of temperatures. Olive oil is a product that has better health benefits for you because it is not saturated fats. But you can only use olive oil up to about a medium temperature. Once you get to a medium temperature, olive oil starts to burn. Grapeseed oil has the same benefits as olive oil, but you can use that on medium, high, and high temperatures. You can fry chicken and stuff, right? Because I keep both at home. Okay, I think that's about where we're at. Thank you for your patience. Oh, here we go. One last one. Oh, yeah. Mostly they're just trying to make the point that cavities often happen because of sugar. Okay. The whole time that was pointed at the ceiling. How about that? And that's mostly just because it sticks to your teeth. How many of you guys drink soda? How often do you brush your teeth a day? Okay. So the whole rest of the time, that residue can sit up on your teeth, particularly the gum line, and erode it because of the sugar. I'm only telling you because I've had the experience myself. And it was because I used to run restaurants and I always had soda available. So it was kind of the thing you just drank all day, but that excess sugar is what actually causes that. Goodbye, have a good weekend.